on. No, he's not in at the moment. A couple of our panel members actually do have vacuum chambers. We know we can create little mini vacuums, but when you say a pure 100% vacuum, no, not possible. Even the best one we've got is not 100%. So in nature, the vacuum does not exist by itself. We can have a go at it. And what does it get down to? -10 to the negative something torr. There's some huge number they get down to. But you're talking a facility with concrete walls that are meters thick. This is not just a little Perspex box sitting on your desk.
Okay, so I just want to say that about density because that doesn't get me clear that how density works in our universe where gravity doesn't exist, or like in a gravity in a
what is
universe,
gravity?
Yeah. Where gravity doesn't work or doesn't is what I expect or what I learn it is.
That's right. What we were told it is at school is not what's actually going on. They told you mass attracting mass at school?
Sorry, can you repeat, please?
At school, did they teach you mass attracting mass for gravity?
Yeah.
All right. So mass attracting mass is Newtonian gravity, which is just a formula. As we know, if you drop something, so listen, I just dropped a pen. We know things go down. The explanation you're given for why things go down is just a formula associated with it. So Newtonian doesn't actually tell you what the cause of going down is. We know things go down. We can let things go down all day. But here's the kicker. As long as they are heavier or denser than the medium that they are in. So if something is more dense than the air, it will go down. If something is less dense than the air, it will go up. For example, helium balloon. Why doesn't gravity affect them? Gravity is just an associated formula, that's all. It still doesn't give you the cause relationship of the effect of things going down. So a lot of the times with the guys, they'll get confused with big G and little g. So I'll leave that alone. That's a discussion for other people. I don't have the patience for that. But the other side of it too, Newtonian gravity was superseded about 110 years ago, give or take. So we've been force-fed the wrong information for 110 years. Newton didn't even push his information. He disagreed with it. I think they released the papers after he passed away. So he didn't even agree with the stuff that was put out.
I want to go again with the helium balloon because the density there acts like I say before, the density of the air is some number, and the density of helium is another number. But the air is going below the helium because the earth is attracting that air, that molecules.
No, it's not. Air moves in all directions. Solids go down and hold their position. Liquids go down, spread out until they hit the walls of their container and have a flat, level surface. Gases go in all directions. What plasma does, I don't know. I've never looked it up. So
yeah, but it goes in all directions because their mass is a few. It don't.
The physical properties of gas moves in all directions. They take the shape of their container. That's it. So if you've got a container, the shape of a balloon, which is an odd one because balloons stretch. So if you grab a balloon and blow it up and blow it up and blow it up, and then it goes bang, which way does the gas go? Down? No, it disperses evenly into its new container.
But that's because you have
not gravity.
The balloon. That's because you have not the gravity. Balloon in your hand. Because if you drop it, it will go downside.
That's because the rubber is more dense than the air. See, density and buoyancy. That's all we're comparing. It's called specific gravity. You are comparing an item to the density of the medium that it is in. And as who said earlier, if we get a big tub of mercury and chuck an anvil in it, it will float. And there's actually video footage of that somewhere, and it looks fantastic. It looks really awesome. Why? Because the mercury is more dense than the anvil. Gravity columns show, gravity towers or gravity columns show this, where they have all the different liquids and they float different objects in them. So what's happening is you are clung to the mass attracting mass. That has been superseded 110 years ago by the bending of space-time, which is yet another concept. How do you bend time? How do you bend space? The area defined between length, depth, and breadth. You're going to bend that. It's just concepts. That's all they are. What they were doing was trying to work out what causes things to go down. They know things do go down. We witness that every day. And nobody can deny it. We also witness things go up. But they were trying to find out what the cause relationship was, which is what happens in science, to adjudicate cause and effect relationships. No one to date, not science, not me, not you, not anyone else on this panel, knows why down. Why not to the right? They don't know what the cause of down is. They give you these really cool stories, like the rotation of the Earth and its magma core causes this magnetic attraction and we're all stuck to it. What a load of horse shit. They give you these stories, none of which have ever been validated. No scientific experiment ever done has proven what gravity actually is.
And if that experiments are in some paper, you will try.
All they do, listen, before you go rambling on, I've only got probably about 5 more minutes. If you bring up Cavendish, all that does, it's a parlor trick. When you put a weight that's balanced on a single wire, if you've got that thing perfectly balanced, it won't turn. If it's offset and imbalanced, imperfect, it will cause a rotational vector. That's why they rotate. Some go left, some go right. Why?
But I didn't name.
I know. I was getting in there first, so I could nail it to the floor.
I just want to tell that if there are some paper that says how to experiment something, but you need to invest a lot of money, you will invest that money just to test this?
Actually, no,
because there are some experiments that cost a lot of money, and if someone
to prove gravity, we're talking about gravity, not just experiments in general.
No, just an experiment about I don't know the nucleus of the Earth, and you have to.
How do they validate it? So let's have a look. The deepest hole that's ever been dug is the Kola borehole in Russia. I think it's about, was it 7.4 miles or 7.8 miles, something like that. That's the deepest we have ever gone down. So how can they validate any claims beyond 7.4 miles?
X-rays.
X-rays.
Yeah, earthquakes, the sound that passes through the earth from one point to another point exactly.
Man, I was sarcastic.
Oh, was that you, Sacha?
Yeah. How about this? Let's say that you prove that force, what you said, and then what?
That I say that if some
Let's say that you prove to me, and you say, "Look, this is gravity," and I say, "Okay, this is gravity." You drop something, and I say, "Okay, this is gravity," and what then?
Okay. Sorry. I have an interview. I will come again in some time.
Yeah, come back, mate. All good. Thank you. See ya.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you see? It's enough only to say that something exists. You say they did with X-rays, and people will believe. Yeah, there is some sound stuff they was going to 3,000 miles down to the earth, and they figure out.
Yeah, it's a shame I can't find that video. It's doing my head in.
Which video?
Actually shocked me. There's a video where a guy puts a small balance scale inside a vacuum chamber, and he puts a piece of timber on one side and a piece of metal on the other side. Both of them are the same weight before they go in. On the scale, shows they're the same weight, and then he puts the lid on the vacuum chamber and starts it up. And you get to watch what happens over a 5-minute video. It's excellent. It really is. I was absolutely shocked myself. I totally predicted incorrectly what would happen. So I'm quite happy to admit that. But yeah, he starts it up and the piece of timber gets heavier than the wood. The piece of timber gets heavier than the metal, sorry. Overrun me.
Oh, there was like 7, 8 different things, I think, not only 2.
Well, I only saw a short clip of it. And I thought I saved it, but I just can't find it. But yeah, he compares items that are of the same weight, what happens when they're in a vacuum. So as the medium gets slowly less dense, all of a sudden the items in there will react differently to that medium. And timber, which is naturally, because it's got some air in it, which is slightly more or slightly less dense than other things, all of a sudden now when the density of the medium gets reduced, it becomes more dense and more heavier than the metal, which was really crazy. I wasn't ready for it.
Yeah. If I can just point out, sorry, I wouldn't be able to get the video. I'm driving right now, but Matrix, in our DMs, you had sent me that a while back, maybe
did I?
To a year.
Oh, thank you.
So if you want to check there, you might be able to find.
A lot of metals will oxidize in the presence of a vacuum because there are basically gas molecules that's trapped within the lattice work of the metal. The metal's basically a crystal, and it's like a prison system for all these free molecules. And I was kind of surprised to hear that too. Like, I think the wood would have more of the air sucked out from between the fibers, but metal is known for, like a lot of metals, are known for oxidizing in the presence of a vacuum. They turn into Swiss cheese. And this is why the Apollo moon program could not really have been done the way they said it did. Because if that spacecraft was subject to an ultra high vacuum, then the metal would turn into Swiss cheese. The loose gas molecules trapped in the metal would vibrate and break apart the metal and put holes in it.
And that was tested in which vacuum? 10 to minus 4, 5, or 6, something like that. Cannot be more.
Yeah, and space is like 11 by the moon.
Yeah, and space is like billion times lower.
Yeah.
And I don't know. They think that doesn't matter, or they think that that's the same vacuum, but that's not the same thing.
No, it's silly. Yeah, you put a little toy inside your lab, and that's going to stimulate what people believe outer space is. Like,
Yeah,
outer space is quadrillions of light years of vacuum. Okay.
Practically, they're saying it's the same thing if you are 10 meters under the water and 10,000 meters under the water.
Yeah, we talked about that last week with the submarine compared to the ISS.
Yeah. And that's even small. That's not good comparison because this one is bigger. This with the space, it's more numbers.
Wait, guys, do you know? Does ISS have any Russian or Soviet Union parts? I think it does. No Soviet Union, because it has been launched and built after 1991. Oh, that's definitely 100%.
Built where?
I mean, when was first module of ISS?
When was launched?
Wait, ISS wasn't ISS in the first place. I think it was launched first as a Russian module, and then they connected another Russian module, and then
they built it in the space.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, and there's no video of that.
Indeed, yeah. I like that movie.
It's funny. There's no evidence.
Yeah, especially the part where little asteroid rips the walls of the thing, and then all the air escapes in an instant. And then have you seen
it'd be all over. Yeah, there's no way somebody could produce technology to do what they say it does in the environment that they claim it's in.
Yeah, something like rocket should have like a 100 meters wall to resist that, and maybe that's not enough.
They say the Van Allen radiation would microwave everybody inside.
Guys, are we all guys here, or there are ladies as well?
There's some ladies, I think.
I remember one for the last oh yeah, I can see Steffi. No, Steffi. Sorry, Steffi. I'm just sleepy. Can't read.
Hello, I'm speaking because I'm learning the English, so I don't feel like I can understand everything. So I prefer like listening for now, and like when I can understand all the things, I can give my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, great.
That's absolutely fine.
Earth is flat. Wonderful.
Yeah, agree. Wait. Who said that?
What? That Earth is flat in the flat Earth room? I did.
Who said I agree?
I just heard a very familiar voice.
Who said I agree?
Who did it?
You?
in the Flat Earth Discord.
Do you agree?
Who?
You.
You mean I?
Yeah, I mean you.
No, I can't say that yet. I guess I need to maybe do some calculations for myself, like experiment.
No experiment. Measurements.
Measurements, right. But what kind of measurements?
I can give you measurement to think.
What's your way of proving curvature?
Sea level. Sea level.
Yeah, sea level.
Okay. Go from. Do you know where is Seattle?
Is it east or west side
Yeah,
of?
East Coast, and New York is West Coast.
Yeah.
Other way around.
And
No, another
now-
way around. Yeah.
Yeah, and now you have a elevation profile. You have mountains, valleys, and they are for sure 2,000 miles. That's from Seattle to New York.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a height above the sea level. That's 2,000 miles. You have a sea, one line from the left side, then you have mountains, valleys, and then you have New York, and then you have sea from on another side. That's flat Earth. Do you understand? Sea level, and all above the sea level, it's elevation profile.
You can do this yourself if you go to the beach.
Or
And-
you can, DJ, sorry, you can type on Google elevation profile and go to pictures, and it will give you elevation profiles, whatever. Elevation profiles ask
But
for country,
you said
for the region.
measurements. What do
And
I
you
need
will
to
see the
measure?
measurement. You will see the measurements. You will see the mountains, and down you will see the base. If base is flat, then the Earth is flat. If base is curved, then the Earth is spherical.
There's a more direct way to do this, Sasha. If you go to the
Yeah.
beach, okay,
Yeah, of
go to
course.
the beach. You have a mile of beach along the shore where the water and the beach meet. You can bring a mirror and bring a friend and have your friend flash the sun from one side down to the other along the beach, along the water. Because we know the water is level, if you were at a level place, you can flash a mirror past where the curvature of the earth should be. So if your friend is flashing the sun from the bottom of the mirror near the sand, and you can see the flash of the sun with your face near the sand, a mile or 2 miles or 3 miles away, whatever the case is, then you know that you're seeing too far for Earth to be a globe.
Yeah, but then why, when I went to cruise, ship, and we went off coast, I saw lights, yeah, but then they disappeared behind horizon.
Because of your angle of
Lots
view.
of reasons for that. I mean, some of the reasons could include that there are a series of waves between you and the boat that are so far out to sea that you can't even see them, but they're blocking the lights because the boat is way further. Secondly, it's possible that the boat just went too far away. So the light is too far for your eyes to resolve, and the flare is too small for your eyes to see. It's not intense enough to register on the back of your eyeballs.
But
There
wait,
could be optical
it-
distortions of the air.
It's not possible for the waves and me, because those lights are like buildings. They're 10, 20 meters tall, and I'm taller. I was taller than the waves. So if
Yeah, well,
light
what if
is
there
far
are
away-
waves? What if there are waves halfway between you and the lights, and they're at eye level.
But we are above those waves, like a lot above.
Do you know
like
that?
20 meters above. I'm 20 meters above water, and
Oh, you're 20 meters above. Okay,
on the cruise.
maybe the waves are closer to the boat.
But the light it goes in straight, and waves are 20 meters under my feet, so light.
Yeah.
The
How
wave
far are the
shouldn't be
lights above
an
the boat?
obstacle.
Like,
So
are the
waves-
lights on the boat? Are they near the surface of the boat or on top of the boat? Like,
No, I'm on the boat.
oh, you're on the boat and you're seeing lights on the shore?
Yeah.
I mean, you could just be too far away to see them because they're beyond what's resolvable, beyond the resolvable limits.
But they are very tall, kind of, and I'm very tall.
Yeah. Do you have a
so,
distance?
I don't know what the distance was at that point when I stopped seeing them. It was
Well, that matters.
in a while, but
Yeah.
surely soon enough, like really soon enough.
Well, okay. I mean,
So it wasn't like
next time get a distance.
5 hours. Yeah. Next time, distance, maybe measure the rate of how it changes. Or maybe look. I have a method. Next time, maybe I need someone to find. I have a friend who has uncle who owns a yacht, but it's not like a Porsche yacht. It's cheap. And we can do this at night. Buy a laser, just a simple one, or maybe like for $100, and make it kind of point at the sea, and just go and see if
You don't need a
it's
boat. You just need to do it along the seashore.
So at first it's going to be parallel, and distance between the water level and the laser will not, it will be the same, but at some point it will increase more and more. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like do a 5-mile laser test along the shore so you don't need a boat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we got flat earthers who do this kind of stuff all the time. I mean, we've got hundreds of observations like this where people are seeing lasers and lights and all kinds of stuff that's too far for Earth to be a globe.
I think also how do you make it parallel? So I think it should be within first 3 miles of measurements. Like in every 500 meters, you should remeasure it and make sure it's the same length every time. So it's kind of parallel.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Yeah.
But then if in 3 miles, after 3 miles, it's getting not exponentially, but linearly more and
Oh,
more.
it is exponential.
Isn't it just pi related? So it's like just.
Yeah, it's not a slope. It's a curve. So the surface of a circle is not a slope, but a curve.
Wait, so all curves mean essentially exponential, right?
Yeah. More or less. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it will, if it's gonna change, like increase, then yeah, there is definitely some sort of curvature that causes it. Because the water,
Right.
it's flat.
Yeah, the water is flat. Yep. I mean, and it would be good to use something close to the water so you can be reasonably close to testing if it's flat or curving. Because if Earth is a globe, the water should be pulled inward to the center of a ball. So the surface should be relatively curved according to the gravitational pull on that water. But if Earth is flat, right, and the water is resting downward, perpendicular. Holy crap! I just got freaking tossed by Discord. Big bug, yeah. So if the Earth is flat and the water's perpendicular to the surface, and you shine a light, and it's parallel to the water and perpendicular to the surface, then, I mean, or parallel to the surface, then you've got a flat Earth. So you may have some deviation due to atmospheric effects.
Yeah, but they're not going to be like very exponential or kind of. You can still measure the curvature thing.
Yeah, you should be able to get something reasonable out of this. And you can do different lengths of distance. You can use different colors of light, which should bend differently according to wavelength. If there is any bending going on, because a lot of people think that the light bends around a ball. And if you use different colors, you can test how much it bends. You'll find that it doesn't.
You know what I've thought of before too, like with a boat, like you guys were talking about a boat, and it reminded me of this idea where, like, you have on a boat, you have a light inside a recess with a roof, but it's slanted at an angle, so you can't see it as it's going away from you. And as it starts going over the curve, its angle, it becomes even with your line of sight because it's going over the curve.
Yeah.
So the roof won't stop the light from reaching your eyes.
That's
that was
pretty
an idea
cool.
I had, like, ages ago.
Big brain there. I
so
like it.
You shouldn't see it, and then you should see it, right?
Yeah. Wait, I just realized. Yeah.
If it's flat, you'd never see it. You'd just never see that light. Just wouldn't ever reach your eye.
Get like two friends, right, on either side of you with the laser and spin it around. I mean, make a triangle. Find a lake and do like a triangle around the lake. You know, like it's been so many years now. It's been well over 10 years that flat earthers have gone out and tested the surface in so many manners like this. The amount of evidence is overwhelming, and these are things that the regular person can do.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the thing. Like, we can describe and design a test for the average person to do anywhere in the world, and they can find out. Now, if you want to believe in the globe, you have to believe in outer space rockets and satellites and things like this that you can't test and you can't verify and you can't prove to yourself.
No, actually, honestly,
you know,
why I think people believe, or like taught to believe that Earth is spherical and that stuff, because in a way it's a knowledge that it was gathered, passed on, it was written somewhere, it was worked on.
I think it's a big mistake, dude. I know it sounds silly. Some flat earthers think I'm nuts for saying this, but I think it's a really, really big mistake.
What is?
The globe. The globe is a big mistake. It's a big misinterpretation of the data. People have believed in it so much that they take observations and calculations and even measurements and they shove them into the globe at all costs. And they'll do anything they can to make it work. And it's the shoving in to the globe process where they screw things up and they mess up what's really going on.
But like you said, we can make a easy experiment that any person can try to do.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. And this surprises people. This surprises even aeronautical engineers.
But it's just, people who, it's because it's easier to just rely on majority, on science, on that stuff. and you don't have to test anything. You just kind of know Earth is spherical. There is this and this.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't need a globe to design an airplane or a boat or a missile or a car. You don't need a globe for that. You don't need a globe for the internet. You don't need a globe to build skyscrapers or bridges or roads or anything else. People need a globe for the outer space program, and that's something else entirely altogether. And I do believe that there are many people that work in the space industry. They believe Earth is a globe, and they think that they're designing globe technology, but that's not what's really happening.
But what is like? I can clearly see the satellites, and they increased in numbers. I can see it like in the sky at random point. Like even right now, if I look at the sky, I can maybe find 5 or even 6, 7 satellites flying across the sky, and it didn't happen 5 years ago. It was, I think it was 4,000 satellites 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And now it's 12 or 13,000. So it's 3 times since, like in 5 years.
Yeah. So how do you know that light is a satellite and is exactly what you think it is?
I cannot tell, but
I know nobody really can.
Radio waves you can send, actually.
Sure. You can maybe think you're sending radio waves to it. You maybe think you can communicate with it. And maybe it really is a piece of hardware, a piece of technology up there. But we don't have a way to tell exactly what it is, how far away it is, how fast it's going, or what size it is, or what it's even doing.
Can't we? I think it's the same way we can locate the planes in the sky. We can locate how high the satellite is.
Yeah. I would like to see somebody determine that, honestly.
ISS is like 400 kilometers. So it takes...
That's what they say. It could be half as high. It could be twice as high than what they say. You have no idea.
But if you can see it in the area 6 times within 24 hours, then you can like kind of estimate the speed, and then there is this angular velocity, and you can calculate
we can calculate. I agree. I understand the math. Yes. We can calculate the angular velocity. We can measure how many degrees it goes in the sky per minute. In order to determine how high up it is, we need to know how big it is. We need to verify that. Or to find out how big it is, we need to know how high it is. We have to verify that. And from either of those, we'd be able to determine how fast it's really going, but we can't verify that. So we're stuck. We're stuck with an angular measurement. That's it. Angle and time. We don't have height and we don't have size.
But also, have you heard about ring laser and gyroscope?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. They're supposed to detect how Earth is spinning, but it doesn't. So they say that space-time is compressing in one direction.
Because angular velocity is something we can actually detect, and whether Earth is flat or spherical, there is some kind of angular velocity and not momentum. Like it's about velocity, and if the Earth is flat, then it's different at different points, but that's not what we observe.
Well, I mean, what do we observe with the phase shift? of that? Is there a phase shift? And if so, how much? And if there is, to what reference frame do you ascribe it?
Meow, 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 meow.
Hold on. Let's say you do detect rotation from a stationary Sagnac effect. How do you determine whether or not that's coming from the Earth or coming from something else?
Because it will show also the axis of the angular velocity.
Well, I'd like to see some.
So
I'd like to see some citations on that, and I'd like to see what the phase shift is and to what reference frame it's ascribed. The point of this is look, like when Michelson-Morley first set up the interferometry test, setting up the two light propagation paths that are 90 degrees to each other.
A bad one.
They recombine the light on a sensor to study the phase shift. Oh my gosh, what's going on? Why am I being overwhelmed? Senseless audio.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, no.
It didn't detect a phase shift that corresponded at all with the predicted value of Earth's motion. So Einstein stepped in and said, you know what? I'm going to say that you wouldn't be able to see a phase shift that corresponds to Earth's motion because space-time happens to be contracting in the direction of Earth's motion, and therefore it's going to register as if Earth isn't moving, even though it really is.
So Earth is moving upwards.
We can't hear it.
Hell's Angles, you are hot micing like something else, dude.
Wait, so you're saying the acceleration towards the Earth is caused by Earth accelerating in opposite direction?
Well, I mean, the point is the Sagnac effect actually doesn't detect that Earth is moving. No, that's why Einstein's relativity was invented, to explain it.
Is it though? I mean, the lasers in different directions, and they have the fatal. Okay, I'm not very deep into that, but ultimately there is an effect, and the only thing in the formula that can have that effect is angular velocity, which is 15 degrees per hour.
I'd like to see a measurement of 15 degrees per hour from a stationary Sagnac effect.
It costs like 20K.
Yeah, I'd like to see any data that can be produced on that and everything that went into it.
So the cheaper method would be a laser along the coast.
I mean, I get it. Look, I mean, they've been doing this for over 100 years and they can't produce the data that I'm asking for.
Can't they?
No, the data's not there, so they explain it away with relativity, with the Lorentz contraction. They say the measurement device itself with the laser is being warped by space-time due to special relativity conditions. And therefore, the more you measure no velocity change, is evidence that there is a velocity change in the other frame of reference. That's what's called unfalsifiability. It's a big garbage heap of pseudoscience, and that's why we dismiss it.
Okay, but what mathematical, like not mathematical, measuremental proof would satisfy EO?
Maybe try a mechanical gyro. Use a mechanical gyro to detect that Earth is rotating, or that any satellite is rotating, or any airplane is rotating around the curvature of the Earth. I would accept any actual measurement of a horizontal reference plane that changes angle with the curvature of the Earth over time.
So measurement that. But what measurement can prove?
On
Spherical.
gyroscopes.
How?
So a gyroscope, right, spins up and it maintains its inertial frame because of the flywheel that's spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning.
Yeah.
And so the housing around it, the gimbal, is going to be able to pivot and adjust while the flywheel retains its angular momentum in one fixed frame of reference. So if Earth is spinning, it's rotating, then the flywheel should remain fixed with respect to the initial plane of reference that it was spun up into. And the housing should begin to rotate over time as Earth rotates. 15 degrees per hour, they say. I mean, let's say ideally you go to the equator, make it nice and easy, so it's one axis of rotation you're reading. You know, you could face east or whatever and spin up that gyro inside the housing and watch it. And over time, you should be able to see the underside of the gyro start to become tilted towards you.
Yeah.
Right. That has never happened.
Why can't you do that? Like 8 billion people. If this is so easy to do this.
I know. Dude, that's what I'm asking. It makes you go crazy. Like, how come nobody's been able to prove this definitively?
Yeah, even those who want to prove it, like you. Like nobody does it.
Nobody has. Listen, yeah. There are people that are trying to prove the globe and they can't. Every time they do, they come up with a flat and stationary Earth as a conclusion. Listen, we're flat earthers because of this frustration. Many of us have gone out and we've tested the Earth. We've tested the Earth's rotation and found nothing. We tested the Earth's curvature and found nothing. We research academic papers. We research history. We research the philosophy of mathematics. We research navigation history. We research survey history and surveying methods, navigation methods. We look at all of it and we're finding problems. We're finding very common themes. This is the weird thing. There are just a handful of common errors that we can identify across multiple disciplines of science and engineering. And they appear over and over and over and over again. And with that information, we're able to debunk claims of the globe.
Yeah, I can see the point of it.
Yeah, it's frustrating. Like, how come the mainstream hasn't picked up on this? You know, there's so many great questions like this. Like, what is going on? I kind of think that this is a big delusion, like an urban myth. It's something like Bigfoot. But on one level, it is.
Also, you said you debunking the globe, but also you're not proving the flat.
Oh yeah, we do with the measurements we do. We can prove that Earth isn't rotating and is not curving.
But all the measurements I heard about, they didn't seem relevant very much. Pretty much.
Well, I mean, it depends which measurements you're talking about. I think a lot of them are. I mean, like simple tests that you can do at the shoreline of a beach or at the shoreline of a big lake or sea, something like that with the water that's supposed to be level. You can find out if Earth is flat this weekend with a mirror, with a friend, and a large body of water. It's not hard to do. Yeah, and that compounds the frustration. We know how easy it is to prove that Earth can't be a globe. And it makes us frustrated.
Wait, let's say if I here was the one who tested it yesterday, let's say, then I'm here telling you all, guys, I tested it yesterday. I mean, I cannot provide any measurements to you, but I swear I did it all right. Then you still have to
trust you, bro.
Then you still have to do
just trust you, bro.
Yeah, trust in me, bro. There are so many people right now.
Yes. So for some of the big questions, like what is the space program? I like to read history, and I decided to look into the history of the space program, NASA. NASA was founded after World War II, along with the Central Intelligence Agency and a few other big programs. The very founding of NASA, it says in history, and I can point you to the Operations Coordinating Board, OCB. The Operations Coordinating Board was a psychological warfare program under President Eisenhower and President Truman. Why did they call it Operations Coordinating Board? Because it used to be called Psychological Coordinating Board. And they didn't like the word psychological because it sounded too scary. So they said operations. That way it sounds ambiguous. Okay. So they renamed it. And this is the president's program, president's policy for diplomacy. The Operations Coordinating Board established NASA and established space policy and the space program for the purpose of advancing United States technology, United States discovery, United States scientific achievements, engineering achievements, the United States domination of the last frontier of outer space. And to suggest that after World War II, no other country could come close to matching the power and might of the United States. The United States would use space as a psychological operations tool.
But wait, I'm as someone who's tightly related to the Soviet Union's culture, in a way.
Yeah, the Russians did the same thing.
In Soviet Union,
the Russians did the same thing. Why? Because Russia also won World War II with America. And America and Russia shared the Nazi scientists.
The thing about space, first kind of satellites were sent by Soviets, but then
that's right.
Soviets failed to do anything with the moon. But when they tried to find evidence Americans really were on the moon, they were frustrated, not because they were not on the moon and everyone believes they were, but because they were on the moon and Soviets failed to do that. But also important thing, we're not coming back to the moon. That's at least what they say, because it's expensive and there is nothing interesting on the moon. We have the samples. There is, I don't know, dust and nothing interesting.
Yeah, a lot of fake evidence.
That's what they say. That's what they say. So what I can tell from Soviet Union's scientists, like acceptance, is that it really happened. And
when Sputnik was first launched, the first self-orbiting satellite, there were many scientists and engineers that called bullshit.
They
I've got
couldn't believe the
newspaper
wooden
articles from
floor.
1957. I got newspaper articles from all over America that right after Sputnik was launched, where people are writing into the newspaper and the newspaper is publishing them, that they're saying that this is bullshit, this can't happen the way that they described. People were very skeptical back then.
Because
We're told
actually,
otherwise today.
satellites were the great war technology as a surveillance. And
Yeah, it's a psychological tool. Listen, the Operations Coordinating Board documents, they're public today. I have copies of them. I'd like to send them in live chat, but it would take me a bit to find them. If you remind me, I can send them a little later. They describe how satellites are going to be used as tools of psychological warfare because of the technology that is being projected, whether or not it really exists, and because of the fear that it evokes within people if they think that they're being watched and surveilled by technology that they can't see. At the same time that NASA was stood up after World War II, nuclear weapons programs were also being stood up, established. Both NASA and nuclear weapons testing were done at the same time. I'm here to tell you, if you take a NASA rocket and put a nuke on top of it, nobody's going to know. And if you take a nuclear missile and you paint a friendly looking NASA logo design on the side that says NASA, nobody's going to know. Food for thought.
so you're saying those satellites are nukes?
No, I'm saying much of the missile and rocket technology can be used either way and was used either way.
So
The Saturn program appears in early nuclear missile weapons, nuclear missile program documents from the Operations Coordinating Board. If you give me a few minutes, I'll go post some stuff that's in the open source. This is all on archive.org. Like, this is open American history.
By the way, are you from America?
So, and Russia was doing the same thing. So the difference between Russia and the United States is the United States lied so big, the lies are so freaking huge, that Russia said, no, we can't lie as good as the United States. We're not going to try that. We're not going to pretend to put somebody on the moon. The United Kingdom was the same. Like the UK also said, no, we're not going to put anybody on the moon either. United States, go ahead. You got this.
Yeah, America had the fake balls.
So, but yeah, the space program really is a propaganda arm. It's supposed to project technology that doesn't really exist.
Other satellites on this.
There's something up there that's not what we understand it to be. I would accept that satellites are a combination of balloons, of high altitude technology, and radio, just regular radio.
But balloons, they also have limits, the height and the speed movement. So what we see on the sky.
What if I told you?
Clearly moves.
What if I told you, my friend, in 1962? Listen to this. In 1962, America put a balloon. They say they put a balloon at 1,000 miles above the Earth.
But look, the fastest fighter jet.
He's not listening.
Can only fly, I think, 4,000.
I know.
No.
I know, but we're talking a balloon, dude. We're talking balloons at 1,000 miles, flying 17,000 miles per hour. What if I told you that I could show you that that's what NASA says they did right now? Would you like to see?
Balloon that moves 17,000.
Yeah, balloons. Yeah, I'm totally serious.
Called up. Yeah, you know how down's supposed to be faster than the speed of light? Up. The up. Yeah, gravity.
So why don't you Google this? For your first Google, type Echo 2. ECHO 2. Echo 2 balloon.
And everything's got a rise rate. Helium, yeah.
This balloon was launched with a rocket. Okay. The second stage deployed and shot out a decompressed balloon. So Bell Laboratories, major communications company, especially back then, they described this in a documentary that they used powdered helium inside the balloon, which reacted with radiation 1,000 miles high above the Earth. And this caused the powder to turn into gas and inflated the Echo 2 balloon satellite to the size of a stadium. And there are videos of this.
In other words, heat. Yes, radiant heat.
Yeah. And it's not the only one. Like, this was what they did all the freaking time.
But it's crazy how they did 1,300 kilometers high.
Yeah. If you want to see something really cool, Google this. The letters OV-1, actually OV1-8. OV1-8 was another balloon that's painted black.
Why I'm saying this is weird, because balloon is essentially air related and medium related, but above 12 kilometers there is no air. But this thing was launched 100 times taller than that.
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah. Listen, the story is. Listen, we have a problem. We have two different lies.
No,
or one of these is the truth.
Because this is not.
Or both is the truth.
No. Look, this is not a flying thing. It was launched by a rocket, accelerated by the rocket, and now as it's moving around and there is no resistance, it can carry on the movement in the same.
Around.
Yeah.
Well, there's a problem with that. But how come they needed to inflate it with helium? And
just asking. Is it going to the left and right around, or is it going down and back above the back of you? Which kind of around are you like insinuating?
The spherical Earth one.
You mean going down below you and coming up?
Yeah.
So you could put a satellite, you could put equipment inside, and the balloon inflates around the equipment.
He thinks the helium balloon goes up in the air and goes and arcs down around.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. We'll get there. There's another problem: is satellite telemetry. Nobody can prove to us or prove to anybody that satellites are rotating around a ball. Okay, so the underside of the satellite. Think of the satellite. Think of it as like a belly. The belly of the satellite has to be facing the ground of a ball. And in order for it to do that as it orbits, it has to rotate. That rotational vector, the angular motion, is not provable. Nobody's been able to demonstrate that this exists. Same with airplanes.
But wait. There is an acceleration of that belly, the back part, the front part, equal, and it's towards the center of the center.
Show that with a sphere.
Look, so it's basically, so you have a cannon, yeah, and you can shot a ball, and it has a trajectory, and it's gonna fall sooner or later.
Yeah, the ball does. Hey, listen. The bottom of the ball. Imagine you could take a marker, okay, and you're going to mark the bottom of that cannonball. The bottom of that cannonball has to stay facing pointed down to the earth, which means that ball has to rotate. I'm going to post a GIF for you. Hold on.
So what about ISS?
All right, hold on. Look, 51 minutes past the hour. I'll get to the ISS in just a second. 51 minutes past the hour. See the airplanes around the globe? The airplanes have to rotate. So the airplane on the bottom of the globe has to rotate 180 degrees so that the belly is facing down on the top of the globe. That's the rotation.
It doesn't have to rotate in one spot. It flies straight.
Where does it do it?
It flies relatively
Where does it
straight.
rotate?
This is such a key point you have to understand and move forward in the conversation. The rotation. Listen, Skylab. Skylab was an American space station, okay? They said that one of the gyroscopes broke, which means it was no longer rotating in the manner that I described. The problem was that the astronauts inside were going to get cooked by the sun because the heat shield was only on one side of Skylab. So they said that they had to bring Skylab down and burn it up in the atmosphere in order to save it from accidentally falling down onto Earth somewhere and like destroying a city. Some of us are old enough to actually remember this shit. The point is it needed to rotate around a ball, okay?
A point of
And what
reference.
I'm asking for is proof of that rotation. Yeah, so there's exactly. There's a point of reference. That horizontal reference plane could be established maybe right as the satellite ejects from its stage 2 or stage 3 or stage 4 deployment. It establishes horizontal with respect to the ground. Boom. Now it knows how much it needs to rotate as it completes an orbit every 90 minutes if it's in low Earth orbit. And if it doesn't rotate as it's moving, then it's not going to face down. So if there are cameras, if there's communications equipment that's highly directional, if there are lasers that needs to point at other satellites so that it can communicate with them and know where they are, all that has to be fixed and all that has to rotate, and it has to be synchronous if Earth is a globe. Nobody can demonstrate that rotation is happening in any frame of reference for any of this stuff, whether it's a satellite, an airplane, a boat, a car, you name it.
Right.
So
Because
ISS
once you-
always turned by its belly to the Earth. So what does it mean? It
Once
only
you
means
fly
Sorry, what
past
was
the
that,
hill-
dude? I didn't hear.
So the fact
I didn't understand you, my friend.
the belly, like the bottom part of the ISS, or like any satellite, is always
Uh-oh. Mic check.
I hear him, but he's low. I hear you too. I heard the mic check.
hello.
Sorry, mic check. I think Discord crapped out on me.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I think I got
Okay.
dropped. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. I can hear you clear, brother, if you can hear me.
Awesome. Yep, you're loud and clear, my friend.
And me?
Yeah,
Yes,
Marian,
we
you're
can hear you.
coming in. Are you from Russia?
Who?
Yeah, you mentioned that you were close to like some Russian culture, space program, something like that. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I guess if you just Google my name, you can tell.
Yeah, okay.
So the belly of the ISS, you understand, if it was a drone, as it's going past a hill, in order to orientate the camera to keep facing that hill, the plane has to dip and tilt and go nose down. Do you understand? Or else the plane will
It's
not be orientated with the curved area that it's past horizontally. You understand this, right?
I'll tell you how it works. So ISS.
No, you could demonstrate. Could you demonstrate physically with the ball?
Okay. Yeah,
Or is
I
that
can.
too hard?
Come on, Tim,
Okay,
be cool, man. He's chill, dude. Okay.
Okay, let's say you have a rope and something connected to it, and you start, or your bag, school bag, and you start rotating around. You're gonna feel tension in the laces, or however they called, and it's always gonna be turned to you by the side where those sides are.
When does the rope affect you or pull on you physically? At what point does the rope pull me? When do I feel that
And
rope
look,
action?
look. And when you rotate with your bag, you think it is accelerating outwards. You feel the force that kind
No,
of feel
when do you
outward.
feel? No, when do you feel the rope? If a plane is connected to a rope and I send it that way, the hull of the ship, if the plane's going too fast, will get ripped off.
So because look, instead of rope,
Gravity would rip the thing
there is
apart.
gravity.
No, where's
And
it at? When does gravity grab you? When does this rope take place? When you're on the ground? When you're in the mid-flight?
it
When
just
you're
takes place at the center of the spherical Earth.
So a rope that's in the center of Earth does what to other stuff?
It is kind of, you can say it is connected.
When? How do we feel this? Where is it connected? Like
It's
right now, if I
gravitational
take off
pull.
running, you're telling
Right
me
now,
there's something
you
going to
jump.
stop me, like a wall?
No, right
Where?
now you're gonna jump. It's gonna pull you down.
No, what's going to stop me from going forward? You said gravity, right? That's to the center of a ball. That's all directions around my head in a circle. So when does it stop me from going that way? When does gravity's rope actually exist going forward, trying to get away from that point that you started from? How can you leave that
increase
point?
your radial distance?
How can you leave that point if the gravity rope's already connected to me? I'm on the ground, it's tied to my ankles. How am I getting away?
Because the rope has a specific length, so as long as you're not going up or down, or if you're going down, you're getting closer, you're putting more slack in the rope.
When does it
Fine.
react? When does it yank my shoes off? When does
It
it
doesn't.
physically do anything to me or affect any material ever?
So if you tried to jump, or if you walked off the side of a building,
No, because unlike rope,
So if you walk off,
I can
so
tell
if you
you.
walk, so if the gravity rope is tied to the center of this big building and I start walking, I'm not going to feel it yank on my leg and try to break it off. I physically will feel this thing affect me, and it won't let me go forward any farther than the rope. If I try to go forward and farther than the rope allows, 39.59.
Let's get off this retard train for a minute and take a look at the text chat. Okay, 58 minutes past the hour. I posted. This is the globe claim, right? See that diagram?
Yeah.
So locally, gravity is always going to be pulling down. It's not like you're going to experience a shift in gravity with lateral movement, because the gravity vector is always going to update with your location. The problem is, right, we need to measure that angle. You know what I mean by that angle? You have the starting point of the level and the ending point of the level, and there's an angle that is subtended to the center of the Earth. Call that angle theta. We need a measurement of that rotation of angle theta. That rotation does not manifest in any data that we've ever seen from surveying methods, from flight dynamics, from orbital telemetry data, from anything that we've ever looked at for the past 10 years. This is what frustrates us, dude. Like, I'm telling you, that data does not exist. The measurements don't exist. Where they do show up is calculations after the fact.
No, I mean, I want to respond to what I can't find you here. I can't find you. So he said about rope, about how is it not affecting. This is a great example why analogies work bad most of the time. Because rope has a tension, so you're trying to go up, like away from the rope. It's more tight. It's becoming tighter and more difficult to go further. But with gravity, it's kind of opposite, and it's different, like completely different. It's just a like force, and when you stand on the ground, you experience force and equal and opposite force in your feet. So the reason why you stand straight, and when you push off the ground, you push with your legs, your muscles work, they push, and this is why you move forwards. You're like
I know it's a locally leveled, a local gravity vector updates wherever you are, says the globe. That's great. Okay, this means it is very difficult to falsify this through any other mean than a curvature measurement or an angular rotation measurement.
Diverge or
so that's why we turn to those two methods. We look for curvature measurements and rotation measurements of the Earth, and we can't find either of those.
But if you believe in, like, if you know that there are satellites there, and they cannot fly in circles because it would require infinite energy, which we cannot provide.
We require wind.
Infinite energy. So wait, does gravity provide like the perpetual motion machine energy and violate the laws of thermodynamics?
Yes.
But the gravity.
Yes, on the globe it does.
Listen. But if it's
Never
flat,
stops.
then
It never starts. It's faster than everything. There's no temperature from it. It escapes every known reading or physical attribute, and it's like Superman. It does
But look,
everything it
Earth-
needs to. Gravity.
If Earth is flat, then the gravity is like the pull or
Stop
acceleration.
saying the word gravity. If the
Okay,
Earth's flat, you can stop saying the word.
Acceleration towards the Earth.
Listen,
Have
I
you
gotta
ever
go in
went
a few
towards a
minutes.
hill? This is just funny. You've
I gotta
never
go in a
jumped
few
off
minutes.
a building and went back to the building, brother. You've never jumped from a mountain and the mountain pulled you back to it. It's never going to happen. That doesn't happen. You'll need a reference, right? If you believe stuff flies around a ball, just go get a ball and show yourself how that works. And if you can't comprehend it, I don't know what to tell you. You got a ball, it's called a little globe, and get a little helicopter, hot air balloon, whatever you think. Show yourself how it matches outside reality with that ball.
All right. Hey, listen, I want to shift this discussion. We have Josh Ingersoll in the chat. I'm told he's a propulsion engineer of some kind in the aerospace industry. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. Josh, you can come off mute. If you're listening to the prior discussion, I'm sure it tickled your funny bone.
Here says 1 sec. Chalkan was why. So what I'm saying is, if Earth is flat, then those satellites that are there, they experience acceleration towards the Earth and do not fall.
Well, yeah, I need a measurement of the angular velocity. It should be picked up by some kind of gimbal mechanic within the satellite, whether it's like an electric flywheel or something. I want to see the telemetry data of the angle change, the rate of change with respect, so that the nadir of the satellite is constantly pointing down. Maybe Josh can provide that. Yeah, I get you do those rotations, Josh. He's replying to me in text. I get you do those rotations. I've seen them as quaternions that are added after the fact. So you basically circular reasoning. You presume some kind of ball and Keplerian orbital dynamics, and then you calculate a rotational vector after the fact, even though it's not really picked up by any of the mechanics on board. It's the same way with airplanes, like the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit and 777s, where they add a transport rate with respect to WGS-84 so that they can calculate the rotation of the nadir of the plane around a ball as it's flying, even though it's not actually picked up by any of the gyroscope mechanics. The other thing they do is implement Schuler tuning to do range bound so that the airplane doesn't fly off the globe map, right? And they also do Coriolis corrections, which can actually be transformed as a coordinate system to the stars with the Earth as a fixed frame instead. And this would help you update your latitude and longitude, because that's how you get lat and long from the sky anyway. If you want a piece of this flat earther, let me know. We can have a chat, Josh.
He don't want no smoke. He can't propel down along sea level. That's stupid. Who falls down along sea level? That'd be weird.
Yep.
But Josh has a tag that he's a flat.
Yeah, I mean, he joined 24/7 Flat Earth, which is cool, and he adopted our tag. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you're not going to be hostile, cool, man. Like, I don't want a hostile discussion partner. I've been through so many hostile discussions in my life over Flat Earth, and I'm kind of tired of it. So I'd rather just have cool and frank discussions. And look, I've been in the aerospace industry before. I'm not a young dude, and I've got some questions based off of prior experience. So you fly sats every day? So do you have access to real-time Telem? Or are you talking like Shraver Air Force Base Telem? I mean,
he's gonna join the voice chat in a couple of seconds.
This sucks because I have to go in like 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah, it does. Oh, me too. It's 2 a.m. for me. What time is it for you? 9?
Yeah, it's 9.
You're going to bed early.
No, I just got stuff I have to do, but yeah.
Do you study?
No, I'm looking at retirement as the next chapter in life.
So you working?
Yeah, I've had 1.5 great careers.
In what industry?
Well, right now I don't do anything involving science and technology.
But would you like to? Your profile picture is very technological. What? Infrared lasers. All right, guys. I'll go. It's like,
Yeah, man. Have a good night. I mean, feel free to come back anytime, have a chat. I mean, we'd love to have you back. You've been real cool.
yeah, cheers. It's been second time when I'm here for like 4 hours straight. not all the
4
time,
hours,
but-
dude. Wow.
Yeah.
It turned into a full-time gig for you.
I wasn't like talking all the time. I remember just turning my mic off and someone was having discussion, and I wasn't here for all the 4 hours. But yeah, most of the time, yeah. Wow. Yeah, you too. Bong Sao. Take it easy. Yeah. Good night.
All right.
Hey, I had a question for Josh Ingersoll, because he's got these satellites up in the air, right? And they're communicating with each other through laser beams. But to get them to communicate, you got to rotate the satellites to face each other for the laser beams to hit. So if you've got to use a mechanical mechanism to make these satellites pivot. How are they not going out of their orbit? Because there's no atmosphere there, right? So if you're using force to push these satellites around, what's stopping them from getting out of sync with their orbit? Because wouldn't that necessitate constant force, like keeping it on trajectory?
Yeah, where's that work coming from, right? You know, they're just in a cherry spot, dude. They just get carried along by the geodesic of gravity, man. You know, and the funny thing is they'll have straight line communication, right? Propagation, but their path to each other is going to be following geodesics. So that adds some significant complications. Right. So you got a satellite at point A and a satellite at point E. They can see each other through the chord of an arc, but to get from A to B, they have to go along the arc. I mean, there's a whole mess of complications that, like, I don't have any evidence that was really thought out of ahead of time when these things were put up there like that.
The gravity jump ropes are cool. They're all different sizes for everybody. If I can jump only 2 inches high, my gravity rope's only 2 inches. If Bobby can jump 15 inches high and he weighs less than me or more than me, doesn't matter. Gravity string just allowed him to do stuff. I love smart gravity strings that are stretchy like bubble gum. Here, Bob, you can jump 50 foot from gravity string. Tom, you only get 1 inch.
Okay, I see what he's saying in chat here now. So the way that they don't get off course is because the way they rotate is there's a spinning mass inside the satellite, and I guess they can slow it down or speed it up.
That would knock it off course.
Right. So, like, how do you adjust that so that the nadir is always pointing down over a 90-degree orbital period, completing a 360-degree rotation? You know, and then you got issues with like drag. You got like ionospheric drag. You got eclipses, which send these things into chaos.
Where's the missile with the spinning ball inside of it that's clear, like a clear tube we can see with the spinning ball rotating downward or left or right, and then we'll see the action or attribute of the thing in flight? Where's this at? Nobody manipulates or does anything anymore, do they? They just make stuff up. Gravity strings. It's weird. Balls that hold you in place. That's weird. Spinning ball will hold me in place like a missile.
I got so many questions.
So if you guys put a spinning ball on your car, you won't be able to veer off the highway, right? Correct? It'll hold you. No, I'm stupid. I mean, is that what we're being told here? Spinning balls hold you in your place?
He's telling us that they're like wheels or torquers or something inside these things that they spin up and slow down, and that just, you know, magically does it.
Well, I mean, I could imagine if you had like a cube that was submerged in water, that was kind of floating in the water, that had a mass spinning on it, and you could control it like remotely. If you did spin that up, I would expect that mass to rotate slightly or slow it down.
What would it do if you rotated it towards the ground or away from the ground or left or right? Like, what would it do versus each other spin? You see?
Well, I mean, it's supposed to keep it nadir pointing, right? Or to be, you know, facing a reference frame. So, like, right. the point is this data would be able to help substantiate if it was an actual measurement if Earth is a globe.
So which way do we take our ball and spin it to keep anything we put this spinning ball in its lockstep position, I guess?
Well, it depends if this, like, I mean, we're assuming here like low or medium Earth orbit satellites right now, not like geostationary.
Oh, so you're just saying
geostationary is still going to have to rotate with respect to the star frame.
So orientation of horizontal is all they're worried about, keeping it level. Oh, that's cool. That's great on flat Earth.
Right. And he's saying that they've got that they've got these flywheels inside that they're able to be spun up in order to make sure that these things are kept in the proper rotation. And I get that. Correct. I mean, that's what was claimed from Skylab days all the way onward.
Well,
think about a gyroscope.
Well, think about it the other way,
different than a reaction wheel. A gyroscope is basically a reaction wheel that opposes all. It opposes all torques. Right, it tries to keep your thing in the same orientation in an inertial reference frame, but it requires energy to do that. Whereas
it's
these
not going to
reaction
be
wheels
inertial,
only,
right?
but whatever you want to call inertial.
Reference frame. Hold on, brother. You talking about horizontal? When you say reference frame, you just mean in a horizontal orientation, so it can dictate its path
No. There's
forward, left,
different.
and right.
There's like 4 different reference frames or 5 that we
So
work
how do
in
you
when we're
orientate
doing
it up and down?
satellites.
Dude,
How do
Demok, you don't know
let me
what the
know.
heck you're talking about, dude.
Yeah, I do. How the fuck are you orientating it for up and down? To go down or up?
Whatever you
How
want
are
to
you
define is
making
up
your
and down.
gyroscope?
All right, Demok, you can stay on mute. You have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Yeah, so Josh, listen, man, like, there's got to be some kind of, an inertial reference frame from which you measure the deviation so that you can get that angular measurement.
Yeah, we use first point of Aries most of the time as X, and then Y is trying to think. First point of Aries.
Sometimes
I
the
think
sun,
Y
right?
is the ecliptic. Yeah. Y would be either the ecliptic, like the plane that all the planets are going on, and then use the right hand rule to get the z-axis. I don't do a ton in like actual inertial. Most of my stuff is in Earth-centered inertial, where z-axis is
That's cool. I mean, that's a star frame. Because if we're working in ECI, man, then you're working with a real-time rotation matrices.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, something we've been looking for in our community that we've been unable to find. We've been studying like inertial reference units from airplanes and from maritime inertial reference units, and we're trying to get a rotation vector around a globe from navigation systems, and we're unable to freaking do it. We've got access to like a NTSB in America, right? They investigate all crashes or any issues with airplanes. And we've looked through flight recorder data on NTSB's website, like going back to the 60s, trying to find that missing rotation vector around a ball. And it's not being picked up by anything that we can find in any of the avionics. So you're like, okay, maybe satellites might be the next place, but TELEM is really hard to come by.
Yeah, satellites definitely do. So what you do is you take the vector of your angular momentum, which is the cross product between your position relative to the center of the Earth multiplied by your velocity vector, and that direction gives you your angular momentum vector, and then you take
like a Coriolis calculation.
No, sort of, I guess. Yeah, I mean it's just a cross product. That's the only similarity, but.
Right.
So you take a cross product to your position and velocity to get your angular momentum vector, and then you rotate around that vector at 1 over the period of your orbit, and the period of your orbit is set by the this is assuming a circular orbit, but it's set by your altitude.
And inclination and all that.
Yeah. So basically, what you can do based off of that is, if you know your position and your velocity, you can figure out what your rotation rate would have to be, and what exact axis to maintain nadir pointing. Depending on what orbit you're in.
Yeah, that's true. I know, but that's circular, right? I mean, that assumes some kind of geometry in the first place. What we're looking for is an actual measurement of some kind of deviation, some angular deviation with respect to a horizontal plane of reference that shows that angular change over time, like at the gimbal.
I can just tell you that I rotate around the angular momentum vector at the rate of 1 over the period of the orbit, and if you do that, you end up with constant nadir pointing of the antennas that we have. So that's
man. I'd love to pick on this. I think a lot of what you're doing is after the fact calculations and is not based off of actual measurements. I gotta go, dude, but it'd be good to chat with you again.
Yeah. I pop into these spaces quite often. Like I said, I fly satellites every day, so I'm happy to answer questions.
All right, cool. I may have been to Chantilly a few times. Talk to you later.
Love the customer out in Westfields. He was alluding to the National Reconnaissance Office there, which was a black federal agency until the mid-90s. They're basically the arm of the intelligence community that acquires and operates all of the US's spy satellites. It's a good time.
Have you only worked with satellites from Amazon, or are you have you worked with satellites from different?
No, I bounced around. So during grad school, I was a full-time employee at NASA Ames, and then I did work for the NRO for a little while. Then I went to Amazon, and then I led a team at a startup for a couple years, and now I'm back at Amazon. So I bounced around a good bit.
Would you I had an off-topic question for the guy that drives satellites.
¿Qué pasa?
Hey, Josh.
How you do?
How's it going? So I wanted to know the purpose of Space Force. Do you think that has anything to do with hypersonic missiles? Because I noticed that our lasers can't communicate with hypersonic missiles because they travel so fast. That they're trying to use low orbit satellites now. That's the race for weaponry right now, I guess.
Golden Dome, man. Yeah.
What's that?
Definitely. Golden Dome. It's the Trump administration's Space Force project to put sensors and effectors in low Earth orbit to provide missile defense from space. It's a project that's actively being worked on right now. I think General Gutline's going to release. General Gutline's going to release requirements for it in the next month or so, and it should end up being like a hundreds of $billion program. Looking forward to working on it.
They're saying it's just defensive, but I mean, of course, this thing's going to be offensive. They're going to be able to do offensive attacks from this.
Well, the thing is that Russia and China figured out hypersonic missiles before us, so now we were in a race to figure out how to defend from it. So I do believe that, if it's even true.
Agreed. Yeah, I agreed with that take.
Wait, with that, it's going to be used for offensive?
No. The fact that it's a defense against hypersonic missiles. Having some sort of either kinetic or non-kinetic effector in low Earth orbit that's able to either intercept or disrupt the ability for a hypersonic missile to carry out its trajectory.
It would develop eventually. It's being developed. I would assume that I don't know shit about this. That it is being developed right now for the race of just timely manner of getting defense on the boards there for us. But of course, it could become offensive because that is the whole purpose of what I believe that we're doing it for, is so we can communicate with these hypersonic missiles and guide them. So eventually, it would become offensive.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the communicate, or a lot of the nav for these missiles is done on board, right? If you just put a compute unit and a few sensors on board, you don't need to communicate with it. It's fire and forget.
So how could it be so simple to fire a hypersonic missile like that with little tech, but there's curvature and you need all this crazy tech to... that's crazy to me. And why does it have to be low orbit? Why does it have to be low orbit?
For the hypersonic?
Yeah.
Well, you want to go up really high and get up to the point where there's not a lot of air resistance, and they're able to go to the other side of the Earth pretty quick. So what they have is a boost phase and a glide phase. If you go look at the typical trajectories of missiles that go greater than Mach 5, so they go up so that they can get over to the region of the globe they want to attack, and then they dive back into the atmosphere and glide until they're over their target, and then dive again.
What altitude are they going to do?
I have no idea. Yeah, I was going to say I'm not a subject matter expert in that, but it's definitely it's above the Kármán line, so above. I think it's 100 kilometers.
Guys, sorry for changing the topic there. I was just interested. I never thought I'd talk to someone that might be able to answer that question. So thank you, Josh, as well.
Yeah, no. Feel free. I mean, my life's in. I mean, I'll be completely blunt with you all. I do have a security clearance, and I do work on classified programs. So I'm not looking for Uncle Sam to make me disappear. So everything I'm talking about, I have the ability to talk about. And the things I can't talk about, I won't. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them to the best of my ability.
Yeah, copy that. Appreciate your time. You guys have a good night.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
out
good.
of here.
Yeah. Deuces.
Could you envision a world like a flat Earth where your orbital mechanics are working, but it's working over a flat plane? Maybe there's some other mechanism.
Yeah, I mean, you can transcribe the orbits over a flat plane. What ends up you end up getting these really pretty spectrograph patterns over an azimuthal projection. The issue with that is you end up with like huge amounts of acceleration and deceleration, where over the northern hemisphere, like the closer you get to quote unquote the North Pole, the slower they would have to be moving for the trajectory to look the same. And then the closer you get to the southern hemisphere, or the closer you get to whatever is south of South America and Australia, whatever, the faster you would have to be going. But the issue is if you're at like 30 degrees or 35 degrees north longitude or latitude and 35 degrees south latitude, and you look up and like do ISS like visual measurements of the ISS passing overhead, you'll see that they're moving at they move at the same rate in both places. So that that you're not seeing that acceleration and deceleration as a function of latitude. It's a constant speed in the whole place, which aligns with the globe understanding of orbits. So it is possible, but it doesn't align with what we have first person observations of as far as satellite trajectories. That's a test I actually want to do. If anybody in the community lives in the southern hemisphere, like we could run the numbers really easily about hey, go throw it in the ISS calculator when it's going to pass over, and the next time it's going to be visible because it has to be around dawn or dusk, and like literally just go outside and record it with your phone camera, and then we compare it to a recording of a person at the same latitude in the northern hemisphere, and you'll see them moving at the same rate.
Hold on, Josh, because now what you're saying right now contradicts what I've heard. Like, well, they just claimed that they were, hobbyist astronomers, and they said it was extremely difficult, even with a decent telescope, to first off find the ISS and then to track it. They said is really difficult. But I guess you're saying it's not. You can just do it with a cell phone.
No, yeah, not all the time, right? Because the ISS passes over your head every day. But the only time you can see it with like a cell phone or even the naked eye is when it's passing overhead exactly at dusk or dawn in your local position, and that only happens, once a month or once every like few weeks. So they are correct. It's hard to track and take pictures of, but that's like in the daytime or in the nighttime. Whereas near dusk or dawn, if it passes over your head, it usually reflects, like the big solar panels actually like catch the light from the sun and bounce it back down towards you, which causes the relative brightness of the object to go through the roof. So it actually looks like it basically looks like a plane flying overhead or a shooting star, basically.
Okay.
But it's only during those moments around dusk and dawn that occurs.
Well, so during dusk and dawn, one day out of the month, if weather cooperates, you got two chances during that one day, probably dusk or dawn, to see it with your naked eye.
Not two chances during that one day, because every time it goes over, it'd only be one or the other, right? So one chance, one chance every month or so, you can see it with your naked eye. And like if you live between 50 degrees north and 50 degrees south, which is the inclination of the orbit. So you can, there's calculators out there, right? You could set an alarm, basically, go outside and look at it.
And you have to be in a certain part of the world for this to work.
It just doesn't matter longitude wise. It just matters like how far north or south you are.
Yeah.
If you're too far north or too far south, it barely comes up over the horizon for a little while. It might not. We're talking like 10 degrees elevation ish, and then goes back down.
The majority of the people, it's only those few that live in the upper north or lower south.
Yeah, the majority of people could do this, right? If you want first, like I found talking with folks of this worldview, that they put a lot of emphasis on first person observations, and if you want proof that the ISS is up there, you can there's calculators you can go plug in your city or your town you live in, and it'll tell you the next time that you should be able to see it.
What about Canadians? Are they too far north? Or is it
no? I mean, I'd say the majority of Canada is too far north, but the majority of the Canadian population should be able to see it because y'all live pretty close to the southern border. But yeah, no, I'll try to find a calculator. It's a good experiment if you want firsthand observation that the ISS is up there. Oh lordy.
Yeah, so if I wanted to find the day you're talking about, what would I type into Google?
I was gonna say I'm looking for it right now. Yeah, it's 51.6 degrees inclined. It's called Spot the Station. And it'll tell you, one sec, I'll put a link in the side chat. Oh lordy. And this one, the Spot the Station app takes into account the fact that it has to be during those dusk or dawn periods. So if you go on the app and you put in your location, it'll tell you when to go outside, exactly what azimuth, like what compass direction you should look, and then where the arc should pass over. Like it'll come into view at this azimuth, go up to this elevation, and then go back down and go below the horizon at this other azimuth. It gives you all that data. I mean, Toby Dog, I know you're being sarcastic there, but do you think it's strange that every other celestial body in our solar system is a circle? A circle that has an atmosphere that doesn't have a it doesn't have a container. Allegedly a circle.
Oh, they would.
You can stick.
You can't see sphericity.
Yeah, you definitely can. I mean, if you go look at the moon, you can see that shadows on it have a curve to them. The new moon, the moon phases. You can see the moon's a sphere due to shadows on it, and you can see through a telescope that the rings and clouds and everything on the other planets show a round third dimension. You can
How do rings show third dimension around this?
What? No, I'm saying like stripes and things. Like it shows perspective. Like it's not just a circle. You can see it. You can see these things rotate. You can see these things. The weather patterns on them are not flat, right? You just need a telescope to go look at them. And you can the weather patterns. Yeah. Like the big red spot on Jupiter and the storms on Venus. You can see the craters on Mercury get warped near the edges, just like it would on a sphere. I mean, and you can even decompose the atmospheric composition of all these planets too by doing spectroscopy on them, and you can see that.
Well, that's what I was about to say. Isn't most of this is just analyzing the data from light? You're not, when you say you can see, that's what a lot of people might misunderstand you, and they're thinking you're actually seeing optically these things.
Oh, no,
but
no.
what you're doing is you're analyzing the light through spectrometry. So you've got a bunch of graphs. You got a graph with a bunch of spikes, and you're saying, okay, this spike goes with nitrogen. This spike goes with this. And it's
two separate things, but you are correct.
There's a little bit of art there, it's not exactly correct. They're fudging numbers, just saying, well, this is most likely this. Even if you talk to the data matter experts, once they get into the nitty gritty about it, there is guesswork into that. And they're like,
100%.
So this isn't, when people hear you say, we see these things, they don't understand that most of the time.
No. I'm talking about two separate things here. I'm saying you can use an optical telescope to physically look at the big red spot and the craters on Mercury, etc. And then separately from that, I'm saying if you wanted to see, because I know one of the big contentions with folks in this community is gas being pressurized without an external container. Like you can see, the separate from, optically seeing, you can deduce, I guess, or you can infer based on spectrometry.
You can infer from data. Yeah.
I'm saying separate from the optical measurements of you just looking through a telescope at the planets. Like I'm saying, separate from that, you can apply spectrometry and spectroscopy to the elemental emissions of the atmospheres of the planets to infer what chemicals they're made out of.
But these photographs and these depictions of the planets in such high detail, that those are artistic renditions based off data. You can't see the really good telescopes. Well, you can see Mars, you can see Venus, Mercury, but Jupiter. I mean, how well can you optically see through a telescope on Earth, Jupiter, like the surface?
Quite good. I was gonna say, yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. I can't. I'm not allowed to put media up in this this server, or I'd share photos.
I'm talking about telescopes on Earth.
Yeah. No. You can. I mean, Grand Wilson Observatory, and we've been doing this for hundreds of years. Yes, there's some pretty great telescopes out there on Earth.
Yeah, but okay. So how much detail are they seeing of like Jupiter, the surface? It just looks like a circle, right? You can't get in close on that.
No, you 100% can.
You can from Earth.
Oh, yeah. Ground-based telescope.
Like Hawaii's got probably the best one, right?
I was gonna say I'll share a link. One sec. Share. Copy. Oh Lord. Okay, but are they raw? Yeah. Sporadic echo. Two line elements. Hundreds of years. First decent telescopes were not built until the 20s. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Multiple is in two, right? Late 1800s, mid 1800s. But I put someone's hot miking, by the way. But no, sporadic echo. Yeah, so we actually, with our satellites, the location data is actually not. It's made public at the same time that we get our telemetry. Like we're one of the only satellite operators in the world that does this. But at Amazon, we actually have the satellites upload their telemetry to a public database through spacetrack.org. That's run by the Space Force at the same time that it's downlinked to our mission control. And so that's a raw, up-to-date two-line element of your orbital prediction, as well as the local rotation rates. So that gives you your position as well as your angular and translational position at every time step. Post the source. That image is not a photo? Oh, okay. Sure. Oh, Lord. Ground-based astronomy.
All right. Well, okay. I'm looking at this photograph, and I mean, from Earth, if that's the best we can do from Earth in 2025, I mean, like I said, you can't see surface. You're not seeing surface features here. It just looks,
I mean, that is the surface. It's a gas giant. Right. It's a. That is the surface. Image is not a photo.
Well, I'm not saying it's not the surface. What I'm saying is it's not like you can't get in close like details of the surface, because right here that's like that's like the blue marble picture of Earth. It's a God's eye view of it. I'm saying you can't like zoom in on that mother. You know what I'm saying? Like closer than this.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's that's why if you're limiting yourself to ground-based astronomy. Let's see.
Well, in this room,
By amateur. Damian Peach. Okay, here's your source.
About satellite telescopes.
No. I'm just saying that dude, Mount Wilson's the shit.
I'm not limiting you. The room is limiting you.
No. Raw, or guess we'll never know if it was raw or software filter model. No, it's raw. It's coming right off the internal, the IMU, the inertial measurement unit on the satellite. It's using star trackers and accelerometers to figure out where it is and how it's moving.
I'm thinking it's stability for me.
What? I was talking to Sporadic Echo. It is raw. And there, I put the source to the Jupiter image in there. It was taken by an amateur astronomer.
Oh, that's an amateur. So,
Lordy.
I'm looking for. I want to see what the fuck you can see in Hawaii on the best night ever. Like what can you see?
Oh, that's crank it up. Let's see. Mount Wilson Jupiter image. Nah. Yeah, it's old.
Yeah, because that image you posted of Jupiter, that's not convincing anybody. I mean, it looks like a marble. Yeah, it's got some stripes on it, but okay.
Oh, you can see it. You can see it rotate. I mean, if you do multiple images, you can see it. The weather patterns. The weather patterns rotate, and then the great red spot comes back around like it would on a sphere.
Okay, so there's images of this great red spot at varying locations.
Yes.
It's not always okay.
Yeah. It moves. It's a very large hurricane. Like multiple sizes, but this multiple times the size of Earth.
It's just one big hurricane?
Yeah, it's a huge storm that's been going for hundreds of thousands of years.
Okay, well, a storm isn't a ball, so you just played yourself, Josh. It's not a ball; it's a storm.
But I'm talking about the big red spot, not the planet itself. If the local rates are raw gyro time, you can't spot Earth spin directly with a post-calc subtraction. What the fuck? Local rates are raw gyro time. You can't spot Earth spin directly. Earth spin directly without what are you talking about? You don't need to calculate. Earth spinning has nothing to do with the gyro rate. We're just trying to maintain nadir positioning. How'd you tell if orbital drifts are really from orbits without assuming WGS 84 curvature. Orbital drifts are really for orbital drifts. What are you talking about? J2? Like I don't understand. Orbital drifts. Like there's gravitational harmonics above the standard sphere model. Subtract orbital star for local leaving a flat Earth. No, I'm just that's just the on the Earth you like. Wait, I'm still confused. Airplanes are traveling through a medium. Satellites aren't, or through a small enough medium that we can assume it away. The only time I deal with drag is under 200 kilometers. Above that, it's just a routing error. Yeah, there's no medium. It's a I tried law. Yeah, I don't understand what you're saying here. I can tell you that we rotate. Oh lordy, we rotate based around the angular momentum vector at a rate of 1 over the period of the orbit, and then you get nadir pointing because I get the links close based off of the bore site measurements of the antenna that I put on the satellite. I know how powerful it is because I did the link budget, and so when I point up at the satellite, I can tell it's nadir pointing from the ground.
You can tell it's what pointing?
I just stated it was a raw. Dude, I'm what? I have no idea. I just grabbed an image. I'm not saying that it's I don't. You're right. I don't have proof of that. I'm just saying that you can take pictures of Jupiter from the ground.
What's nadir pointing? You said nadir.
Nadir, yeah, nadir. So it's like there's six directions in orbit. Nadir is down towards the surface of the Earth. Zenith is in the opposite direction.
Yeah, zenith is right above, right? Why is it called nadir?
Yep. I don't know. That's a good question.
Nadir is towards the Earth, down.
Yeah, NADIR.
NADIR, nadir.
Yeah, the point on the celestial sphere directly below an observer. Huh, interesting. Nadir al Samt. It's from Arabic, opposite to the zenith.
Okay.
Huh, weird.
Well, I guess nobody ever uses nadir when they're, on Earth. You'd only use it if
it's just down.
Yeah, you can say down.
No, it's you're very confidently wrong. No. So it's nadir down, zenith up. Port is to the left of your, if you're going in a specific direction, port is to the left, starboard's to the right, and then the direction of your motion is prograde, and the direction opposite your motion is retrograde. Those are the six directions, like the 3 axes and positive and negative. The point of my question in text chat is to get you think about what you're doing. Raw telemetry, two line element plus local rotation rate. That's what we get. It is. That it's the list of people doing. No, it's a TLE. You can go make an account on spacetrack.org right now if you really want to know about all of the raw data that is coming down from satellites right now. Like all of the location data from all of the space objects that are either producing it or, we're we're downlinking from active satellites. So it's either ground-based astronomy or that is real. Engage me, man. We were just taking a side. I'm so confused. Wait, I just engaged with you. What the hell, dude? You're in text. I'm not trying to piss anybody off. I said raw telemetry. It's a 2-line element based off of the GPS location and the star trackers, and then a local rotation rate based off a delta of the star trackers and the current gyros. That's the data that we upload directly from the satellites to spacetrack.org. Like we put it there at the same time that we get it. Like it gets put into both places at once. We don't even get our ephemeris data before the public does. It happens at the same time. Oh lordy. SEUs or tumbles? EU. What is that? Significant energy use, single event upset. Telemetry would show missing nadir vectors. Wait, what do you mean, dude? Come on, I'm confused, dude. SEU, single event upset. Is that what you're referring to? That's why we rad harden our stuff, and you provide redundant systems to minimize the chances of those occurring. And during tumble, raw gyro data would spike. You are correct. Right after we get deployed we are in LEOP, which includes a decent amount of tumble. So that's where you end up using all of your reaction wheels at once, right? To in the opposite direction of the tumble. Like we have the ability to detumble here. You just take the gyro information and you spin up the reaction wheels in the opposite direction to create a negative torque. And then once you stop tumbling, right, and you're in a specific place, right, then you move into that constant nadir pointing rotation rate. Like after we get hucked off the rocket, like we are in tumble. I agree. And SEUs, we avoid those at all costs. They still do occur, but that's why you have redundant compute units and radiation hardening. I am not in LS. Confused by what you mean by that. And Wes, appreciate the memes. Underwater cables do provide 99% of Earth's internet connections. You are correct. Oh, lordy. If I've ever seen that? Yeah. Tumbling? Yes, tumbling happens to every satellite. And single event upsets also happen, but we have redundant systems so that you don't lose telemetry, because you have, even if a single event upset occurs in one of your compute units, you have 6 more that are also doing the same thing. Now, if we're in a coronal mass ejection and the whole thing gets EMP'd, yeah, then we'd probably be dead on orbit. But we build the system that it's redundant to that or resilient to that. But yes, we tumble. Every single satellite tumbles right after deployment while we're doing our LEOP, which is let's see. Launch and early operation procedure? No, launch and early orbit phase. Okay. Yeah, but do you see that? Who is we? Question is about the data, not whether it tumbles. Yes, you do. You see the tumble. You have LEOP procedures to counteract the tumble, and then once you detumble, let me feel free to read up on LEOP procedures. Missing nadir vectors? Yes. Yes. You don't know where nadir is when you're tumbling. You have to calibrate after turning your star sensors on, or your star trackers on. You don't know where you are. Oh, yeah, you don't know where you are. It's like getting put a bag over your head and put you into a different room, and then you take the bag off and you have to posting wiki links. Classic. Wait, why are y'all being so passive aggressive? I'm trying to engage. I don't understand the hostility. Oh, MacArthur's universally corrected map of the world. I mean, if we were all left-handed instead of right-handed, that probably would be the map of the world. Because then we would use left-hand rule, and cross products would be in the opposite direction, which mean that position multiplied by the rotation would make the south pole be up. But since the majority of humans are, Thiele assumes rotation, right? So here, saw wrong. Thiele does not assume rotation. But no, Thiele is not model derived. What the fuck are you talking about? If anything, it's just Rand that does that. Then that has nothing to do with. That's just the relative. That's the rotation around the z-axis of the orbit. Like I don't. Not model derived. I still don't understand what you mean by drifts. Are you talking about J2? Or are you talking about orbital precession rates due to gravitational harmonics? Like I don't. Are we talking about atmospheric drag? Oh lordy. Oh, TLE is direct. What? No. What? The only thing that has anything to do with the Earth is the right ascension of the ascending node in the second line, and it's just in the ECI reference frame how far you're rotated around the z-axis. Like the rest is that. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not model dependent. Oh, Lord. Right. I'm going to pop over to either Aether Cause or Earth Awakenings. It's because I'd like to participate in a verbal conversation. I appreciate y'all hopping in the text. These things don't know where they are. Oh, Lordy.
I'm just amazed you still believe that things are still in a second law of thermodynamics violation. Suppose you believe in Narnia also.
Second law of not create. Are we decreasing entropy? I don't know what. Would you mind elaborating?
Where's the barrier?
What barrier?
To separate us from the vacuum of space.
There is no barrier.
High pressure system next to a low pressure system needs a barrier? Or entropy will occur?
Doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No,
you know that as well as I do.
Asymptotically approaches zero. It's a continuous pressure gradient.
Bullshit.
Okay. I mean, what's your barrier made out of?
Show us this. That's what I'm asking you. So here you go. It's asymptotically there. Bullshit. Prove it.
Well, we can just go look at the standard atmosphere model.
So your proof is to look at a model that's been generated. Out in reality for us. Prove it, please.
I mean, we'll go dive into how that was calculated. I'm happy to go look at the...
I don't want to know how it was calculated. It seems to be a common thing with Globers here. Everything seems to be calculated. Nothing seems to be proven or measured. I'm not angry.
Why are you...
I'm just normally like this.
Okay. Oh, that's an interesting life you live then. Oh, Lord.
So you still haven't got any measurements or proof, as suspected.
Oh, I've done... I mean...
You've done what? Calculations?
Yeah, you just use the standard atmosphere.
So you're using a model. So you're using a model to verify a model. Congratulations. You still haven't proven anything.
Okay. I'm gonna go dig into the standard atmosphere from 1976 and see how they calculated it or what data they got. They
calculated again.
The model from.
Back to calculations again, I see.
I understand there might be extrapolation based off of the trend line. I agree with that, but if the trend line for the data we have shows it asymptotically approaching zero, I can get behind continuing that extrapolation.
Gas pressure without a container? Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, what's the container made out of? No, I don't have.
You're the one that needs it. You're the one that needs it. Space is a vacuum. We're not breathing in a vacuum here.
You are correct.
So what are we about? 760, 740 torr versus 10 to the negative 17.
Yeah, it's a continuous line. It's not a step function.
Yeah, it's a continuous line. You know as well as I do what would happen if there was a vacuum of that magnitude nearby and the energy levels required that it had put out. We would not be breathing. It would be explosive. The transfer?
No, because it's a gradual.
Look at your cart's higher. No, it's not. It's non-linear. It's exponential.
Yes, I agree. It's exponential.
Excellent. So you don't understand there's massive amounts of energy difference.
No, for between two,
yes.
It asymptotically approaches zero. That is an exponential curve.
So why doesn't the gas fuck off then? Why are we still breathing? Oh shit, sorry, I'm on English. I thought I was on the other one. You don't know. So you're just going to say, this is what I think happens. I'm going to throw a big word at it and hope he's a dumbass. And then we're just going to walk away. and pretend that the second law of thermodynamics is not violated because I don't feel like it at the moment.
Why are you being so aggressive? I don't understand.
You said that before. I told you I'm normally like this. This is me every day of the week.
Okay, I can tell you I'm perceiving you as aggressive.
Well, your perceptions have failed you, young Skywalker.
Okay.
So all you've got for us so far is really cool stories of space because you work in a company that does one particular thing that you can't validate or verify honestly about anything else that you've spewed out in the last half an hour, or maybe longer, I don't know, I haven't heard much more of it. And everything's just calculations. Okay. Look at me go. I'm going to throw calculations. I'm going to give them some cool stories why I believe we live on a ball tide.
You can.
So
just
what is
go build an
interesting?
antenna and
Your claims,
and perceive it yourself.
Your claims of space and everything are all based upon one little thing, an R value. So when we go out to measure this ball tide, there is no R. There is no curvature.
R value?
We don't measure curvature. So if there's no curvature, there's no radius. So if there's no radius, guess what? You're not floating around.
Well, technically, a flat surface does have a radius. It's just infinite.
A flat surface has a radius. Please enlighten
me. Yeah, it's infinite. It's infinite.
An infinite radius. So how are you drawing this infinite radius? Horizontally along the flat surface, parallel to its plane?
Tangential. It would be perpendicular to the plane. It would be a vector of infinite length perpendicular to the plane. I'm just letting you know that's.
So you're just babbling on with bullshit. You're trying trickery. Yeah, semantics.
No,
great
I'm not
one.
Trying.
Yes,
not trying trickery. I'm I'm amused by your
an infinite
candor.
curve. So it's curved or not? Yes or no?
I'm just amused by your candor.
Yes or no? Yes, you're just amused. You're sidestepping. You've been in here baffling people with bullshit, and now someone's called you out on it, and look at you backpedal.
I'm not backpedaling. I'm just trying to disengage with you.
That's why you're trying to baffle people with more bullshit. An infinite
I'm not
circle.
Trying to baffle anybody. You're feeling
let's get to the crux of it. You believe in your space. You can believe in Santa Claus also. I don't care. There's no measured curvature on the ground.
I'm not here to change anybody's mind.
Hey, Josh, listen. There's no measured curvature on the ground. Do you know that? Or you don't want to know it?
From a human perspective, I agree with that statement.
There's no measured curvature. So whose perspective are we going to have?
Senses are not.
So, hey, Josh, I'm sorry to tell you, you're not AI. So who else's perspective are we going to have?
No, I'm talking about using tools and
from a human's perspective. What other perspective should I be taking? Should I be taking a chicken's perspective? Maybe a cow? I don't know.
Oh, well.
Yeah,
you're an
a bird?
Man.
I know. I like pointing out the stupidity in people's statements, like yourself. Whose other perspective are we going to take, if not a human's?
I'm saying you have to use tooling and
you
things
said it.
And things larger than yourself.
Things larger than ourselves.
Groups of people.
You are just babbling
together.
now. You've realised you've been pegged into a corner. So how about we go and measure the Earth first?
No,
Wouldn't that be awesome? No. How about you just try to sidestep again? Why don't we go and don't try it? Why don't we just go and measure the Earth, Josh?
If you're gonna treat
what's wrong, Josh? Don't you like when people stand up for themselves? You think you can just out-talk people?
No, I'm not trying to out-talk anybody. I'm just trying to share perspectives. I'm not trying to...
So, how about your perspective sits back for a second and we both go and measure the Earth? What's wrong with that as an idea?
It's 10 p.m. on a Friday night. What
you can't do it. So why don't, for example, shoot a laser across a large body of water. At 10 miles, we should measure a 66-foot drop.
We should, if we were not traveling through the medium known as the atmosphere that has pressure and temperature gradients as a function of elevation.
So?
Like causes,
so what are you trying to say?
This fun thing we call refraction.
Excellent. So you're telling me when I'm standing out on the edge of a lake looking across it, that the lake is magically bending up to look perfectly flat because of refraction. That's what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
So when I shoot the laser, which is supposed to be a dead straight column of light, is it magically bending down to match the Earth's curvature?
Light. It's a cone. It's a cone. It has a certain level of.
No, it's not. It's got a accumulator on it to narrow the beam.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, right. Anyways, thanks for jumping the gun. So you've got a problem now. The law of non-contradiction is an absolute bitch because you're telling me that the ground is magically refracting up to look flat, but yet the laser is magically refracting down to match the curvature of the Earth. So which one is it?
It's both.
Law of non-contradiction, fail in logic.
Okay, cool.
So,
like I said, I'm not here.
What you're saying is, Josh, listen. What you're saying is, with the refraction bending, Josh, shut the fuck up for 5 seconds.
I do not give consent.
Okay, you're just going to sit there and do like no, Josh. Listen, if you're saying the Earth is bending upwards due to refraction, what that means is when you point your laser over the top of it, what that clearly means is that on a day where there's no way you're talking, what that means is on a day,
because you're going against my
Josh, what that means is on a day where there's zero refraction, the lasers naturally conform to the curvature of the Earth. And he's run away. Fancy that. As you can see, my patience with people spewing out big words, trying to baffle you all with bullshit, doesn't really last very long. But anyways, I do apologise. But yeah, his droning was starting to get somewhat on my nerves.
Not here to debate, but I'm going to present the globe anyway. Oh, no, you can't tell me it's not globe. You don't have my consent. Please.
Hey, Droid, how's it going, mate?
Hey, Bubba.
Every time he's been into either of the channels, he just drones about his space stuff and uses a whole lot of big words that no one will pull him up on. And all of a sudden now he got upset when someone did pull him up. I do not consent. It's a shame it wasn't sporadic to come in here. It's a shame he was busy. It would have been nice if he had come in here and just ripped him a new one. That would have been awesome. Well, with that, guys, like I said, I do apologise, but yeah, that droning was starting to get to me. I'm going to play some games for a while so I can cool off, and I'll probably be back on a bit later on. All right, peace, guys.
Wait. What are you going to go play?
Gunfire Reborn.
What console? What system? Computer?
PC. What? You can. They all join up. They cross-platform with that one, I think.
All right.
Anyways, I gotta go. I got a mate calling me on another channel. All right, catches.
Yo!
Yo!
Oh, what the hell?
Oh man, it's you.
Well, bro, I think there is no one who's like having turned on their mic, so that's why I'm like, hey, yo, and then just leave.
Oh.
The
Well,
fuck?
if somebody was having a massive conversation and you just jump in saying, hey, yo, then you're just being rude to
Yeah,
everybody.
exactly. But your mic is turned off.
Oof.
Well, fuck
You
that.
got any proof of the Earth
But
being a
bro,
globe?
shut up. I was going to the IVC.
You what now? Hey, yo. Oh, I choose you. Finally. Again. Again. Leaving and going and not saying a damn thing. Again. Again. Another. 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 Wait for it. Nico, you gonna speak, bro? Yeah, for real. It says everything. I mean, it's nice to try and express, you know, your speculation of things that you can't prove, and then share ideas on things that you can't prove, and expand your understanding of things. Because in order to try and speculate, you have to learn things. But whenever you talk about the speculations, you have to go into the weeds, and you end up talking about things that don't prove the Earth is flat. And then you don't have the conversation about why the Earth's flat. You have a conversation about speculations and why people disagree about the weeds. So, Earth Awakenings is easy to have a conversation and make it last hours and not have to give up any position because you're not talking about the topic. RH, you got any questions about the topic? Apparently not. Oh, my smokes. My Atlanta. Sit in the room. Be called upon. Don't speak. Leave because conversation is not happening. What is with? Am I wigging out? Is my audio not coming through?
We'll see if we get some challenges started with anybody that's coming through. I mean, hopefully somebody actually comes through. Shout out to everybody this morning. It's 7 o'clock in the morning here, so I don't know what time it's over there for you. We got Urkel coming into here. What's up, Urkel?
I was just seeing if anybody was awake.
Yeah, I'm awake. What's going on, man?
Yeah, not a whole lot. What's going on in here?
Oh, we're seeing who wants to jump in and have a conversation about the topic of the room, which is the Earth a globe? Is it flat? What do you think?
It's definitely a globe.
Okay, what's the evidence you have for that?
All of like rocket science and aviation and astronomy.
Do you know anything about rocket science? Or are you just appealing to people that do that?
You know, that's that whole shit where like people tell you like, hey, it's not rocket science. Well, like that is rocket science. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot to get into. I don't think I got time for that right now.
Do you know about rocket science? That's interesting.
A little bit.
Okay, as
thrust
a
vectors
avid
and whatever. Yeah, I know a thing or two.
Interesting. Avid researcher, or like you're in the industry somehow, or
I'm like a hobbyist.
A hobbyist. Sounds interesting. Okay.
So what are you?
So
You're just a guy who questions everything?
Avid researcher. Yeah.
I wouldn't call you that. I'd call you a fucking fool.
No, nice. I like the way that you use your words. They make a lot of sense because you're an intelligent human being, yeah? You're an intelligent human being.
I'm stupider than you could possibly imagine, dude.
Yet you think that you know a lot of things, which is really interesting. How do you square those two?
You see, stupid, it doesn't necessarily mean ignorant. Stupid means you know what is correct and you still do the wrong thing. Kind of like you. You know this shit is bullshit, and yet you propose that it's true anyways.
Yeah, so what's triggered you today? The fact that the Earth isn't a globe and your fantasy will be decimated by somebody who you think is inferior to you?
Oh, okay, yeah. Decimated, buddy. Decimate rocket science and astronomy.
Oh, that's easy.
I encourage you to try.
It's not even a challenge, man. It's like I could do this in my sleep. Essentially,
What
water.
happened with that whole like 24-hour sun in Antarctica shit? Remember that?
Yeah. Well, do you want to hear it? Or do you want to hear it being decimated, or do you just want to ramble?
Yeah, decimate away, motherfucker. Come on, let's hear it.
All right. So water's flat on its surface. Water's flat on its surface.
You're a fucking moron, dude. You're a
and it extends out.
Idiot.
Water's decimated your
oh my god,
your whole paradigm, dude.
I can't believe that shit.
Yeah. Well,
like,
you can't.
You've never seen it. You never seen a boat go over the horizon, bro. You never seen a ship go over the horizon with your own fucking eyes. I've seen it with my own eyes, dude. Come on.
Really? So water's not flat now all of a sudden?
What?
Water's not
flat. Do you know how gravity works?
Oh my god.
Yeah, is water flat? Answer the question. Is water flat, Mr. Stupid Man? Oh, you said you were stupid. Sorry. You said
I mean, on a like, you know, on a small pond on a real calm day, yeah, maybe it'll be flat.
Okay. Well, if you extend that outward into, like, you know, how much water they say is on the Earth, according to the globe paradigm, they say 70% of the Earth is covered.
75% of the surface is covered by the oceans. Yes, I understand.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because we have a lot of flat water covering the surface of the Earth, which means obviously the Earth is flat. I mean, you know, globe went bye-bye right there.
You're a fucking asshole, dude. I can't believe it. You think that's an argument, man.
It is. Sorry, it is definitely one. If you can show me in physics how it's not that.
Bro, I could take you to the beach and show you a freighter going over the horizon. What's up with that?
What's the horizon? What's the horizon, dude?
The horizon is the edge of straight line of sight.
So the edge of a straight line of sight? Sorry, why does this edge of a straight line of sight mean the Earth is a sphere? Try better.
Fuck you. How about that?
What, sorry, dude, I'm asking you to try again because your first description wasn't really good enough. You said straight and you tried to argue for a ball. You know, a problem there straight away.
Oh, I saw what you did there, Jedi, straight away. I get you.
Thanks, mate.
He didn't see that. I did. All right, so if you have, you know, a straight line of sight and you also have water being flat horizontal on its surface, I mean, I don't really think you can get a globe out of this, Urkel. I really don't.
It is a surface, dude. What are you talking about?
Okay, so, well, that's the problem that you have. So how can you make flat water turn into a globe? Like, how do you figure?
It isn't flat.
Right, but you're saying that it's not. I want you to demonstrate how it's not. Because the physics of water demonstrates that it is
Watch
flat.
a ship go over the horizon and tell me how that happens.
Well, I can't. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Sorry. It's like, okay, now try again. What's the horizon?
This is a semantic argument you're trying to get started? Fuck
dude,
you.
You're saying...
Why don't you tell me what the horizon is?
Dude, at the moment... You're telling me that the ship goes over the horizon, and the horizon is something that means that you can't see it. I understand that the horizon's the optical limit of view when you look across a horizontal surface. Your eye can't resolve any more of the surface until you gain height, or you change the optic. Then what you notice when you change the optic light to binoculars or a telescope or high-powered zoom
and then
camera,
you bring the bottom of the ship back, huh?
No, what happens is the horizon moves. Where it was first seen with your naked eye, when you improve the technology, the horizon moves to a further distance back.
I don't think so.
We can demonstrate this. It's what you observe with zoom cameras.
Oh, please, demonstrate. Demonstrate away. You got a video of somebody doing that?
Yeah, we do, actually.
Yeah, show me.
Lots of it.
Hold that fucker up.
The main thing is, you know, I like your spunk, you know, but the problem we're having here is that we're not getting a connection.
Spunk if we was in person, bro. You lie to me in person, I'll straight up attack you.
Yeah, see, that kind of aggression is unwarranted, right? Because all we're doing is talking over here.
I don't give a fuck what you think is unwarranted or not. I didn't know what is, and fuck you.
Yeah, I feel like you need to wake up and do better. Yeah, Urkel?
I feel like you need to catch a bullet between the eyes.
Oh, okay. That we're gonna have to excuse you out of the chat. You can't have a decent conversation.
Go die, piece of shit.
Okay, so if this is just going to turn into fucking insults, you can go away.
Whatever. I don't.
Shut up.
We'll still be here tomorrow, dude.
Yeah, I'm not going to bother going getting him the evidence. No, he's just told us to do that.
Yeah, we're going to decimate the globe without you. Constantly, every day. When you leave here, we're going to keep doing it. And there's more people going to be surrounding you saying that. Your friends, your family, everybody's going to tell you that. Soon enough, your whole world will be telling you the earth is flat. You'll be the only one angry and disappointed. Huh? That's what's going to happen, Urkel. Sorry to break that news to you, man. That's just the way it goes.
Can't even define horizon.
Nah, he's just an angry guy.
Damn. AV, was it not like 2 seconds after you're like, oh, I hope we get like a challenge or something this morning? I mean, that wasn't a challenge, but it was just funny how he jumped in like shortly thereafter. You almost got what you wanted. Like,
you get what you pay for, yeah?
Like right away,
Yeah, he's coming in pretty hot. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, AV, that poor guy could not explain his 70% flat globe. It's kind of sad.
Oh, yeah, decimated, buddy. I was like, yeah, well, you got flat water. How's that curve? He's like, the pond is flat. Yeah, I get that. But so is the ocean. He might click those links. Who knows?
He might.
He had some like biker vibes or something. I don't know. Like heavy metal rock band. Like he's just always like.
Maybe he gave an unclean vibe to me. Maybe he'd taken too many steroids or something and hadn't been to the gym.
Yeah, he's like that all the time. You wouldn't say that to me if I was in person, brother. Like Jesus, dude. My God, dude. Yeah.
That's funny.
You can just imagine a guy just all buffed out, in front of the mic, just.
That's exactly what I imagined when I heard him speak.
Yeah, there was some strange reactions to somebody just pointing out the natural behavior of water is all AV was doing, and he had some strange reactions for sure.
We got Helio. Dude, you had the same idea that I was thinking about too. It's like we're lucky he didn't have time to go into rocket science. Can you imagine him like actually making a presentation? You guys are gonna hear every word I have to say. You better like it too, son of a bitches. Like it's full of just like venom and vitriol. Even if it's wrong, everybody's just nodding their heads. Yes, yes, yes. He forgets like we're on the internet, so muscles don't do anything here. Tough guy, eh? Yeah, I got people here. What's up, Crit? Mr. Hinkle? Mix in here. Car, what's going on, man?
Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's well. And for anybody listening out there on Rumble or YouTube, wherever, all we're doing is pointing out how reality is us. Like AB was saying, the natural behavior of water, which we all experience and surrounds us. It's not going to turn into a globe. Go ahead, guys.
Nope, it won't do that.
Oh, there we go. Okay, that's his actual username. Okay.
Okay. Not getting a response, so.
I see Chud Mirez or something. Mirez. Assuming those are actual D and C and Z's, you know. His display name.
Yeah. Anyway, I was just trying to say hi to him. Anybody out there think they live on a globe, come in here and discuss. Civil discussions over. Just trying to point out a few facts. You can think about them whatever you want. Back to you, Mick, or silence. It's your choice.
I'm wondering who Fractal is. I haven't seen them around. Fractal Plane. To have you around. He left. I'm gonna go check out the other room. DJ and Elbow in there. Wonder what's up. See you guys later.
All right, we'll hold the fort over here. At least I will. It's nice because we got all these little forts bouncing around. People are actually getting exposed to real information, hopefully. Anyway, if you're in discuss, we'll be glad to direct all your questions to Crit right now. Good morning, Crit.
That stuff, Jedi. Did you read that stuff, Jedi?
Yeah, it took me ages to, and then I got a call as well, which is why I had to duck out of here. But yeah, I had a long scroll up. I can't really make head nor tails of it, to be honest with you. I don't really care. Somebody got a problem with me?
Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, must have been a heck of a conversation.
What was the guy's name again? One or something? I can't remember. It wasn't one hell of a conversation. He was just arrogant twat. About it.
Hmm.
Has anybody been over to the English server today?
No, I haven't been over there. There's some people over there now. It looks like it's getting popular.
Yeah, I was going to pop over there see if anything was going on.
Yeah.
If you guys are willing to join us. If not, I'll see you in a bit.
All right, bro.
All right, man.
Yeah, they might got some action over there, Helio. I don't know if you're listening, but unless Hammer wants to speak up, and then we'll have some content. Other than that,
no, buddy.
What's going on, man? You think the Earth is a globe, Hammer?
I could pretend if you want me to.
No, you don't have to pretend. I'm just asking if you think it's a globe.
I can pretend like Jaren's doing if you want me to.
Jaren? Is that what you said, Jaren?
Play like a fake glober, you know what I mean?
No, you don't have to do that.
Yeah, sorry. Not a glober here, unfortunately.
Yeah, good stuff.
Aren't you OG? You've been around a few years, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been around a little bit now.
Okay.
A little bit of time. Sort of a ninja OG.
I really haven't. What was your name before? Wait a minute. You have a different name?
No,
Skybound.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah. But most people know me as Hammer.
Is that you in the avatar with the spaghetti arm?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
But
did
my
you do a test with? Did you do? Yeah.
Okay.
Say that because you haven't actually checked that the Earth is a globe. You see. Now we flat earthers have gone to check. They said it was a globe. Let me go and check if it's a globe now. Let me go and measure up. And we're not finding any curvature anywhere in the last 10 years. In fact, my life of 63 years, no curvature there at all. Okay? I've checked. I've been checking for 63 years without even knowing. Okay? So anyway, or at least 50 years, 54 years without even knowing. But now I went for 10 years, serious scrutinization, no curvature. Okay? I've checked. All these flat earthers in here have checked. So we can say we know it is not a globe because we have checked. Have you checked to know it's a globe? Or have you checked to know it's not flat? Have you?
No, but I have reasons to believe that it is a globe.
Yeah, there can be no reason other.
I was going to say bingo, belief. He said it. It's a belief, and that's
that's a belief. Is not the truth.
I did not use the word belief. I used
what is your evidence?
You use
what is your evidence that they do?
You know, you can see other planets with your naked eye.
Okay, can I stop you right there? So you look up in the sky and you see things that you consider to be round or spherical. Okay. And so you assume that you are standing on something spherical. You live on something spherical. Now, I can formulate the logic the same way and say, I see clouds in the sky. I must be living on a cloud. I see birds, things that look like birds in the sky. I must be living on a bird. I see airplanes in the sky. I must be living on an airplane. So just because you see things that look like spheres in the sky does not logically follow that you are standing on a sphere. Just like it doesn't logically follow that you see clouds, and so you're living on a cloud.
Okay, let's say that Earth is flat indeed. Why would governments, scientists, and all these organizations waste their resources and make assumptions in their science that Earth is a sphere or a globe?
It's funny you say that because there's actually several NASA documents that state that their aircraft operate in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. So they know it. They know for a fact that it is flat and stationary. Why do they lie? I don't know. I don't know why they lie. Go ask a liar why they lie. I don't need to know the motive if I've already caught a person lying.
Okay, so if Earth it is flat, it must have edges. So do we like fall off or something?
Yeah, no. So the whole thing about it is it's just easier to say flat Earth and sum it up. But this is a flat, a horizontal, stationary, topographic, enclosed plane. Enclosed. No, there's no edge. It's enclosed. It has to be enclosed to facilitate the gas pressure that's here on Earth. So what, like, okay, so go, just put yourself in a bowl, right? Shrink yourself down and put yourself in a bowl. Now go fall off the edge of the bowl. Can't do it, can you? That's what I'm talking about. What edge? We don't claim there to be an edge. If you hear a flat earther claiming to be an edge, there to be an edge, they are not a genuine flat earther.
Yeah, just because we don't know where the edge is or have seen it, it
What
doesn't mean
about
that the
time
Earth
zones?
is not. It doesn't mean the Earth is not flat.
What about time zones?
Why are there more time zones in the south than in the north?
Ooh, I know.
That'd be my question to you, Duda. Why is that, Jen?
Should I explain it?
Yeah, there's like 24 in the south or something. 12 in the north, something like that.
There's like something like 30 or some craziness in the south. And then there's like 19 in the north and like 20 something around the equator. And that's due to concentric circles.
Why isn't it all why isn't there the same amount in the north as in the south if we're on the globe? Shouldn't it just be equal?
Got to be pear-shaped for that to work any other way.
Yeah, very pear-shaped.
I don't understand why there would be different time zones if Earth is flat. Or if the Earth is not flat, the airplane routines would not make sense.
Things like time zones are more of a political thing anyway.
Why? Like, I'm sitting in India and
Oh man. Could have been all kinds of off topic. I didn't even realize the live got kicked too, huh?
So, what do you want to know about the flat Earth, mate, or do you know everything that there is to know?
I mean, I wouldn't say that I know everything that there is to know, right?
Okay. Do you know why we say the Earth is flat?
Sure, water's level. It's oriented, horizontal, stationary.
Good start, man.
Planes flying. I mean, essentially, planes. To think that a plane would fly over a big old ball and not have to account for it is pretty laughable to me.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. Oh, fair play, man. I mean, I've asked that questions loads of times to people that have been around for a bit. You know, why do we flat earthers say that the earth is flat? And generally they don't get the answer right, but you did, so I'm kind of impressed.
Been around a long time, Jedi.
Yeah, that's what she said.
I'll vouch for Hammer Jedi. He was on the old server like before we got blown up, 2017-ish, whatever.
Wow, okay, then I'm obviously in the presence of something special. An OG, perhaps. Good to meet you anyway, Hammer.
I think we're all pretty special, to be honest. 1%ers, as the homie Steve said. Yeah, that's I guess my frustration has been what to do moving forward, and we don't have to take that, unless anybody wants to chime in with their opinions on it. But like, what do you do to move forward? Right?
What questions do you ask when you understand the Earth is flat and stationary?
I mean,
you're asking about what happens next. Okay, so when you understand the Earth is flat and stationary, what questions naturally start coming to your mind? Are you struggling? Because I'll help. One of my first questions or kind of lines of thought was, how the bloody hell did that get here then? Like, how was the Earth created? The sky is not what we were told, blah, blah, blah. So most people, I say most people, that's not a good way to put it, but some people, what happens next after flat Earth is they come to an understanding that they live within a creative environment. So from that moment forward, their life becomes a little bit more spiritual, has a little bit more purpose, they have a little bit more grounding in their life. So it all depends on who you are about what happens next for you when you discover the Earth is flat and stationary. For some people, they have a complete distrust in authority. For some people, they get closer to God. There's lots of different things that happen. I don't think there's a catch-all term. Sorry, buddy, carry on.
No. If you wanna finish, I take long pauses sometimes to.
All I was going to say,
and that wasn't even a long pause. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. All I was going to say is I don't think there's one kind of catch-all term that we can use in, like for a general specific. It's lots of different things happen to lots of different people when they discover the Earth is flat and stationary. It all depends on you.
It's interesting because I've kind of always had a distrust in authority for a long time. And I maybe credit that to why it led me down the path. Somewhat.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you have
also when it comes to like the religion thing, when you were speaking about that, it was weird because coming into flat Earth, I kind of started realizing that I sort of had, like, I think everybody does in a way, because when they tell you the Earth's flat or round, right, and then you look out at the horizon, like I live by the ocean or whatever, like you kind of, I don't know, you kind of in the back of your mind subconsciously, and of course when you're on a plane and you're looking and it's all flat, but when it comes to religion, I feel like everybody kind of has more of an intuition that God exists, right, than that the Earth is flat. At least I did.
We still have the question to be answered of how the Earth, no matter what it is, how it got here. Obviously, we understand the heliocentric model kind of places us in some kind of dichotomy where you don't need a creator to create it. Nature will create itself for some fucking reason, don't know how. But this is, part of the web that's weaved around us, right? But yeah, I understand what you're saying, man, for sure.
I can see where it definitely can lead people to creation.
Yep.
And the distrust of authority.
Yeah. I mean, distrust is it's validating people's claims, isn't it? It's kind of, earned distrust. Your respect for the authority is definitely gone when you start unraveling certain truths. One of them about the earth it's definitely one of them. But it's healthy skepticism. It's something that we should all have anyway. We shouldn't just blindly trust those things that we're told. We should take it upon ourselves to verify things if they're important to us.
Is there an inappropriate way to express distrust in authority?
Yeah. When you start hurting innocent people. So terrorism is one of those ways that people display unhappiness with authority, for example. So I think when
You mean physically, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, did you mean something else? Sorry.
No. I just wanted to you don't mean like hurting somebody's emotions. Like if you have a relative that's a cop and you're like, "Hey, tyrant pig," you say that's a terroristic act?
It's slightly different, I think. We live in the world of not actual free speech anymore, where everything can be a hate crime. But I'm talking more about the explicit kind of damage that can be done when people are physically harmed. There can be other mental trauma from these things, of course there can, but I'm kind of focusing on that at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, I mean more in if we talk strictly a non-violent way, no violence. Is there any inappropriate way to express distrust in authority?
As long as it's validated distrust, then I don't think so. I think you should be able to express that in any way that is, lawful without possible harm to others. Yeah, completely.
Familiar with the band Pennywise?
No, just a clown.
Just a clown.
I didn't realise Pennywise the Clown had a band named after him. You've read the It books by Stephen King, right?
I should read the books because I don't know, for some reason I think they do. His movies aren't really that good.
No, the books are better than the movies. Yeah. Books are better than movies. Yeah. But no, I haven't heard of the band Pennywise. Sorry, mate, was there a point to that? I do apologise.
They just have a song called Fuck Authority.
Oh, okay.
And it
sounds like a little bit like Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah, they're a punk band.
Okay, yeah.
And
if I get bored later, I'll see if I can find them on YouTube or something.
I can drop the link if you prefer.
No, you're all right, mate. I'll find it. Right, I see the room is filling up. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to all of you lovely people. It's good to see you. See at the bottom of the room we've got Carr. Yeah, what's up? We've Hammers in the house. We're just having a chat about this, that and the other. Who else has joined us? Trinity has joined us. Resolve is here. Majon's still muted. Cairo is unmuted, but what's up, Cairo? Good to see you. Like I said, Hammers in the house. Hello, my friend. Good to see you. Flat Lloyd is here. Effie Batman is also. You heard from Dave Hinkle earlier, Crit. We've got Cosmos in the house. What's up again, Cosmos? Good to see you back. And AV at the top, just underneath the live stream bot. Just as I mentioned the live stream bot, guys, don't forget that we are live streaming on YouTube, so just be careful of TOS and blah, blah, blah. Try not to swear too often or too loudly. But yeah, welcome, guys. Like I said, hello to Cairo, who spoke up earlier. If anyone's got any questions or anything, subjects that they want to bring up for discussion, please feel free. I'm going to have to make myself another cup of coffee. What's up, man? How you doing?
Pretty good. I just wanted to add to what Hammer was asking. I kind of deemed it like flat Earth side effects, if you will, like what kind of happens after flat Earth. Because I would say I get this question a lot, even as like a college professor, right? When they go, well, what does a degree make a difference? What will that do for me? And in most cases, like it's kind of like I don't know or what's next or kind of thing. But it's absolutely right. Like it's just a piece of paper, and in some cases, flat Earth is just a piece of information, right? And it really matters what you're going to do with it. Because I mean, people get degrees all the time, and they're like, I'm just going to work at Starbucks or become a waiter, or like they don't even apply, that knowledge that they just gained. So I mean, again, I would say maybe the real thing there is how are you going to act upon that information? Like, for example, myself, you start to see things around you that are like the cage, right? Or the paradigm that you were given. And you start to question it, right? You even see the commercial that says 9 out of 10 dentists agree that in this toothpaste. And you're like, who's the other 9 scientists? Or who's that guy who's disagreeing, that this is not the good toothpaste? Why aren't we hearing from that guy? So I mean, it does change the way I think that you look at information, but it is entirely up to you.
Can we discuss the sun in like a logical, rational way, where we're just going through like what we know about the sun, what we don't know about the sun, and like arrive at a conclusion?
I don't think so. I guess.
You can try.
Right. So last time, right, we seem to establish the sun is this thing, right, that moves across the sky. And I was saying, if something moves across the sky, it has to have, at any point in time, a location. You can't, it doesn't make sense to have motion without location. Because there's just no reference point for what it's moving with regards to. There has to be location A, location B, and the time that elapsed in between them where it moved. Like that, that's just inevitable.
I get you. So we can say that the sun is here, and then an hour later it's moved 15 degrees. Okay.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is on a flat plane, right, where you have angles from different points of Earth of where the sun appears, you just do some basic trigonometry because you're working with a flat base. So you just call that your line for one, and we call the 2 other points your 2 other lines. You have your angles, so you kind of have all the ingredients you need for a trigonometric calculation of the distances.
Yeah. So like we can like do this with like a mountain. We can use a right angle triangle, we can measure the elevation angle, and for example, if we know the distance between its ground position, right, on the surface, and ours, if we know that distance, then we can figure out the height of the vertical line of the triangle, can't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's same principle.
Yeah, same principle. Now, what values do we measure with the sun?
Well, if you know the distance between point A of the shadow and point B of the other shadow,
and where do the shadows come into it all of a sudden? I thought we were using a right angle triangle. So the ground position of the sun is like the bit directly underneath the sun is the point on the Earth between that and us, the observer, making the elevation angle measurement. Where do the shadows come into it?
Okay, we don't have to use shadows. Shadows would be a useful reference to determine your.
I see what you're trying to say here. I do apologise. Go on.
So when we construct this triangle, if we know the distance between points, we should get a triangle whereby we can work out the distance to the sun, its elevation above the Earth.
Question. If we were to measure the elevation of the sun an hour later, would the height above the surface of the Earth change?
It shouldn't, no. provided that you always have a point of latitude on Earth where there's no, and it's why you use a stick, because you'd say like, well, there's no shadow under this stick, so the sun must be virtually overhead.
Yeah, so that stick would be the geographical position. Yeah, I get you. I'm just trying to point out, right? We don't actually know the height of the sun as composed to, say, the height of the mountain. When we use these trigonometric functions, right, we get varying results. Like it appears like the sun is getting closer or further away from the surface of the earth, depending on when we make the measurements. It's kind of a bit of a problem. We can estimate using this, though. Some people have tried to, and I'm not going to gatekeep from you, it's about 3,500 miles. People say that the sun using this type of measurement is said to be above the surface of the earth. Okay, so using the trigonometry, that's what it spits out. Now, how do we verify it?
Sorry, I'll just be a second.
You're all right.
Always at the crucial moment.
So how do we work out the exact distance, say the distance appears to vary?
So being as I'm just going to use rough numbers. Say, for example, we use the trigonometry and we get a distance of the sun of 3,500 miles. It might vary a little bit, but it's around this. And say we get numbers around there. How do we validate that that's actually the distance?
Validate in terms of like confirm that the sun is like actually there in it. When I say space, I'm just talking about like 3D space. So
yeah, I know. I get you. I get you. Sorry, I know you're speaking from a flat Earth point of view, dude. It's fine. Can we do the same thing with the stars then? Can we measure the distance to the stars using the right angle triangle? Do you think?
You can, but again, you're going off like certain assumptions of like light, lux, like parallax, and orbits. So I get if you don't do that with stars, but I feel like the sun is a more concrete example than like a star.
We could do the same with the moon then, right? What happens if we come up with the sun and the moon pretty much exactly the same height?
You then have to fit it into, okay, well, if I have a light intensity of the moon, the sun specifically, you could say the moon, but I don't really think the moon's a good like candle of reference.
Yeah, I know, but we're just using triangles to figure out the distances to the thing in the sky. At the moment, I'm just trying to figure out if we can do it with just the sun, or the sun and the moon, or the sun and the stars. I mean, should be able to do it with all of them, right?
You can do it with all. You can do it with all. Well, if it's over like 100 light years or something, it's something like if it's past a certain amount of light years, parallax is fairly useless because of the giant distances involved.
Oh, dude, I don't know whether your Wi-Fi is like not too good, but you're zoning out, dude. I'm only catching every other word that you're saying. You might want to leave and rejoin again.
Is it better now?
Yeah, a little bit actually. Yeah.
So you can do it with parallax for stars at a certain distance, but past that you have to rely on other measurements.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out if we can just use triangles to figure out distances of these celestial objects, and apparently it's just the sun, not anything else. Go on.
Parallax is taking trigonometric functions in for stars at a certain distance. The reason you don't do it for stars at any distance is because you're going to get an answer that's basically it's a zero angle. because the distances are so extreme.
Yeah. This is the problem we have when we change elevation, when we measure the angle to things in the sky. The angle doesn't change then either, which it would do if we're measuring to terrestrial objects. So you go up 20 foot, the elevation angle to a mountain's going to change. But it doesn't with the objects in the sky. So this is why we say that it doesn't seem to matter what, mathematics or geometric principles we try to achieve. Even when we do that, it doesn't actually look like they actually have a point in space. We go up in altitude, and they move like the horizon does away from the observer. We don't look like we're getting closer to the object. And we're only going, 35,000, sorry, not even, let's say 35,000 foot in an aircraft. Comparable to the possible distances of these things, that might be relatively nothing in the grand scheme of things, but it still leaves us with a lot of problems when we're doing this type of measurement and calculation from the surface of the Earth. Doesn't really matter what number we're going to end up with, we've still got to verify it. With the mountain, right? Sorry, I'll just finish this. With the mountain example we used at the beginning, we can physically measure the distance between us and the bottom of the mountain, and we can physically measure the distance from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. We can physically do that. We can't do that with stars, though.
Yeah, that's true. But if you take around 3,500 miles and say, well, it seems to vary by like a degree of like 10% or something like that, right? The idea is, why would we not be able to see the sun getting noticeably larger if we got closer to it? Like if we just sent like a rocket or a missile up with a camera on and just put enough fuel in it to like go the distance towards the sun.
Sorry, I don't mind hypotheticals, but this is kind of, we need to do this, and it's highly hypothetical. At the end of the day, dude, we're going to come out of a number of 3,500 or thereabouts. Okay, now what? Is that it?
Yeah, but you need to then incorporate that into your equations to say, if this is what I found.
For what?
For okay, what I know about motion and what I know about light intensity, if it's up there, 3,000 around roughly 3,500 miles, I should expect, given just the laws of physics, to see this when it goes around the Earth.
Okay, like the moon. Right, for example, you said that you understand like light and how bright it is. So according to the inverse square law, the closer that we get to the object emitting light, it should be brighter to the observer. So when we go to the moon, that would be fucking bright then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Guess we didn't go to the moon then, unless we took our extra special sunglasses.
What do you mean? They had like a filter lens on the moon. I mean, you've got the sun pointing directly at it with no atmosphere in the way.
Exactly. So it's going to be very bright, isn't it?
Yeah. So you'd have it built into your literal visor, so you don't get blinded. I mean,
and the Hasselblad camera that they used, right? That would have the filters necessary. Yes.
Yeah, potentially.
I like it. You would bloody hope so, wouldn't you? It's funny.
Yeah, I mean, if you have information that...
Yeah, they didn't. Sorry, dude, we went off on a bit of a tangent. You said you understood the inverse square law to do with light and stuff, so we just started talking about them in. But yeah, I don't understand when we get to the number 3,500, and you said, well, there you go, you can use that for your equations. My question is like, what equations?
Well, you'd have basic ones for motion, basic ones for, like, as you said, the inverse square law for intensity of light over distance.
So now we have a quote-unquote possible distance to the sun. We could potentially say how fast it is moving across the sky and how bright it actually is.
how bright it should appear to be, right?
How bright it should appear to be. No, we see it as bright as it should appear to be, don't we? That's how bright it is.
I mean, like at night, right? You're saying
at night.
The sun. Yeah.
Okay, so you're in the UK, right? It's summer for us in the UK. If you look north, you can see the light of the sun, but you can't see the sun. All right?
Yeah, I understand that.
Cool. Still don't understand where this road's going, dude.
Right, because if you said the sun, right, like a clear summer day is like 110,000 lux or something like that, you should be able to say, right, given the inverse square law and given the rough distance from the sun to the ground.
There's
like
no way we have flat Earth is in 2025. Wholly delusional.
You could do like best case scenario, you can do like worst case scenario, and you just take it when it, like where it should be at night according to where it is to somebody else in the day.
Cosmos, we're going to pause your convo for just a moment so maybe Jedi can address that new guy.
What did he say?
Hey, go ahead, new guy.
About 2025.
Pose that Aussie. Go ahead.
I said what I need to say. Wholly delusional.
Holy delusional Batman. What's up, my friend? It's 2025 and people are saying the Earth is flat. Are you upset or something?
Well, why do we have flat Earthers in 2025?
Because there are people in the world who measure the surface of the Earth, and when we measure the surface of the Earth, it's flat. Funny.
You're fucking delusional. Oh my god.
So, hold on.
There's no way.
You're saying that I'm delusional, and all I said is that we measure the surface of water to be horizontal. It's like, wow. You don't think the surface of water is horizontal?
Man, you're fucking cooked.
I mean, where do we even get horizontal from, dude? If it's not the surface of the Earth.
Good.
You okay?
Oh my god.
What's your rebuttal to this, Ozzy? What do you think the Earth is, dude? And if you have any evidence, it seems ridiculous, but we're involved with critical thinking, and if you can't think for yourself, it seems like maybe you've been given a story?
I've been given a story. Well, aren't we all given a story? Do you think anyone actually goes, like, you think anyone this fucking voice chat's gone out there and researched themselves? We've all been given a story of a study.
Right.
You know?
So how can you validate that story or that claim?
I don't fucking remember. But
so are you telling us, are you telling this panel that you're just a believer in the story, that you don't, there's no way to validate it?
There's ways to validate it. I just don't have them with me right now because I didn't come to the call to fucking talk about it. I just came to the call to say the delusion.
It's a waste of what? Yeah, I know. It seems that way on the onset because you've been told this story your whole life. So you think it's a globe and you just mocking and snickering, but you don't really know if it's a globe or not. That's the truth. You don't know that.
Literal photos of outside of Earth.
Yeah, how can you validate those photos, Ozzy?
How can you validate anything? Did we really land on the moon?
Well, that's the problem. Isn't that the issue? But isn't that the issue? What you just said.
You can make.
Isn't that the issue?
If you really want to go deep enough.
No, it's not a conspiracy. It's an unsubstantiated claim. They're showing you images of the Earth in a way that you've never seen it. So how can you substantiate that? You've never seen it look like that ever. Yet you believe it because someone told you.
Like a globe.
Yeah. Yes.
What do you mean we've never seen it like that before?
You've never seen the Earth in that way, ever.
Yeah, well, the photos show us that it is that way. So
I know that. It's just like I could show you, a photo of something that you've never seen in reality, and I could say that just exists.
So
how can you prove that?
You think there's an ice wall around the fucking Earth?
No, I think that image of the Earth looking like a globe does not exist. The Earth looking like that, you could never see it that way.
Okay, and why would people lie about the Earth being a globe? What the fuck do you get
it's not about a lie. It's about you not being able to verify the very thing you think you believe is true. Okay, you believe the Earth is a globe.
Tell me why you think the Earth is flat. Because why?
That's simple.
For it to be flat.
Yeah, that's simple. Water measures horizontal and flat on its surface when in large bodies.
Why would most scientists point to the?
But think about it, right? I just said something, and you can't rebut what I just said. I said water is horizontal.
I told you I can't because I'm not knowledgeable enough in this fucking conversation to give you all the facts and details. I know you're going to say, oh, then you're just going off other people's research. Sure, I am. But what I trust the.
I didn't say that, but
you said before that I can't think for myself. Blah yada yada.
Well, I want you to. That's what this whole thing's about, Ozzy. It's not about like us getting a W because we're coming in here and showing you something you don't know. It's reigniting the passion for critical thinking, which is like hopefully it inspires you to look into this more. Whether it does or not, I mean, I hope it does. But right now you have this preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe based on what you've been given, the information you've been given, and we're just showing you. Yeah, we're just showing you, man. It's not that. Like in any way, you can't test anything that they give you. In other words, it's like a good story that someone said, but it's not true. It's just a fantasy.
Okay, but tell me why would the government and all these people lie about the Earth being flat?
Well, it's not a lie. They believe it just like you do, man. Think about it. The guy that goes to work at NASA and he's works at a desk or a computer. Hey, he just thinks he's doing a job based on the Earth being what it is, a globe, in his mind. He doesn't think that he's lying to you when he's presenting information to you.
No, but then someone is obviously lying. Not everyone's in a fucking state of illusion.
Yeah, I get it. But then, companies have departmentalization. They have departments. And if you're the head of all the departments, then you're in the know. The rest of the people in the company do not know. They're just on a need-to-know basis. This is the way corporations operate, dude. Like, standard procedure.
Yeah, but from the top, someone obviously knows that the Earth's a globe. Like, why would?
Yeah, that might be the case. That might be the case. But the information, the information itself about what the Earth is substantiated by you being everybody else that's on the Earth.
Yeah, but the research that we do on the Earth would have to represent a globe to be accurate for the studies, would it not?
What do you mean? Like what type of research?
If someone is doing research on the Earth, on a globe,
let's look into that.
Globe.
Let's look into that because I think there may be some idea that you can't draw back to. I don't think there is, but do you think there's any research that leads people to the knowledge that the Earth is like? Could you name one type of research?
That would prove
that makes people, or at least makes them think it's a globe. It doesn't have to prove it, but
you can search up a fucking video and they give you multiple reasons as to why. But I can't give you that now because I don't fucking research why the Earth's a globe every single day because it's just a general fact.
It's not a fact, dude. That's the problem.
It's a fact.
No, it's not a fact, and it's funny to you because you think it is. It's not, dude. I would challenge you to actually propose how it's a fact. How is it a fact?
Because of freaking people have proven it's a fact. What?
Who, dude?
I told you I don't know because I can't give you names.
So you don't know who's proven it's a fact, yet you think it's a fact. How is it a fact then? If you don't know who's proven it or how it's been proven,
you can say that about any theory.
No, I'm saying it about the Earth being a globe. Ozzy.
Yeah, you could ask me.
Yeah, dude, you're not. A fact presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. That's like a normal view on science.
That's just a normal view. It's not really. That's not too provocative, right? That's just normal. I mean, even if you think the Earth is a globe, if somebody was to say like, "Oh, you're not presenting any evidence," well, how can we even, entertain this if there's no evidence to be presented? Obviously, if somebody that thinks the Earth's a globe and does present evidence, that would be something, right? But this is really nothing that you're going on to why you think the Earth is a globe.
If I just did a quick Google search right now, it would give me reasons as to why. Do you want me to do that? Would that give you something?
You can do whatever you want. Honestly, like it used to be the case where we would argue with people about like, dude, you're just doing the research now. Like you've been having this preconceived notion that you think the Earth's a globe this whole time, and now you're just doing the research. So in other words, you've carried a belief all the way till right now. But honestly, I do want to give you the benefit of the doubt. Like I want you to look into it. So if you want to, you could look up ChatGPT, you could look up Google, wherever you want, dude. Wherever you want to go.
For instance, why would people want to research something that has just been accepted as a fact?
It's because people have been, like a tradition, carrying this belief. So as a tradition goes, right, the Earth is a globe, it's spinning in the vacuum of space, it's hurtling through the cosmos, and all this kind of good stuff, right? It's got a lot of little tidbits of information that make it sound like it's a good idea, right?
Okay.
But there's no way that you can look it up.
I got a question though. So you think the Earth is flat, correct? You think it's just a flat?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
what about every other planet in the solar system? You think they're all flat as well?
No, okay. So planets are basically the information to substantiate the word planet. You got to look it up definitionally. So what describes what a planet is? You can look it up. Honestly, I want you to actually do this while we're talking.
When we landed on the moon, you probably don't believe that either, do you? When we landed on the moon and they had those
go ahead.
and it was flat from the perspective of the ground, would you say now the moon's flat as well?
Yeah, but what's in contention? We could talk about moon landings and all that, but I'd rather you just stick to the Earth for the moment. Because this, and pun intended, it'll ground you. It'll give you a solid foundation. 2 puns. Wow. It'll give you a solid foundation to work with. So start with the Earth, and then if you want to talk about moon, we can do that later. But try to figure if there's any information on Google or ChatGPT that can give you any indication that you know that you're on a globe. I'm just challenging you, dude. Like, at the end of the day, like, whether you walk away from here, dude, just indulge me, yeah?
It's so fun.
Just this once. Yeah, I know. It seems like a knuckle dragging, like going backwards, dumpster fire, whatever you want to call it. Just indulge me this once, yeah? You've never done this. You probably won't ever do it again. Once you leave here, you'll take the blue pill and this will be a bad dream. You'll wake up and everything will be globish again, and you'll live on a global vernacular, world where everybody's saying globe this and globe that. But just one moment in time, dude. Just look it up.
I'll give you one piece of something here. Observation of the Earth's shadow during a lunar eclipse. The shadow cast on the moon is always round, which is consistent with a spherical Earth. If the Earth were flat, the shadow would not consistently appear as a circle.
Okay, well, I mean, if the Earth is flat, is not a part of that. So if somebody was actually giving that information to you to show you that the Earth is a globe, then you have to ask questions that would lead to critical thinking. As in, I see a shadow or something, right, occurring. There's an event that's occurring. It's called a lunar eclipse. What's causing the shadow? That'd be a question you'd be asking, right? What's causing the shadow? If you're looking at this event, then I would ask you, if that shadow is the Earth, how do you know that, Ozzy?
Okay. I was going to fucking say something.
Yeah, did you hear what I said, though? Like, is that not what somebody that's inquiring what's going on? You see an event happening, you see a shadow. Do you know if it's the Earth doing that?
Okay, but I got a question before that.
Can you answer? I mean, dude, I'm looking for honesty here. I'm looking for honesty.
I already told you, I don't look into this shit.
Now, are you going to be honest with one moment in time?
I'm not.
Just once, dude. Okay, yeah, okay. Well, let's test that. If you're looking at the shadow on a lunar eclipse, can you tell me for sure that it's the Earth?
I've never looked at a lunar eclipse.
Well, that's what you were just talking about, isn't it? The shadow on the moon?
I just told you, though. I just brought up something.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to tell you. You've never seen a lunar eclipse in your life.
No.
Okay, but do you know what you just told me what you were talking about? You know what that is, or no?
No, she literally just said, give you something, and that's what I did.
Oh, you don't know what a lunar eclipse is? Okay, well, that's fine.
No, I just haven't seen one.
Well, let's go to something that you actually know. How about that? Because that didn't help you any.
Okay, well, I got a question. Why, when you look at all the information to prove the Earth's a globe online, do you just say, nah, I don't fucking...
Like what? Give me one thing.
Yeah, but like if you just searched it up, if you look through the...
Give me one. Ozzy, I'm challenging you. Give me one thing.
Oh my god.
Give me one.
Fuck's sake. Okay.
Give me one thing that would state that the Earth is a globe in any way.
What about when a ship sails off to sea?
Okay, I'm going to ask you, because before I just went into explaining and you didn't even know what a lunar eclipse was. Do you know what that means? What you're reading?
I think I can understand what that means when a ship...
Are you sure? Because when I start talking about it, you can be like, I've never seen that. I don't know what that is. Like,
Just say it, and we'll see what you're going to say. Just go.
well, how do you know it's the Earth, like, doing this phenomena?
Well, would it just be basic, like, when if the ship keeps going, you no longer see it at eye view, it would be pretty obvious that the ship is no longer on a flat surface. Because if it was,
how do you? Yeah, but how do you know that? Like, how do you know it's not on a flat surface?
The Earth is not flat. Because
how do you know that it's proving that? Like, give me the way that you're logically connecting that.
Because you still be able to.
Yeah, but what if it's just an optical phenomena?
Okay, explain. I'll give you some work.
I'll give you some examples. There's miraging effects called superior mirage or inferior mirage. But in this case, I would use superior mirage as the effect of choice. And I would use stooping as the effect of choice. So stooping, superior mirage. So you can look that up, what I just said. A superior mirage, there's 5 effects. I think it's one of them is stooping. And when you inquire, like, well, when I see something in the distance and I see something happening, I could use this optical phenomena to say that's what I'm looking at. So stooping, as far as superior mirage effects go, would be the case of, like, when you see that occur. And it doesn't happen always. It happens sometimes, but not always.
You can see from my point of view is like, why would I waste my time researching something when I can research?
No, I don't. I think here's the thing. A lot of people have been brought up with certain ideas in their mind, and everything that goes against that is like foolish to them, which is fine. You can think that way. But you're not giving critical thinking a chance. Your mind is not able to contemplate ideas that maybe you can see if they're true or not. You can discard them if they're not true. But if they're true, it would stand to reason that you're just being ignorant.
I think the world was a lot more simpler when people were just fucking told to shut up, to be honest.
Really? You want to be ruled by a dictatorship where you don't think and you're just a robot?
No,
I think that's cool.
I think most people shouldn't think because the ideas are very dangerous.
Why?
This is a dangerous idea because it's just a dangerous idea because it's just
how is it dangerous? Hold on, Kurt. Let me just. I want to.
Just bullshit, man. Like,
I want to know. I want to know how this is dangerous.
I know you're gonna keep saying that because you call yourself educated on this topic, and I'm not. So it's easy for you to just go at me with it, whatever you want.
No, I'm not. The thing is that I'm not really going at you at the moment. I'm just asking you questions. To give you some,
obviously won't know the answer to because I don't research this at all, and it'll be an easy.
No. Well, yeah, you don't know the answer, but you should at least be curious as to why you don't know the answer. That should be throwing up some red flags to you.
Yeah,
if you think this is dangerous, talking about this, I want to know what's the danger. Show me the danger.
Because it's just lies. It's just bringing lies.
How?
Just lies.
You make your case. Make your case. Critique what I'm saying as in something that's dangerous.
I'm not here.
Make your case.
Particularly make a case. I'm just here to say.
So how is it dangerous if you're just carte blanche saying that it's dangerous and you're not giving me a reason why?
I told you why it's dangerous because it's
why?
It's because it's not the truth.
That's circular. Yeah. How do you know that? I want to know how you know it's not the truth. Like, can you tell me how it's not?
Sorry, what'd you say?
How is it not the truth? The Earth is flat.
Because it's been proven that it's not multiple times.
How is it proven? Or we're going in a circle.
You're going to say...
how is it proven?
I already gave you like two things to work off. A lunar eclipse.
Well, one of the lunar eclipse you don't know anything about. Remember, you just said that off your own...
It's still an idea that goes against your point.
What? No, it's not. It doesn't, dude.
Because it's
evidence. It's sky phenomena. It has nothing to do with the ground. So it doesn't go against my point. My point is the Earth that you're standing on is flat. The sky phenomena is doing whatever it's doing. So it doesn't go against me, dude.
I think it does, because it's a point brought up many times as to why the Earth...
Yeah, so what? So what? A lot of people bring up claims that are not true many times. So it doesn't make them true.
Okay, then what about your points as to why you believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, my point is that water is horizontal on its surface, and
Is
it
that the
extends
only
out.
point you can give me though?
Well, what else do you want? Like, the water is horizontal on its surface, and it extends out to every direction, and for miles and miles on end of flat water. And according to the globe, they're telling you the Earth is covered in about 75% water. So you got nothing but flat water covering the Earth, and you got people thinking that the Earth is a globe, and you can't. There's no way to make that turn into a globe if you have flat water. That's a lot of flat water.
Okay, well, I don't believe that.
You don't have to, dude. It's just physics. We're talking about hydrostatic equilibrium. So water at rest will display no convexity on its surface when in large quantities.
Funny, because you use big words to make your point sound like...
It's physics, brother. Like, it's not big words. This is just...
No.
If you study this a little bit, you'll find out for yourself. It's all to do with the way water behaves. Yeah, the mechanics of
water.
water.
It's hard to believe people are very passionate about the Earth being flat. Flat. Okay, let's just say for a second here, the Earth is flat. What the fuck does it change?
It changes your philosophical interpretation of where you came from and how you got here.
Look,
it could change. Well, I'm giving you reasons, brother. I mean, I'm really just telling you. So it could change how you perceive governments telling you what to do and when to do it, because you're not going to be like a robot saying or thinking in your head, well, we're running out of resources, so I'm going to join a war that's going to, take over some resources because we need them. Our country needs them. So you're going to be like, dude, we're not running out of anything. It's not overpopulated. We're not going to be a dying planet. Like, all of that stuff is like scare tactics, bro. You don't have to be led by those. Take a knee, Cosmos. I saw you on mute. Take a knee. Take a knee.
I think some
Go ahead.
can. If I was going to fucking say it now.
No, please, go ahead.
Why do you, regardless or not, I think most people already don't trust the government, so I don't think that would actually change a thing, to be honest. People are very skeptical of the government anyway. People don't want to go to war anyway. This wouldn't really change anything.
It's an overgeneralization.
Yeah, I mean, it changes how you perceive, where you came from and how you got here. It changes, like, it basically, and I'm using this pun a lot, but it grounds you, right? It gives you a reality in which you can discern things to be true and some things to be mysteries. So you don't have to always just, float around and just think like you can't know anything. And people that are, in education, they know more than you. They're the scientists. You're just a peon. You don't know anything. You don't have to take that point of view anymore. You could be somebody that's in the know. You could know the Earth that you're on right now. So it gives you a relationship with the Earth, and it doesn't keep you disconnected, as in, you're not smart enough to understand.
You like the theory because it makes you feel smart.
No, it connects you to the Earth. It doesn't you have knowledge basically of the Earth. You're not just like discombobulated away from the Earth. Like, as if I was to ask you, you're like, I don't know anything. So the globe Earth has given you a position where it leaves you holding the bags. You can't rebut anything I say because globe Earth hasn't given you a methodology of how to describe what the Earth is as a globe.
Yeah, because
it's just a fantasy, dude.
We're not taught that in school. Because
I know that.
Knowledge.
No, it's not general knowledge. It's a foregone conclusion that it's a general knowledge.
Yeah, it's not general knowledge as to why we can prove that's a globe, but it's just general knowledge that it is a globe, and that's full stop.
Yeah. Well, no. Knowledge would mean that something that you've obtained that you could understand
It is
of what it is.
It's a fact.
It's not a fact, Ozzy. It's not a fact, dude. The fact that you're saying it's a fact, it's not a fact.
It's a fact taught by most people within society.
Yeah, well, why would they teach something that they can't present to you in a way that you can tell people how you know what it is? Like, obviously, if it's a fact, you'd be able to tell me how it's a fact. But it's just apparent. Yeah, it's apparent to me that even that you say that they say it's a fact, doesn't make it a fact, because you can't even tell me how it's a fact. So how is it a fact?
Because very smart educators have already proven that it's a fact.
Yeah, very smart, educated people, but you are not one of those, right? You're not one of those very smart, educated people?
Apparently not.
Okay, so that makes you what? Inferior to those guys, right? You're living in a world where you're just an inferior human being.
I can think for myself.
So you're, bro,
I just don't,
you know,
Can I?
it's a system of it's a system of control and hierarchy, right? So they got you under their thumb, and as long as they hold you to the fact that you're just a dumb guy, you don't know anything, you can't perceive the earth as the way it really is, and you're like a little amoeba on a beach ball or whatever it is, then you're going to continue to feel downtrodden, and you're going to only appeal to a religious idea of the earth being a globe. Oh, why is it a globe? I don't know, because it's a fact, because it's a globe. Like, bro, just like you're chanting like a religious person would without having any knowledge.
So you look at anything and you just want to start researching it because, I need more.
Why not?
King.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, because I'm going to have time to do all that, mate. Like, we don't have time to just fucking stop.
Oh my God.
No, I mean, not having the time. Yeah, not having the time is a cop out, bro. You're in a server right now where we're doing the very thing you say you don't have time for. Right now, we're doing that very thing.
I don't want to devote I have things I want to research, but I want to devote my time specifically to this because I don't think it's important to me enough.
Okay, so you've regulated the idea that the Earth is a globe. Hold on, Cairo. Hold on. You've regulated the idea that the Earth is a globe to essentially a belief system, is what you're telling us right now here in this server, in this room. You've regulated. You put it in a corner of your mind where, like, I don't have to look at this,
exactly,
because I already know it's a globe. So I move past that.
Exactly.
That's you. But you haven't moved past that because you don't even know if it's one. You don't know if it's a globe. So how have you moved past the things you thought you moved past already?
The thing is, right, I could research it for a day and I could say to myself with confidence, oh yeah, I have facts and evidence and as to why I believe it's a globe.
No, you have a confirmation, bro. Ozzy, you have a confirmation bias. If you read an answer that somebody says, "Oh, of course it's a Earth is a globe because we have shadows on the moon," to you that's like, "Oh, good. Yep, I'm good. All good. It's a globe." Yeah. Dude, that's what you do. You've just looked up. You've looked up two things you presented to me, and you're like, "Yeah, well, there you go. There's two facts right there. Why are you denying that?" And like, dude, without any question, you didn't know what a lunar eclipse is. You have never seen one, and the boats missing the bottom of the boats. You're just like, "Well, that's evidence right there." You're just accepting anything that confirms your bias, dude. You're not critiquing it, like, really.
Because it should,
which is what I'm asking.
A bias. It's fucking bullshit, man.
Yeah, it's because we're having this conversation.
It be a debate. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
Really?
It even be a debate.
Well, yeah, it's not a. Yeah, you're right. I'll say you said one thing right. It's not a debate because if it was, then you'd actually have evidence to then rebut what I have.
I'm trying to say to you, it's not a debate.
Yeah. So therefore, because you don't have any evidence and I do. It looks like I'm just telling you like it is, and you're not.
I know I look like an idiot in this call right now, and I fucking.
No, it's not. It's not that you're an idiot, bro.
Like, I'm into this call. No, because I've come into this call with. I knew I was going to get fucking pounded like this because I don't have anything to bring to the conversation in regards to evidence. But I'm just fucking saying. I believe.
Do you think somebody else could do better than you?
Illusion.
Ozzy, I've challenged PhDs, cosmologists, astrophysicists. I've challenged them personally. I've talked to these guys. I've talked to pilots. I've talked to people in the military. Anyone who you can think of that might know the information you think would solidify the Earth being a globe. I've talked to all those people. Nobody knows, Ozzy. No one knows, bro.
Yeah,
I'm telling you right now. These guys that you might put on a pedestal, you talk to a scientist. There isn't one of those guys that will come here and say, "Okay, guys, let me tell you how the Earth is an actual globe."
Okay, but
that guy doesn't exist, dude.
If you talk to a guy who researched it, would you not get a different answer?
Well, he's just told you he speaks. Sorry, Alpha. He's just told you he speaks to the guys who are supposed to research it. He's just told you that. The people that you
how do they not know then? If they,
I'll tell you this way. Yeah, I'll tell you this way. What they say is that, you know, the PhDs and such, the academics, right? All they say is that this is their best guess. That's really all they say. They don't go any farther into it other than that. So they'll tell us, well, you know, we come up with a good educated guess. This is what we say in academia because we can never know anything to be true. The science doesn't work that way. And they say this. And of course, once I finish saying what I just said, you're going to reaffirm what they said. And you'll say, yeah, of course. That's how science works. We can never know anything. So basically,
don't we have one academia saying, a PhD saying that, well, at best you have falsified the radius of it?
Leaps of logic.
Yeah, I mean, it's never going to come down to where they say, yeah, we know the Earth is a globe that's settled, we moved on. It sounds like that's what you're saying. They haven't said that, Ozzy. You're actually, okay, you're in a state of belief about the globe, but your belief is solidified 100%, as it is an actual globe for sure, 100%. There's nothing going to move you from that. These silly flat earthers are just making nonsense noise on the internet. And you love to have a good laugh.
Well,
but you don't really know if it's a globe, bro.
Okay, if you really want me to go research this, I can, and I'll be back.
Yeah, sure. I mean, honestly, I would like you to, but I mean, if you don't and you go watch Netflix, that doesn't bother me. I'm still gonna do what I do.
You think
honestly?
Netflix?
Yeah, usually people do. They make empty claims. Go ahead, Jedi.
All I was going to say is, at the end of the day, we're just asking you to challenge your own beliefs. That's it.
Yeah, I mean,
and I've basically just said to you, I don't really have any more beliefs other than the Earth is a globe.
Well, this is like
maybe challenge that.
Yeah, I can't.
It's a beginning, dude. It's a start. Like once actually you go through it, you find out when you start critically thinking about the world around you, that there's a lot more that you don't know, a whole lot more. It basically turns into not just the Earth being flat, but it's a lot more of subjects that are involved with that. But it's like I said, it's a person who's critically thinking about the world around them will not be fearful in asking questions. I mean, heck, if you don't know something, you don't know it. But I mean, if it's truly not known, Ozzy, that they don't know if the Earth is a globe, that will shock you, at least a little bit. If I'm thinking it should, but you might be like, who cares? Yeah, I gotta go to work tomorrow anyway, so I don't really care about this.
There's no way these people in the chat are actually real. What the fuck?
Yeah, because it's not often that we hear somebody who's just, I mean, you're not really somebody who's combative, but there's people that take your position. And like earlier today, some guy told me that he wanted me to, basically end myself. But because of this, yeah. So it can trigger emotions that make somebody feel very upset. It's not always the case that we get somebody that's.
I'm not upset, man.
Bit charitable.
I'm just gonna prove you wrong. That's what
I would like. Go ahead. That's a good way to go. If you're gonna do it that way.
Fighting words.
This is gonna be so much fun.
It is. I'm looking forward to it, dude. This is going to be so much fun.
Don't get Jedi's hopes up high, dude, and then you don't come back, dude. He's gonna get dressed and everything.
I'm going to fucking shave.
Yeah, he's gonna shave for this, dude. So if he's gonna do that, don't stand him up. All right.
Oh man.
It's like getting ready for a date, man. Don't stand people up. Be a man of your word. If you say you're gonna do it, do it. If not, don't.
Yeah. Not today though, because I'm fucking.
Ah, dude. There you go, Jedi. I guess you have to make a dinner date.
He's Australian. It's late.
It's fucking nearly 10 minutes to 12. I got work tomorrow.
10 minutes to 12. What's going on?
Fuck. I get up early. I work a trade.
No, you're fine, buddy. You're fine.
Yeah, we're just
going to do your job and shit.
Oh my gosh.
I tell you the percentage though. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm just excited for this guy to go and do some research and come back and prove it. This is what these conversations are about, dude. You come in here with your evidence that you think that you've got for the Earth being a globe, and us challenging that. and seeing where we end up. So it's always good fun. I'm looking forward to it.
These are the conversations that I like having. I like people to say, you know what, I'm going to prove you wrong. And I'm like, hit me with your best shot.
It's like literally, honey, hold my beer.
Yeah.
You'll see me on this call in 23 hours.
No doubt.
All right, let's see. Let's write it down. The man said 23 hours.
Lunchtime tomorrow. Well, breakfast time for you, lunchtime for me.
And I'll bring up everything. And I know you still won't believe. I just know you still.
No, like
beliefs. It's not about beliefs, dude.
Do a deep dive. And...
I already set a calendar date.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, go on.
Okay, then. Well, I'll see you in 23 hours.
Yeah, no worries, man. All right, everybody's got a dinner date now. We got 23 hours. At least we got one good conversation. All right, here's what I was gonna say, but he dipped out. My money's on that he's not coming back. That's what I got. I got my money on. He's not gonna come back.
Well, if he's a creature of routine and it's going to be late night for him before he goes to bed, he's got fuck all else to do, then he might not have an excuse. So I'm hopeful. Mate, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that he'll return with something that he'll cobble together with ChatGPT and Google. So I'm hopeful that he'll come back with that.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not hopeful that he's going to prove fuck all. Do you know what I mean?
You could bring the Persian army, dude. It's not going to help you, not even a little. The whole world. Yeah. But he made those them's fighting words, right? Like,
definitely. I'll come back tomorrow and I'll preview.
You know, that's the old fighting spirit, dude. That's what we used to live for, man. Back in the old days, man.
I'm going on mute.
All right, Cosmos.
Yeah,
I did. I was.
Yeah. I was just about to do it. That's good. I was just scrolling through the chat whilst you were talking, man, seeing if you got anybody new that was in.
Yeah. Shout out to APOC. What's up, APOC?
What's up, Dope? I'm just talking.
Sliding in, man.
Yeah, I'm just talking to Eddie on the side chat. He should have been permabanned, but they just gave him 2 days. He violated TOS the other day. So I'm just talking on his side chat. Cosmos, the idiot.
Oh, dude. It's like a yo-yo with him, back and forth. His name's Oliver, yeah?
Yeah, he's looking for a permaban. I think that's his goal. I don't know.
He's cruising for a bruising? But we're detected.
Essentially, yeah. I'll meet up. I'll be right back.
You could permaban me at any time, you know. It's literally in your power.
Thanks, mate. Don't need to be reminded of that.
You have to tell us we got the power.
Yeah. But you don't.
Aw.
Who was that? Who was the...
we are moderators of the server that have power, but we're not moderators of the server that have power. So I don't understand what you're talking about, Cosmo. Seriously.
Yeah, you could. You could just ban me and then take a screenshot of how I violated TOS to the mod, and the mod would be like, fair enough.
Have you violated TOS?
I probably did, yeah.
You probably did.
The hell?
I mean, should I take your word for it and just ban you anyway?
Yeah, are we just gonna just... Oh, shit. Like, if you think it was the guy that stole the TV was me, you might be right. Like, just get rid of him then. Like, you could be correct. I could be that guy.
Hey, who was the one that said, at best, you falsified the radius of the Earth?
Bev, earlier today. No, Bev was here. I forgot to tell you, Elbow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he showed up, but no one was here. It was just me, him, and Bloodsticker. Him and Bloodsticker were talking, and then I talked to Bev. Bloodsticker's another Bevite, I think. I would say he is, but
How did that turn out?
it was a train wreck. He put up this argument. Let's see if I can post it for you guys. This one. Put it in text chat. He said he's going to talk to Jaren today about it and yada, yada, yada.
The Jaren.
Yeah, the Jaren.
The one who goes out into the field and actually does experiments.
Oh my God! What? He goes. What? And confirms your. This.
He goes out into a field and does.
I don't even know what to do with that.
I don't know.
You think Jaren's a top flat earther, Cosmos?
I have more respect. I have more respect for Jaren when he was a flat earther because he would attempt to go out and prove what he says. I have more respect for the people in that documentary who attempt to go out and back up their claims.
What were their claims?
Did he do the final experiment, Jaren?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He was. He unlike others, he accepted the ticket because it was paid for.
Okay.
Who cares, dude?
And what did this prove again?
That he has balls. He has integrity.
He's got balls. Yeah.
He has balls because he made a claim about what?
He has integrity because he wanted to prove.
Oh my God.
Right.
About
one way
what?
or the other.
He's been asking you about what? And can you answer him that? What was he trying to prove?
The shape of the Earth.
Why would going to a place on the Earth prove the shape of the Earth?
Because it destroys certain assumptions about what the Earth can be. If you say the Earth's flat, but again, if you say the Earth's flat, but I have no model of the Earth, in a rational discussion, you've dismissed yourself from the conversation.
Okay. So what he did is because he had a model, he debunked his
demonstration. A demonstration.
You're telling me you couldn't
out that I've stopped the conversation so you can examine what.
I'm thinking.
Are you going to do that?
I'm thinking. I'm thinking about how I would do it. I understand. I'm not.
You don't have
I'm
the
not trying to got you.
No, dude, you were on. You were going to bypass that and just automatically tell APOC that's just the way it is. But now that I've stopped the conversation, so you can examine what you said and present it,
no,
you're not able
point.
to, bro.
Of course. I'm thinking. I'm not. I want to argue honestly. So if I don't have the argument, then I'm not going to. I'm just here to see what you guys say. You know what I'm saying? That's
what we're saying.
I'm fine.
There's no.
Yeah. Okay.
No argument against it. Flat Earth for the win, ladies and gentlemen.
Earth is 4-0 now. That's 4 home runs. It's barely the first inning. God damn!
I told you. I was pointing to the outfield, bro. I'm telling you.
They got no outs, and it's the first inning, and you're already 4-0. Jeez, it's not looking good for the Globe.
Hey, Plague. It's not looking too good for these guys, man.
Not at all. Not at all, bro.
They're scrambling like they don't know what to do, man.
You know what? It's really interesting.
There's a difference between scrambling and not knowing, and
it's really.
Do you mind?
Okay if you don't know. It's okay if you don't know.
I had an original point.
You don't know.
Yeah, do you mind if we move on? And I obviously I'm not.
Let's whistle. Yeah, let's
like,
whistle
I'll concede
past the
that
grave. Yeah. Let's whistle past the grave.
No, hey.
Before
I don't mind.
I'll tell you what. Before we move on, I want to, because you with your own words, you just said it's difference between scrambling and not knowing. Okay, I want you to at least concede. Okay, that you don't know what you're talking about, and that's okay. We're here to help you understand.
He said, I concede.
I concede that I don't know how to simply prove an elevation profile on a curved surface to you guys. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. And that's at least you're honest. And I'll tell you what. And here's the secret. Here's the secret. I'll tell you what. You cannot have an elevation profile with curving lines away from you and claim that you established those curved lines using a horizontal position. You can establish an elevation profile of something curved, but you're going to be using drop over distance because that is what is measurable. That's why we ask you guys, do you have proof of drop over distance within the world that you think it is to be a sphere? That doesn't exist. Now, again, you can go to a mountain or a hill, like there's one right here in Whittier Hills, real huge hill. You can establish the elevation profile. But guess what? You're going to use a flat baseline to get those measurements, to get the elevations.
All right,
You're not going to have a curve to it. Go ahead.
We got Rated that just jumped in here. Welcome to the chat, Rated.
That is so crazy, bro. Leave me alone. I'm just listening.
So...
Oh, I heard
so
you
have
say
another
something,
point.
so
That was my original thing that I jumped in here for.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah. If you need me to jump on your side, what's up?
Yeah, he might need some help.
He needs a lifeline. He needs something.
Yeah, he needs. It's okay. Bring all your homies in here. I think,
sir, I got you back. Don't worry.
Go ahead, Cairo.
Yeah.
I think he can help you out.
I think it's like Ramadan. I mean, again, this is just I want to see what you guys say, right? Because
I'm white.
Whatever.
I have no idea.
So Ramadan, like people fast all day and then they eat at sunset,
that didn't work.
Right? Is that
I mean
correctly?
I don't know, but there's a room for that.
There's no, I'm saying there's religions where people eat when the sun is down, is what I'm saying, right? I think it's in Islam.
Yeah,
I think it's Ramadan.
Opposite, no?
Okay.
Isn't it the opposite? They
exactly
only eat when the sun's up.
Called Ramadan. Why are you pretending that you don't know the name of it?
Okay.
I'm genuine. I was just making sure. I was just making sure. I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yes,
okay.
Can you land this plane, bro?
Yes, you do.
Okay, the Burj Khalifa is very tall.
Let him get it out, man, because we're never going to get to the end of this. Go ahead, Cairo.
Crazy.
The Burj Khalifa is the tallest building in the world. Okay. Did you know that they have, based on what floor that you are in the Burj Khalifa, the sunset is at different times. So they have a chart that, okay, if you're on the 100th floor, you can start eating at this time. If you're on the 200th floor or whatever, you have to wait like another 2 minutes for the sun to set.
Holy
that
smokes,
doesn't
200
work
floors?
Yes, you are learning how the sun works. Congratulations.
Wait.
Let him make his point.
So if you are higher in elevation, you are going to see the sun for the same point, for the same XY point on Earth, a different elevation. You are going to see the sun set at a later time.
XY point on Earth. No,
hold on, dude. Hold on, Rated. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying without Rated jumping in.
I'm saying for the same point on Earth at different elevations, you're going to see the sun set at later times the higher up you are. That only works on a globe model.
Really?
Not to mention, not to mention that the sun is the same angular size when it's setting. Whereas on a flat Earth, you guys are saying that the sun is moving away from you, which would make it a smaller angular size.
Are you just assuming that the Earth? Well, explain it. What do you mean explain it? You're saying that it's happening over a globe. Am I understanding you correctly that you said it's happening over a globe?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me how the globe is even there to make it as the observation? Because you're pre-assuming that it's a globe. I'm guessing, right?
No.
You're not pre-assuming that it's a globe.
So what I'm saying is that the sun.
You're pre-assuming that the Earth is a globe prior to this visual test.
Well, like I'm not working from absolute bare minimum, so I'm saying that I'm
how
trying to
do we know
describe
the
an
Earth
observation.
is Right, but let's just give some facts.
I'm describing an observation.
Yes, yeah. You talked about the people on the 200th floor looking at the sun. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got that. I got that much. What I don't got is how you're saying that it's happening over a globe. Where is that coming from? How did we get there?
I'm not trying to argue it. I'm not trying. Okay.
Yeah, you are. You're exactly doing the thing you say right now you're not doing. You're arguing for the Earth being a globe using the Burj Khalifa.
Okay. You have an idea that the Earth is flat. I have an idea that the Earth is a globe.
Are you? No, wait. No. We have an observation that the Earth is flat. You don't have that observation. You have an observation that the Earth is flat, just like we do, but you're assuming it's a globe. That's the difference. Hello?
You have a model of the Earth that is flat, and
we showed you elevation profile. Elevation profile is what I demonstrated to you, and you don't have an elevation profile of the Earth as a globe. Yet you're telling me I need to think of the Earth as a globe. I don't need to. You need to show me how you've demonstrated either with an elevation profile or you demonstrated that the Earth is an actual globe. Therefore, it would make sense, however, that they're on the 200th floor watching the sunrise or sunset. Doesn't matter. But if you're telling me that it's happening over a globe, I need you to present the evidence that it's doing so on a globe. How have you done that? Because I didn't.
So you don't want to discuss that point. You just need to go from the very basics. Okay.
Yeah, the basics are.
So I guess So with my point, I was.
Yeah.
I guess. Maybe naively trying to get you guys to defend your position. So instead, you're you're kind of shifting the burden of proof for me to defend my position, where you are now saying no proof to me. Yeah,
dude. Obviously, you're coming from a place that you think the Earth is a globe.
I'm coming into the home turf of the flat Earth people. So you guys have a lot of the answers and the power and the a bunch of people. So why don't you guys take the burden of proof?
No. That's because we don't need it if you're coming from a mythological fantasy worldview. I can just say you just believe in a fantasy. Yeah.
Okay, so to my understanding then, you can't explain. That's all I know.
can.
How you guys explain.
I can explain.
Okay.
I can explain,
why does the higher floor you go to?
I can explain. Here, I'm telling you, I can explain because I'm based off of reality. You are based off of fantasy. So I can tell you what reality is like. It's perspective. We can see off in the distance based on our view of the horizon. But it's nothing to do with the curved Earth idea, which is what you have. You have an idea. It's a fantasy. You didn't put it into reality by going to the Burj Khalifa. You're just imagining you're basically what you said is, okay, I'm going to set up a debate where I think it's a globe and you think it's a flat Earth, and we're going to examine the Burj Khalifa from those two perspectives. No, sir. You need to show me how it's an actual globe, and then I can tell you that it's actually flat. I don't know how that's going to work, but if you're coming from these two perspectives, then it becomes a debate how people are making observations on the Burj Khalifa. But it's not one when you're saying, I come from an imagination that the Earth is a globe, and I come from reality that the Earth is flat. You see how that doesn't match up? Because we can't come to the same conclusion.
If there's an observation, if you make an observation, and then then that is reality, right? And so if two people have different ideas about what that reality is, it will either support one and disprove the other one, or it'll support both or it'll disprove both.
That's the problem. Your idea of reality. We don't have just an idea. We know that it's flat. You don't know that it's a globe. So your idea is just an idea, bro.
But now you're the one presupposing that you know it's
Alpha.
flat.
We do. Quick, just real quick. What you're talking about in regards to the building and the light shining on it, and then that the lower side they get darker before the higher side. It's really interesting because back in, I want to say grade school. What you're like? I don't know, maybe 8th grade. Maybe even earlier, maybe 7th grade, 6th grade. You can take an art class. Like if your school has these, curriculums, if they have the budget for it, and you literally learn about shadows and lighting in the art class. You'll learn this. If it's a good art class, I don't know about you, but I actually took a really good art class. And this is grade school that you learn this. And in today's world, as we're adults, this is called angle of incidence. But in art class, you learn it as light and shadows and the way it would be casted upon. So, like, you can draw a setting at nighttime or daytime, depending on the elevation of the source, the light source, whether it be a sun or a street lamp or a house lamp. And where things are going to, like, still cast a shadow or have a shadow or not are derived from the angle of incidence, depending on the height and distance. You literally learn this at 10 years old, bro. So you're saying, like, we have a building and they have different sunsets and they can eat because it's Ramadan. Like, just take a fucking art class and you'll learn all about it.
Yeah, let me post something what he's talking about right now in the text chat for you, Cairo, so you can see an example. I was looking for on my computer, but this is what he means. So with the image above and the one below are in comparison to how we see with perspective. This is how we see, dude. So the guy at the very top of the building would see this perspective. So flat as far as the eye can see, as the image declares. So we have reality on our side. You have the idea of the earth as a globe on your side. No demonstration whatsoever.
Why does the sun set?
It's perspective. It's due to perspective. It moves above your
perspective.
Head. Yes. Like many different ways you can see perspective in action. Yeah, think about it like this, right? If you see clouds that are above your head, when you look off in the distance horizontally, you can see the clouds look like they converge to the to the ground, right? But it doesn't really do that because if you ever got in an airplane or whatever, you go to the cloud level, you could see like the clouds are sitting on their own horizontal plane. So they're not like they're dipping down or whatever. They're on their own horizontal plane, the clouds. So the statement is true for perspective. When you're on the ground, it looks like the clouds are arcing above your head. They're not doing that. It's just the way you see the world, just the way I demonstrated with that image. And so to you, it's all in perspective. It's how your vision works. It's how your vision is like converging everything to the eye line.
But that doesn't square with what we see in reality. So
it does, dude. It does square. Everything you see is in perspective.
If you are driving, if you have a light on a car that is driving away from you, that light is going to get smaller and smaller in angular size, and it'll dim, and eventually it'll go away. That's not what the sun does when it sets. It stays same angular size. Think about it, dips below the horizon.
It's not on the same plane as you are. You're talking about things that are on the same plane as you. We're talking about things that are above your plane. You're not on the same plane as the sun, and you're not on the plane of the clouds either. But when you reach the height of the clouds, when you go to that height, you can see that the clouds are on their own horizontal plane. There's many videos that you can see that this is the case. But what I'm saying is true. So what you're on the surface, you're not on the same plane as the sun nor the clouds. But you see everything converging to the eye line. Absolutely true, Cairo. There's no ifs, there's no bones about what I'm saying.
I posted a video on the side chat there. And this is kind of a really good, this might help you. I don't know, it might not. But it's just showing a plane going away from you. Remember, the plane is flying as the crow flies, just straight across. But in our perspective, as Alpha's telling you, it looks like the plane's crashing. It looks like it's going down. And then it goes behind a building. So one can say, well, wait, is it behind the building? Like, can I go on the other side of the building? It's going to be down like floors, like if it crashes on the floor, because that's the direction it looks like. But this is just an optical thing. It's a perspective. It's something that a lot of Globers can't grasp. But I hope this helps you, like, because now you put the sun as the plane, and the sun's going away from you, and it looks like it's dropping, but no, it's not dropping. It's just going across. But the way our eyes are shaped and designed, and the way we see things, the way we process it, the way it looks like things are converging from the left in, the right in, and then up down, and down up. Like, it converges.
All it is, it's just a hijacking of perspective. That's all that it's been ever. That's why people think the Earth is a globe. It's just hijacking how we see the Earth. That's all.
Is this guy going to talk about the Earth yet, or is he still just talking about the sun?
We're at Burj Khalifa right now, 200 floors above the horizontal plane.
Does that tip away from him when he walks away from the Burj Khalifa? Is it tipping away from him?
Good point.
Yeah, how much? Like, what does he think about tipping?
You can climb a tree and see it again.
Yeah, he was telling me that he wanted to have the argument as set up as we have our flat Earth, he has his globe Earth. How does this work on the Burj Khalifa? That's why I was like, no, you don't start like that. You start with you have a true premise. Is it true that the Earth is a globe? Is it true that the Earth is flat? Which one of those premises is true? Then you go into the Burj Khalifa observation. Cairo.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've been sitting in this chat for a while. I was just curious of, what do you have to say? So, I mean, I understand that you guys, I come from.
You're not going to address what I just said. Like,
yeah, he's running away.
No,
we're not going to even.
Imagine joining the channel and just being like, "Hey guys, I want to talk about something that has nothing to do with the topic whatsoever," and then be like, "How do you explain that?" It's like, "Are you okay? Or what's up with you right now?"
Oh my! Look at the time. It's getting kind of late over here. So, yeah, we get it. We get it, Cairo.
I think you did a good job, though. I would count that 5-0. Still first inning. No outs yet.
Yeah. Geez, dude.
Yeah.
Sometimes you feel kind of bad. You don't. Yeah. Just want to leave them with a little shred.
Right.
I didn't come in here. I didn't come here with the idea that I was going to, upend your guys' thing. I was just more of probing to see where you guys would land.
Okay. Yeah. Well, how about just the Earth? How about the Earth? How about we land on the Earth, the surface of the Earth? How do you describe it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's a globe.
Does surface be curved, or is curved?
It's a globe. Yeah. It's a globe. Yeah.
Is that curved or flat?
What is?
Is a curved surface? Yeah, would a curved surface be curved, or would a curved surface be flat?
Like it, I guess it depends on your reference frame.
What the fuck?
What?
Like, ultimately, it's curved, but
okay, I
does
can
it depend if you're human?
I can answer. A curved surface is curved. A flat surface is flat.
But does it depend if you're an actual person or maybe you're a cartoon? No.
It's still curved. Curves are curved.
I know he's gonna come up with something. It's not like I'm trying to like.
I'm good. I understand. That guy was kind of annoying where he's like he just wanted to call you idiots. I don't agree with that. Well,
we get that all the time. It's not like
yeah.
Well, that's every
never
channel.
Gonna change.
Yeah, you could go to every channel. There's some squawker just squawking their ass off about how the whole channel's an idiot, except for them. Like you could ask them. Just go to all the guest channels. Like right here, Communist Room. There's somebody you say, "Hey, how often do you get people in here just squawking that you're all idiots?" Like, oh, all day. It happens all day, huh?
And when they do it in here, then I issue them a triangle test, and we find out who the idiots are.
Okay, they usually get upset at Radwin for that too. Like they storm out. But yeah, that guy earlier, Crit, he said he was going to come back. He was excited to say, "I'm gonna do research and I'm gonna come back tomorrow same time." So, okay. I mean, I have my money. He's not coming back, but he said he is.
I remember that earlier. Yeah, the guy was like, "Well, how do you explain eclipses?" You're like, "Well, what's an eclipse?" I don't know what the fuck eclipse is. I'm just curious.
It's like he's bringing it up as evidence for the Earth being a globe, and he's like, "said okay, so talking about how do you know it's the Earth?" Well, I don't know. I've never seen one. Well, my God, dude, why are you using this as something to say that it's a globe?
Okay, but I think that's a good point.
No, it's not. What do you mean?
Yeah, because
he didn't know what a lunar eclipse was, and he was using it as a claim to say that it was a globe based on that.
But solar, how is that? So solar eclipses.
You're like, hey, look at the
lunar
sun.
eclipse thing.
Like, and then explain it. You're like, well, what about the Burj Khalifa? I don't know.
Yeah.
The same thing, dude. You have no idea. Like, you point up in the sky and just say ball. And then, like, what? What are you talking about? Like, which way is the Earth? Is the Earth up or is the Earth down?
So,
like, I don't know.
Why? So, I think that scientists, or I know that scientists, were able to predict the, let's say, 2024 solar eclipse. They knew exactly where it would go, what time it was, and stuff. So, are they using a flat Earth model to?
Yes, it's not science. Yes, it's not science.
Definitely not science. Yeah.
It actually kind
what
of
is it?
Science.
What do you mean?
It's an observation, brother. We're just seeing
I know, but how are they able to predict where the solar eclipse will go?
It's a Saros cycle.
That because they've seen it happen before. How about that for an answer?
Okay.
it's happened like this, every how many years, and then here it comes again. There it is. It happened again. Oh, how did they know that? Well, maybe because it's cyclical in nature. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
Okay, so you guys think it's cyclical, but that you don't exactly know
when the clock. It is a cycle, not we think it is. It is a cycle.
Okay, it is a cycle, and you guys think, but you guys don't know what it is. You think it's like a self-eclipsing or some kind of optical phenomenon. You don't know the physical way.
Oh, you do? The cause? You were just asking for the determination of the predictability of it. Now you're saying, well, we got to know what it is, actually?
I'm not saying you have to know. I'm just trying to clarify your
You don't even know that. You don't even know that. Come on, Cairo. You don't even know.
It's the Earth's shadow on the moon.
Yeah. How do you know that it's the Earth's shadow, Cairo? I'm going to ask you like I asked the other guy. How do you know it's the Earth's shadow? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And?
Okay.
Well, it's the same thing. It's like you guys are just assuming it's the Earth's shadow, and you're just making declarations. Oh, it's the Earth's shadow. Nice. You didn't prove it.
All right. All right. Yeah. I'll head out. I don't want to leave anybody hanging though. So if you have any direct questions for me that are like,
no, you don't know anything. How am I going to ask something of somebody who doesn't know shit?
Okay, I don't know. You just want to make fun of me then? If you want to ask me, and I'll.
You're asking me
like, the obvious, bro.
Like, how about this? Would you ask somebody a question and they don't know anything?
You didn't focus on the Earth.
Okay, fair.
All your focus was things in the sky.
That's also true.
What was that?
You didn't focus on the Earth. You focused on things in the sky.
And then that's why.
Yeah, so I was trying to, go more for like observable. I think that sunsets are like one of the most observable, easy ways to.
Well, we
unfortunately
can
not proving to you, but
yeah, we can thank Captain Obvious for that. Yeah.
Yeah, we see sunsets. And then what? We see sunsets, and then what?
Automatically, the Earth is a globe somehow.
and it stays
boom, there it is.
It's the same angular size, which shows that the Earth is rotating rather than the sun is moving away from
That
us.
is not true.
Dude, you are just full of like assertions today. It feels good when you say it that way, huh, Cairo?
So when the sun doesn't set, then what? When it doesn't set, then what?
It stays the same angular size throughout the day.
Dude.
And then what? And then what?
Demonstration.
And then what?
That's hilarious.
Bennett, you're coming in really choppy.
I just posted a time lapse from Africa. Tell me that sun is the same size.
Yeah, okay. That's your black swan.
What? It only needs one to show you that you're debunked, bro. Like, it's, of course. Black swan means that one instance debunks their whole premise that it stays the same angular size, bro. Like, I mean...
You see the sun doing whatever it does.
Gee, bro.
And then what?
I mean,
you find that convincing? I don't. I understand that that's yes. If I could observe that, if I could observe that, that would make me question some stuff.
You are observing it. What do you mean, dude? It's happening right now in the GIF.
Yeah, but I don't believe you. You guys are conspiracy theorists. I don't believe you guys arguing honestly, and you don't believe me to be arguing honestly.
Wait a second. You just said, I don't believe you guys because you're conspiracy theorists. You're actually the conspiracy theorist, dude. We're just showing you shit. We're showing you something. We're showing you something, and you're forming this that people are out to get you. They're all going to lie to you. You're the conspiracy theorist.
Okay, guys.
You think that
so I'm going to leave, and you guys can have your brief conversation and make fun of me. I appreciate anybody that was being, respectful. I try to be respectful. So
you can run away.
Yeah.
Run.
Yeah, sure. If you want to say I'm running away, sure.
Yeah, never talk about
I got what I wanted.
Join the server, join the channel, said, hey, flat earthers, do you want to talk about the earth? Talk about the sky, then runs away.
Yeah, keep it flat, homie.
I don't know, guys. I don't know if I'm all on board with this earth is flat thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's your prerogative.
It seems like it would make more sense for the earth to be like a square, doesn't it?
No. Prove it.
Prove it.
What about a
What about a donut?
Prove that too. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence of the earth being anything other than we observe it to be, huh? How about that?
Donuts require curve. We don't have measure any curve, so it's not a donut either, dummies.
What if we're just on the top of the donut?
Yeah, whatever.
The universe is flat.
No curve, no donut.
Actually, if you guys would actually try to go at the argument, really, you would see how far you can get. The fact is, dude, you guys can't. I mean, there's like no contest here. There's no debate. It's just you guys have like an imagination that runs wild. And we're just pointing that out. Like, yeah. Hopefully you guys are having a good time listening to our chats. We had Bev come in here with his ramblings this morning.
Damn.
You done missed that.
I know, like he like melted down on another server yesterday. I told him I would grant him Jester's privilege. Did he end up getting muted, or what happened?
Bro, it's so funny that you said that, Crit, because I said that because you know how he's always on Jaren's jock, dude, all the time. Jaren this and Witsit that and Nathan this and shit like this. So he said this morning when he came in. He's like, well, I'm going to go over to Jaren's today, and we're going to have a little chatty chat. And he's like, I'm going to, I don't know, I guess approve, or I don't know what he said, because he was like, I'm a guy who talks about logic. I'm going to post in the text chat what he put in here this morning. He said, Jaren made this statement here. It's like the Black Swan, he said. So it's showing the modus tollens and the logical form of the argument of what the Black Swan is. Based on that, we're using that to say that the earth is not flat. And I'm like, oh, really? And so I was like, go ahead and show me. So he posted this, that what Jaren has been saying. I don't know if can you guys see the logic form there? Or illogic. It's illogical. It's not logical. But anyways, the modus tollens is presented there. At the very end, the if P then Q. So it says, if the Earth is flat with a clockwise sun that goes around the continents in a 24-hour, that's the P, dude. You imagine that? So if the Earth is flat with a clockwise sun. So what's wrong with that first sentence there for the P statement?
Yeah, so what's that? So the sun, the Earth, therefore sun?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, well, you and everybody else who's seen this, like, the way... And he's like, well, Jaren is, he constructed this modus tollens, so, yeah, it's... Therefore, the Earth is not flat. Look at the end, the not P. So the Earth is not flat. Based on this premise. I was like, well, you have to start with the true premise. I was like, is that a true premise that you're starting
with?
To
show that. Plus, you have to show your if. Where's the if at?
Yep. So I was like, dude, this is a hot mess, bro. This is a train wreck. I was like, there's no way. And if you're going to give him a pat on the back or whatever when you go meet him today, and you say, dude, Jaren, I mean, this is great. It's what we needed, right? No. They're like, you should make him, I said, at least make him aware. If you're a logical guy, make him aware of the statement that he's making here is completely illogical, dude. There's nothing here that's true. So, but he's like, wasn't that what the modus tollens for the Black Swan? When you talk about if P, then Q, like the Earth is a radius of 3959. I was like, yeah, but we're talking about the ground. In this statement, Jaren is talking about the sky, the sun moving about, because he's like, well, that's what they went to, TFE, and went to go do that over there. But then again, because Jaren debunked flat Earth based on the sun, what it was doing? No. The modus tollens is based on the long distance observation for the Earth being a horizontal plane was based on the fact that it's not a globe because the floor is demonstrating itself as a horizontal plane. Nothing to do with the sun moving around in the sky. So Bev was just, oh, what's wrong with this argument? And I was just going on. Blood Sticker came in with him and they were, doing that.
Oh yeah, I saw Blood was in here muted, so I just missed it.
How people follow that guy around and think he's amazing with his logic, I can never make any sense of that. But it is what it is, I guess.
Anyway, on another. Oh god.
No, I was just gonna say that's his argument. But if he knew that you were in here, I'm pretty sure, because I told him that what you said, that little side remark about him being a jester. I was like, so yeah. Jaren's like the king, gonna allow you in his presence. Oh, here's one of my peasants. Go ahead, Bev. Would you like to congratulate me on my well-founded, statement here? And Bev's gonna be like, yes, sir. You did a great job with logic. Thank you for hitting those flat earthers right where it hurts. Like, dude. I mean, I made that kind of similarity that he's just like, like a jester would. Like, I don't know why. We were on the same wavelength thinking that, but I just pointed that out because I mentioned that to him.
Yeah, because he was on another server yesterday trying to say that I should be banned. I should be removed from the server because I've taken pictures of his family in his house from outside. And then the admin was like, is this true? I'm like, fuck no, that's not true. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. He's like, freaking out. And then finally the guy's like, Bev, right now, produce the evidence that Crit did this. And then he just backpedaled. Oh, I didn't say Crit did that. I just said they. They have done that. And you go, okay, who is they? Is Crit part of that group that you think did this? Specific, like, he really had, like, I go, Bev's never going to answer a question. He's just going to talk in vagues, like, they did this and they did that. And he finally said, okay, no, Crit never said he did that. Or, I can't remember exactly how he worded that. He's like, okay, so why should he be removed from the server again? And Bev just posted a GIF and ran away. I'm trying to find where this is at now. Like, it's accusing people of things. Always to get you to play the defensive. You're like, oh, a dark horse. So Bev is a dark horse, apparently.
He's not what he's puffed up to be. And, I mean, I guess in people's minds that follow him, he probably is, but...
Well, not even. I mean, think of their group. It used to be big. They used to have like 30, 40 people. It's like down to like 2. Him and Emma, and that's it.
Yeah, but... I don't know, man. He was in here this morning doing his little shtick. And he always goes back to the most told it, so... He's like, so you guys have, over the years, changed your argument, the way he talks, you know?
Okay, so?
Like, dude, like, yeah, I was like, there's been some arguments that have changed, but not like, you know, like, what are you saying? He's like, well, in regards to the Black Swan argument, like, he's always saying that, bro, all the time. That's all he ever talks about. Black Swan this, Black Swan that. That's all his content is. Pretty annoying. And there's no depth to him. Like,
real globe. What is Black Swan?
Yeah, he's a real glober. Like, so whatever, you know. I mean, sure. Just take your globe and just do it.
And he's like, you don't want to hear. He's like, you don't want to hear my argument.
You're right.
I was like, well,
I don't.
He's like, I prove the true globe. Bro, dude, I was like, drop it like it's hot, bro. Like, let's see what you got, man. He's just a little teasing. I was like, dude, I don't want to play footsies under the table with you, bro. Just give me what you got, bro. Let's see it. Show it to us. What do you got? I mean, if you have anything, like, well, I gotta be going. So, like, what? That hurt, man. Fuck, like, it's just like a road to nowhere. It's like a non-argument, really. He leaves you just like, well, did we get anywhere? Like, absolutely not. We did not get anywhere. Actually, we're in a worse position talking to him.
More confused. Like, are you sure you're on the right server? Like, where are you? Like...
Yeah, Mick, I don't know, Mick's here. Or somebody was like mentioning, I think it was Mick. It was like, dude, I mean, I've been listening to him in a server or whatever, but I feel like I'm more confused listening to him than I am, like, I don't know. And then they pick on you, that's a whole other thing, but.
What was that? I heard my name.
Yeah, Bev earlier, remember?
Yeah.
I was just letting Crit know about what we talked about, what he was saying when he was here.
Oh yeah. He presented a sort of an attempt of a counter as saying, oh, you know, you guys present a false dichotomy or something, and then he retorted with basically a false dichotomy, and like
flatter globe is a false dichotomy.
Yeah, he flipped it, and then he presents, oh, well, basically, like, what is he saying, you know? He basically says, oh, if it's not flat, it's a globe. But he seems to be trying to say, oh, it's not perfectly flat, and therefore a globe.
We got mountains. We got mountains, Mick. Yeah. That's why.
But that doesn't work. Like, if it's not perfectly flat, it could be imperfectly flat, right? You know, if it's not perfectly globular, it could be globular. Like, but these types of arguments, like, logically speaking, those follow, right? But he paints the picture as it's basically one, or that we're saying one.
Yeah,
and then
globe denotes. Yeah, but the problem is the globe denotes shape. Flat is a description of the properties of a shape. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's true. That's a whole other story, you know.
Yeah,
it's just,
that's.
You know, or a whole other layer to his faulty.
Because it's dude, I don't know. Well, he comes and goes. I don't give a shit about Bev coming in here, and Elder Bear and Bloodsticker and all their other acolytes, the Bevites, all the ites.
Bevites. He said that that's a bigoted statement to say Bevite.
Oh yeah, you're bigot.
And then he went on to call. He says in his worldview, if you add "ite" to a group of people, then that's bigoted. He then says, like 24/7ites, Critites, like this other server I'm on, like Rondelites. He adds "ites" to all kinds of shit. I'm like, didn't you just say your logic, the Bev try-thinking logic, adding an ITE to anything makes the person bigoted? Then you did that. You just confessed that inside your own worldview you're bigoted. Otherwise, you wouldn't have done it. You just said that this is a key ID feature.
Does that mean that the Mennonites are products of bigots? So the Menons called the Mennonites, the Menons, Mennonites, bigots.
He's so, like, his thinking has been so fractured because he got trolled. Like, he's been trolled so hard that even internally, he's a walking, talking contradiction. Bev, do you think adding ITE to a word makes the person a bigot? He's like, yes. Why would you do it then? He's like, I didn't. You did. You right here. Here's a screenshot. You added 24/7ites. Does that make you bigoted? Well, no, it doesn't.
Oh, you did that too?
Well, okay, so does it or doesn't it? Yes and no. Okay, you contradicted. No, I didn't.
What a guy.
Yeah, he's just a joy. It's just like to point and laugh. Like really just pure entertainment value. Jester's privilege.
And he's going to go on the echo chamber, Jaronism, where Jaron never gets challenged every day with oncoming Globers onto his panel. He circle jerk themselves into oblivion, dude, over there. And all their followers and such. We got Owlishness. Is that Owlish? Is that you? Is that you, Owlish? It's probably not.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Hey, it's been a while.
Hey, what's up?
Still keeping it globish?
Yeah. I am still a globite.
Still? Man.
Yeah, man.
How?
I wish I could I wish I could have improved upon the arguments of the other people who were here because, I mean, they could have used way better examples of the sun doing unusual things, but they instead chose to focus on other things.
Well, the sun disappeared. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, do you think sky gazing is a great way to tell how the Earth is a globe, or is that what you're...
No, but the precession of the sun over the precession of the sun over the Earth does have like a significant tell on like not the shape of the Earth so much, but the way the Earth actually, not so much the shape of the Earth, but the rotation of the Earth.
Rotation? Okay, so show us how the sun moving across the surface, or excuse me, the sun moving across the sky shows us that the Earth is moving.
So, I'll just use this one example. In several countries, there's something called a Lahaina, I'm probably not saying that right, noon, where in the tropics there is, at a specific time, a 0 shadow day. Right, and this happens like twice a year. So it's not like the sun is consistently doing this day after day. There's some stipulation that would make it so that the sun is behaving in a different manner. And because if we were to compare the way, I don't know like what the updated lore is, so I don't know if there's like a map or a model of how the sun actually functions on a flat Earth, then its precession over the Earth doesn't make any sense if there's only twice a year that this occurs in specific latitudes.
Are you talking about a geographic location in particular, or are you just saying? Are you just saying it only overall, like anywhere anybody is, anytime?
No. So this is in a specific location. These are in specific latitudes. So why would it be that only twice a year if the sun has a measurable or like a predictable precession? What exactly is the sun doing? If
it's moving across the sky, like what's so hard about that? Like, yeah.
Because
what'd you say?
The path it's taking doesn't make any sense.
Why not?
In regards to its daily, because I just demonstrated, or I just told you about a time when.
Alish, we've seen the solar analemma. Yes, have you not seen that? You know what that is?
Is that what I just was talking about? No.
Well, it should be.
Yeah. So.
Well, no, I'm telling you, it should be, because if you're saying the sun's path in the sky resembles something, well, then the path that we're saying that it resembles is the figure of 8, right? So it would stand to reason that it stops at 2 points, and then it returns back. Like it goes to the one tropic of Capricorn and one tropic of Cancer, and it returns back. And in between there, people can take the image of the sun, and it looks like it's making a certain path in the sky. Like if you take a picture of the sun, throughout the year, it does that figure of 8. So what's wrong with that? Like that's showing you a pattern that it does. Is it not?
It can't take a figure of 8 if you have. It can't take a figure of 8 if you have only twice a year that this specific thing occurs in specific latitudes. So there has to be some stipulation that is making specifically occur.
Dude, this is happening anywhere. This is happening anywhere on Earth. So just type in solar analemma, and then you could see that everywhere on Earth they see this figure of 8 pattern, but it's in a different orientation depending on whatever geographic location you are. And that's true.
Right. I'm talking about this specific location, and it goes right along with at the. Actually, let me make sure I'm correct or accurate when I'm talking about this. In the tropics of the solar moon, the tropics between the Tropic of Cancer latitude. Well, I don't think I'm entire. I have to look it up, but
yeah, look it up.
I'm kind of driving right now, so like.
Oh, well, then don't look it up.
Yeah, so
keep your eyes on the road.
It kind of correlates back to.
We got the McDonald's drive-thru happening
does not
right
function
now.
Properly. Oh, sorry, I'm in the mountains.
Yeah, well, you're choppy and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm driving through the mountains, so I'm probably losing signal.
Well, you're coming through right there, but maybe try finishing from. You were just a little choppy.
Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah. So Foucault's we've discussed Foucault's pendulum before, but
for hours, yeah.
There's a specific amount. Yeah, there's a specific phenomenon where it doesn't function correctly at the equator because
or Antarctica.
Yeah, it doesn't function properly. So there's something about those parts of the Earth that make it so it doesn't function, and then there's a so it's not like it works not at the equator and then suddenly it works if you move off the equator.
Okay, so what's the cause for that phenomena?
Change.
What's the cause for that phenomena? Owlishness. Or I should say anomaly.
I might have to come back. I'm sorry, I might have to come back in because I keep Huh?
Am I dropping or are you dropping?
Was the Earth padded flat, or is it naturally flat? Is it naturally flat, or was it padded flat? Right? Did a god make it flat? Patty cake, you know?
Okay,
that
dude,
type of thing.
Dude, hold on. Okay, slow down. All right? You got wee-weed up. You got really wee-weed up, okay? So a god, a supernatural being, could do anything. Okay, that's why the globe side says their God made a perfect model. So going down that road, you're going to end up at whatever your God told you. Supernatural claim. Did your God tell you globe, or did your God tell you flat? That doesn't help the conversation at all.
So we're just focusing on the flat, not whether if it was padded flat or naturally flat.
Yeah, if a god padded or if a god
think that
rolled
the
the
Earth is a
ball.
globe, dude?
Yeah, okay. Inside the globe model, you've got people who think the Earth is a globe, who also think God did that. Okay, this is a Catholic
you have
church.
Globers that think that the globe happened naturally, right?
By
Yeah,
God.
those two.
Natural by God.
No.
There isn't any
It's explained through the scientific method that the globe originated naturally.
By God. They say God did it. There isn't any natural force like the Big Bang cosmology that's brought to you by the Catholic Church. They say, how did the Big Bang happen? They tell you God did it. Copernicus says, how was a heliocentric model made? He said God made it. God made perfect circles and perfect circular orbits.
Say that, right? But there's a natural explanation.
All the astronauts say God did it. When they went to the moon, if you believe their story, they brought a Bible to the moon. They broke bread on the moon. They stopped and read from the Bible. All of it.
That's crazy. I never knew any of this. That's crazy.
Yeah, because that's why asking if God did it or not doesn't get you anywhere in this conversation. Because you're going to have to say, if God didn't do it, then your answer is all the astronauts are lying to you. All the scientists are lying to you. The whole Catholic Church, everybody's in on it. It's a massive conspiracy to fool you into thinking God of the Bible made the earth the way it is.
Yeah, but that would be Bible made the earth flat.
That's for a different channel. That's for the conspiracy channel. To think that
I thought it was relevant. Thank you for correcting me. I thought the question was:
if the Earth is a globe, you have to ask how many people are in on it. How many astronauts know that God didn't do it? They just said that God did it anyway. The current director of NASA, hold on, dude, pump the brakes. The current director of NASA, Bill Nelson, said that God of the Bible told him to come out of retirement because he was the only person to return America back to the moon. Because God told him that he's an astronaut and a statesman. He's got the special skill set. He worked as an astronaut and worked as a congressman. So now he can make it happen. And if he fails, then he knows that America is no longer the shining beacon on the hill endowed by God. So that tells you that now that America has failed using God's guidance, you have to think about that. Why has there been no moon mission?
That's concerning, right? That these public officials are God believers. That's crazy.
No, it's not, because inside the founding documents, they tell you we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator. So
they don't talk about the people in government, God that likes to circumcise boys. That's crazy.
Well, now you're getting crazy. Now you're getting weird again. They're talking about a God, a supernatural being. So when you go to NASA, dude, hold on. If you go to the Vehicle Assembly Lab at NASA, there's a huge sign on the wall. It says, "In God we trust. Everybody else bring your data." Are they in on it, or do they only trust God? Which one is that?
That's crazy, right? Because God has not been demonstrated to even exist, let alone attributes.
They demonstrated with a moon mission. They demonstrated with the heliocentric model that all these things cannot. But Newton said it best. Newton said that the heavenly bodies move in such perfect mathematical descriptions that it could have only been made by a supernatural being, and this can't be denied. So
they move according to their properties. There's nothing that exists that doesn't have properties.
That's perfectly in line with mathematics. That shows you that God did that. God did that. So his understanding of math, the guy who invented calculus, has told you that the model is so perfect. It matches the observation in the model matched so perfectly. It was without error.
It doesn't comport to a biblical God, right? The biblical God is a cartoon.
The God of the Bible. He said the God of the Bible. You need to look up what Newton said. Newton said the God of the Bible cannot be denied.
No. He absolutely can. He's a desert demon war god, right? That can't defeat iron chariots. This is crazy to propose that he's the... the God of the...
You need to take up with the conspiracy channel then, because all those people would have to be in on it.
I don't know. It just seems like you don't want to answer the question. Was the Earth padded flat or not?
That's a wrong channel. You're in the wrong channel. That would be the conspiracy channel. You're looking for a conspiracy theory, not a flat Earth.
So you don't want to discuss origins?
Yeah, if you want to discuss origins, you can use any of the claims made by the Catholic Church. Big Bang.
Was it always flat? Was the Earth always here and flat?
Yeah, you can think about that all you want, or you can just talk about why we're here. What do you observe? What do you see? It seems like you want to avoid the question. You want to avoid the question. Is the Earth made by God or not? Which one is it?
Well, no, it's like when I see a mud puddle, I think
a mud puddle now. Okay.
Yeah. I think, look, that puddle flattened out, right? At one time, it probably was dry. Now there's a puddle there. I'm just thinking about origins, right? So like, was the Earth poured out? Did it have a beginning? Like, how did it? Is it eternally flat?
If you ask the Catholic Church, they'll tell you all about their Big Bang cosmology. God bless America. God bless Catholic Church. God bless NASA.
Creed, you gotta give the guy a handicap. He's a wise ape. Remember, an ape. So just give him a handicap, bro.
Yeah, people like a wise guy. They don't like a wise ass.
Look,
have you actually read the Bible?
I'm a deconstructed Christian pastor. Yes, I've read the entire Bible through a PDF reader, every single jot and tittle. And I'm telling you, it's crazy. I feel like I'm being gaslit or punked. This is not some book
why did they bring if it's that crazy, why did they bring a Bible to the moon? So
it's
Edgar Mitchell
and
Edgar Mitchell
or any
you're not paying attention here. You're not paying attention. Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, brought a Bible to the moon. When he got back,
they asked him. It's the worst document ever written. It's like this poorly written piece of trash.
Why did you bring a Bible to the moon?
LARPing? Yeah, he's LARPing.
Yeah. No, they asked him.
You know that a wise ape will listen. A wise ape will listen, right?
They asked Edgar Mitchell.
That's what a wise ape will do.
Hey, Mr. Astronaut, why would you bring a Bible to the moon? He says, in case something happens to the Earth and aliens come here in the future, like all humanity's gone, like all life is gone, at least they'll be able to find the Bible on the moon that will tell the aliens exactly what we stood for and exactly what our values were.
We don't stand for that. That's crazy. These people have gone berserk.
You got to take that up with NASA because they got a moon Bible that hard counters your claim that that's not the most important book ever written.
It's an absolutely trash document. People who support it, they don't read it. I would bring ChatGPT, right? A living document, a super intelligence, right? We have fucking stuff that can. It doesn't even. Huh? Yes. Okay, it's a super intelligence.
Go tell NASA to get rid of the Moon Bible and replace it with a chatbot.
Yeah, exactly.
You can talk about which Pokemon.
I have more content than the Bible and more commentary than anything you ever written on the Bible. Get ready with ChatGPT, right? This document needs to be archived. It's trash.
Use ChatGPT to talk about the Moon Bible and see what it comes up with. Go right now. Go say, hey, ChatGPT, why is it so important that America left the Bible on the moon? And have it tell you. It'll tell you why it's important.
Because it's a prop. That's why. I don't have to ask ChatGPT. I already know.
Oh, now
it's
don't need
a prop.
So now ChatGPT is worthless. It just took you one question to get to the point where now your ChatGPT, it works, then it doesn't work. Then it works, then it doesn't work.
Well, no, I could I can go on a side quest about moon Bibles. I wasn't expecting this, but it's fun.
It'd be good to get there. That you could understand why that they the director, the first director of NASA, von Braun, has on his headstone the firmament, the Bible passage discussing the firmament.
Yeah, it's cool.
That's God's handiwork.
No, it's to add gravity, or it's lore, right? This is how religions persist. It's theatrics, right? Would competent men make spaceships and shit, and then a religion like SpaceX, right? They the X and they turn it upside down, make it a cross, and now, oh look, Jesus is flying our rockets. Like, no, it's not about Christianity. It's about our competency, and then it gets co-opted by Christians or whatever crazy religion that wants to do theatrics, right? And they're like, "Oh, look."
Can you get to the topic of the Earth back?
Yeah, this guy is atheist, and he wants to piss off flat Earth.
Hold on, guys. Wise Ape, we're not here to listen to you whine about your religious experience or why you think God is this or that. Do you have evidence that the Earth is a globe? Yes or no? You want to bitch and moan about religion? Well, then fuck off. Why don't you? Yeah.
All right. And I'm gonna fuck off in a straight line on the.
Do it without. Yeah, long goodbyes. We don't do that shit here either. Just fucking leave.
Yeah, see, like what this guy did was he took Flat Earth, and he went to NASA, peeled off the religious sticker off it, walked over to Flat Earth, slapped that sticker on Flat Earth, and then pretended like Flat Earth was a religious claim. Dude, go back and just put that sticker back on NASA. And then talk to them about why.
He's bitching and moaning about religion, dude. This is the wrong fucking chat for that. Get your ass out of here. Just keep his dumb ass muted. Fuck that guy.
It does say in the Bible, God sits upon the circle of the earth. Or God sits above the circle
that's great.
Earth, so.
Yeah, but this is not that, right? This chat is talking about whether the earth is a globe based on empirical information. Now, where can we go from there? Let's start there.
This is why, this is why the big thing happened.
No. I was just debunking his claim overall that it doesn't say in the Bible what it is, and it does. So I was just debunking that claim that he made. But anyway,
doesn't matter.
No, I know it doesn't matter, but anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
The problem is that the atheists were so badly defeated in the Great Meme War, like the 2012 to like 2014. They were just utterly destroyed. They were on the run. Their spaces, their internet spaces, were fully defeated. Their nonprofit organizations were shrouded in scandal. Their main speakers were just nailed by Me Too. One scandal, just one controversy after another. And so rather than rebrand themselves and tried to find a way to get back into the zeitgeist of the public square, they decided to take a shot at someone they thought were religious people. They said, look at these flat earthers. We can defeat that group quick and become relevant again. But what they failed to realize is that even if people disagree with flat earthers, they disagree with atheists even more. So then you saw the Barbra Streisand effect. No one's paying attention to flat earthers. The atheists tried to deem flat earthers as some kind of dangerous online religious cult, and now atheism has been on the run ever since and been unable to recover. This was a self-inflicted wound. You guys should have stayed relevant, stayed on topic, and not diverted to other minority groups. Had you just kept on message, cleaned house, got rid of the scumbags in your movement, and rebranded, you probably would have been better off right now.
Was that a mic drop moment? Is this silent? What's going on?
Yeah, I think someone muted him.
Yeah, and banned him.
Oh, booted him?
Yeah, fuck that guy, dude. No.
Okay.
Hell no. It's just a lot of inane garbage, and we're just going to be here circle jerking his fucking idea why he hates God and this and that. I don't give a fuck about him saying that shit. Fuck that.
Yeah.
This chat has nothing to do with that.
I love the fucking sound.
Sorry, but it's raw.
It's a shame to hear that.
Some people are so confident.
I had a couple weeks ago, there's an old boy atheist came in here talking about he wants to burn all the Bibles. I'm like, how do you plan on getting to the Bible and the moon? You'll never get to them. Like inside your worldview, the earth is not a flat. Therefore, you have to destroy all Bibles. What's your plan to get the moon Bible?
The moon Bible. That's hilarious. What version is it? I wonder what version it is.
What's interesting, I think it's a KJV. What's interesting is that when Crit pointed it out to him, that it's not what I guess he's an atheist. Who the fuck knows. But he was just pointed out to him it was a Christian conservative worldview that put the man on the moon, and it's all regulated to those guys. That's facts. That's what they're declaring. That's why Crit's telling him that. He's like, well, I didn't know that. Well, then you're fucking wrong with your idea that, atheists are like hard skeptics and shit. They're not, dude. We're the ones that were saying the moon landing was fake in the very beginning. Yeah? They're not the ones that have the position to say that the earth is a globe and shit like this, which was what the other guy had a beef in here, who was an atheist and a flat earther on top of it. If you can imagine that. His name was Mathematician, by the way, if you run into him.
You know what's interesting is an atheist, correct me if I'm wrong, does an atheist believe in the devil or no deities at all?
Oh no, who cares?
Yeah,
An atheist is somebody.
We do not care.
The reason why I asked.
No beliefs, and agnostic recognizes that there could be.
So the reason why I asked is because
it's not a religious server, man. Come on, man.
The reason why I ask is because an atheist that believes or doesn't believe, then what do they? I'm curious. How do they feel about the satanic rituals within NASA? Atheist, man. Well, yeah, obviously, right? Like I'm just saying, like that makes me think. Like, what do they think the way they feel in NASA? There's this like satanic like underlining. But they're atheists, so do they also dispel NASA because they're atheists? I'm just curious.
I don't know. I don't care.
Bro, that's
hold on. Were we talking to Aulish earlier? AB?
Yeah, she was trying to provide evidence that the sun is actually showing that the Earth is in motion.
Yeah, I mean, not only is there evidence of the Earth being in motion, but like I'm specifically. Oh, hi, Creation Bear. I'm specifically talking about how the sun doesn't have like it has a predictable path, but it's not a consistent path. It's not a path that would make sense because it's not like once a year. It's not like once a year the sun just like takes a quick diversion off to the side and like makes it so there's no shadows in one specific place. Because the Earth's orientation has to have.
Wait, maybe you asked her about the analemma.
Right, but how does that work? How does that work in?
Yeah.
But how does that work in correlation?
Because that is the consistent path.
Yeah, that's what I told her.
How does that?
You asked her what an analemma was. She was like, I don't know.
No, but how does that work in correlation with
But there's a consistent path right there.
What's the word I'm looking for? I just forgot the word I was looking for.
I have no idea, Alice.
Eclipses. So how does that work in correlation with eclipses, which aren't consistent?
You're trying to. Yeah, I know. You're trying to describe events that occur within the sun's path. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
The inconsistency to you is that throughout the sun's path, we have these anomalies, like these events that occur, and then you're trying to fit a worldview that encumbers the flat Earth with these events. Yes?
Right, and I'm also using correlations from the fact that you have Foucault's pendulum that doesn't work at specific points on Earth.
We're not looking at that. That you can't determine the cause for the effect on there. Nor can you do it when you're looking at the sky either. But I'm showing you that within the sun's path, that's a predicted path that has a way that you can determine like what it looks like throughout the whole year with the analemma. The analemma is the direct way that you know in what way the path of the sun looks to be having every day throughout the whole year. So that you can see. Now within that, right, within that path, there's going to be events that occur, like lunar and solar eclipses. However, you're going to say that in your idea, your mind, is that you're having the sun in like a syzygy alignment with the ball planet Earth, and then the moon and the sun. They got to be aligned in a certain way to cause this event to occur. So you're trying to square that idea with the flat Earth. Because in your idea, you think there's a cause and effect relationship. But what we're saying is you don't know the cause to the effect. And I could stand on that right now. And I could tell you, how do you know that the idea that there's a syzygy happening with the alignment of the planet and then the moon and the sun, how do you think that occurs when you don't even know if that's the Earth occulting the sunlight to cause the lunar eclipse? If you don't know that that's the actual Earth doing that, then how can you say that cosmology is true? How do you know that's true if you can't even prove that's the Earth, Alish?
So does the moon have a fixed path?
Yes, determined. Yes, it has its own analemma too, but it's on a monthly analemma.
So if the moon has a fixed path. So if the moon has its fixed path and the sun has its fixed path, and those things work, and then you have these events that occur every year with the sun, then why is
multiple
it that
times?
You
yeah,
don't
sometimes.
have consistent? So then why don't you have consistent events that happen with the moon in correlation?
Because
with the sun?
you're giving the cause and effect relationship. You're giving the cause and effect relationship to these three, right? The Earth, the sun, and the moon. And in order for that to occur, like the event, then there has to be some way that you put all three of those in a cause and effect relationship. But we're not doing that because when we see the event, we can't say the cause is the moon or the Earth getting in the way of the light. So if the solar eclipse,
that is the point.
The point is you're assuming the cause is happening because the moon's interrupting the sunlight for the solar eclipse, and the lunar eclipse, the Earth is getting in the way of the sunlight. So in your mind, you already know the cause, and you're trying to say, like, flat earther, how are you telling me the cause is happening? What we're telling you is you don't even know that's the cause. You assume that's the cause, but assumption is not providing evidence that it is.
So we can use an assumption, kind of like how when we have a math problem, 1 + 1 + x equals 3.
Alish, no. We're not doing that though. This is not mathematics. This is like cause and effect relationships. It's very different.
Right.
It's not math.
So you have to have something else interacting with those two.
Yes.
With the sun and the moon. Right.
Yes.
And the only other thing it can be is the Earth.
No. Right? Have you known that it's the Earth that's actually causing the occultation for the lunar eclipse?
Well, according to what we know, because
Alice, Alice, do you know? Like, let's be honest, right? Do you know if it's the Earth causing the occultation to cause a lunar eclipse? Do you know that for sure? It's the Earth.
I don't know for sure, 100%.
Thank you. Thank you. So can you say that? Can you say? Hold on. Can you say that with the solar eclipse? The very same thing. Do you know it's the moon causing the occultation of the sun? Like.
Yeah, we can
yes.
say that.
Okay, so I want you to.
There's no other.
Okay, so here's the problem, right? During the solar eclipse, there's a new moon phase, right? So according to when this occurs, the moon is not visible in the sky. Period. Mm-hmm. You can't see it. So when the sun's light is occulted, you're just gonna assume it's the moon. You're not gonna know it is. Because you don't have visual confirmation. You don't have visual confirmation that it's the moon with its features the way you notice the moon to be when you see it. You don't notice any features on what you think the moon is, causing the occultation for the sun's light.
So if it wasn't the moon, there would be something else in its place, right? So if we're having an additional factor.
Well, here's the thing, though. You don't know the cause for the effect, so you're ascribing a specific thing to it. You're saying it's the moon. And the same goes for the lunar eclipse. You're doing the very same thing. These are educated guesses, Owlishness.
Yeah, but they're really...
Who cares? I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
You are American. You never care because you don't.
This is the point we're making is the cause and effect relationship is not known. It's assumed. It's an inference, yeah? That's all you're going to have at the end of the day.
But we have these pieces of evidence that...
No, dude, like, I can discard it. You just said I have pieces of evidence. Well, I can take your pieces of evidence, examine it, and find it to be not evidence. I can throw it out. Just like in an evidentiary hearing in a court case. You say, here's my evidence. I'm presenting it here, right? You're the defendant. And I'm coming to here, I'm the prosecutor. I'm going to come to you and say, like, okay, so you have this piece of evidence. You think it's the moon. What is the proof that it actually is? And when you say, well, it's my best guess, I'm going to take your evidence, toss it out of court. Sorry, you can't use it no more because you didn't prove that this is true. So your evidence is no longer useful.
Hey, I'm going to lose signal. I'm going to lose signal for like 15 seconds because I'm going through a tunnel. So hold on.
Sure.
And yes, we can prove that, AV. Thanks. Come again.
Yeah, you just making a statement like that's not making it true. You have to provide evidence.
Evidence for you, big boy.
Go ahead, tracksuit Timmy.
Oh, you want the evidence, AV? Or are you going to just take the evidence and throw it away?
Drop it like it's hot.
Oh, maybe I'm not losing signal.
I got you, bro.
I still hear you, Alice. Just, anyways, like I'm making a case for if you're going to submit this as pieces of evidence. Yeah, well, let's collect your pieces. It amounts to it not being proof that the cause and effect relationship can be proven.
That's exactly how evidentiary hearing works, though. It's not like you have one piece of evidence that is stronger than any other piece.
So right. So summation of all your evidence doesn't prove anything. It just leads you to an inference. Well, this is our best guess based on this, what we have. And we're not going off of best evidence. We're looking for proof.
So, EV,
there you have it.
Or AV, do you want evidence for a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse?
I don't
Which
care.
one?
I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Well, they're two different ones, so I'm gonna need to know. So when you can tell me which one, I'll get that for you.
Yeah, show me the cause that whatever you're presenting is the reason why we see the effect. Go ahead.
For a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse?
It doesn't matter, Tracksuit Timmy.
All right, so if you're talking about the shadow of a moon, like a shadow on the moon, right? And you're like, oh, well, what is the shadow on the moon during
You haven't determined that that's a shadow.
A lunar eclipse.
That's not been established.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems.
It is established because we got a term for it. It's called a lunar eclipse.
Yeah, let's take
So
just
how do we have a term for something that we know what it is?
Let me pause you. All right, so when you see the event happening, Tracksuit Timmy, when you see it happening, what do you know? How do you know what it is? How do you know what it is? I'm asking you a question. Do you know or no?
How do we know what it is? Yes, we know what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, how do you know what it is? Yeah, you're saying we as in a collective, but how do you know what it is?
Here, I'll put it in the side chat for you.
Well, when have you done that?
And if you need me to get a diagram, I can get a diagram as well.
Guarantee it's just more and some ChatGPT.
What is this?
ChatGPT more.
Yeah, this is ChatGPT, dude.
Bro,
what's wrong with ChatGPT?
You need like how it's.
You realize ChatGPT?
Yeah. With you posting ChatGPT, dude, then we don't need you here. We'll just refer to ChatGPT ourselves. You're basically just a body with vocal cords. Yeah, we could just ask ChatGPT to tell us this. We didn't need you here. You didn't need to be present. You can't think for yourself, Tracksuit Timmy. That's number one. Number two, all of these things are... the shadow shape is always round. Like, dude, during a lunar eclipse, the shadow moving across the moon is always curved. So what? Like, I don't care about this stuff. What we're trying to determine whether or not it's the Earth causing this. But it's saying here, this was first carefully observed by Aristotle, who reasoned that only a sphere casts a consistent round shadow from any angle. But do you know that if you have two spheres, one casting a shadow on another sphere, you get a complex curve? Did you know that? But you didn't figure that out, did you? Go ahead and try that out. Use two spheres, use one casting a shadow on another. You'll see what I'm talking about. All right. So, I mean, you don't know what you're talking about. ChatGPT is just making these claims because based on the information it's given, the algorithm, just pulling from sources that it's already been given to tell you a confirmation of the bias that the Earth is a globe. That's it. You just basically counted yourself out of the discussion. You said, well, I used ChatGPT. Well, shit, I could have used ChatGPT and just ignored you. We can do that.
Miggy,
I guess. Yep.
Is anyone else hear that phone ringing? Because I called it.
Oh, the ChatGPT thing? Yeah,
the lore.
He doesn't really
post lore.
Dude, this guy. That's all he does.
That's the problem. As soon as he's like, "Well, I can go get it for you," I knew he was going to do that.
So, I mean, with owlishness, she's just trying to provide evidence of something being the cause for an effect, and it's never going to be determined. It's only going to be assumed or inferred. And it's always been that way. This never changed. Never, ever, ever.
Right, but what does the inference say?
Well, it suggests that, the cosmology aspect of the things are happening because of a syzygy that's taking place. And that's not even true, because then you have the impossible eclipse, the Selenelian eclipse, debunking that. So then that throws that into question. So it's a hot mess, dude. Like, you really don't have a leg to stand on when it comes to cosmology being something that you could say is the case for the Earth being a globe. And you got three bodies that are in alignment. You don't even have that because the impossible eclipse, the Solennelian eclipse, throws that into question. So there's a lot to be desired when it comes. No, not even that. Because first of all, you're trying to correlate that the Earth is causing the shadow on the lunar eclipse, and like CB was saying, even if it was a shadow, you don't know that. But even if that was the case, you still need to determine how you know it's the Earth doing that. How did you get there? There's a lot of assumptions, dude. And you're standing on assumptions. You got to get back to the premise. How did we establish that the Earth is an actual sphere to then say that sphere is causing that shadow? I gave you problems too. Like I was saying, you got a complex curve when you have two spheres, one casting a shadow on another. You're not going to have a straight, nice little curve like you do.
So what I'm specifically talking about, though, is that you have consistencies in the sun. X happens every time sorry, hold on.
You said it was inconsistent.
I have to get my thoughts together now. Things happen at the same time every single year. Yeah, I think. Things happen at the same time every year. So you can say that once a year at this time, Alaska falls into darkness for 33 days. Or is it 66 days? I think it's 66.
Yeah.
But also you have the inconsistencies of the moon and the sun having solar and lunar eclipses. They're predictable, however, they're not consistent.
That's not an inconsistency. Listen. So everything works like a clock, right? It's cyclical in nature. Some cycles are greater than others, right? But it doesn't matter because they happen to do it whatever cycle they're on. Either it goes from small to the greatest cycle, but each one of these cycles are within each other. They can happen. They can cross each other at certain times, right? So the event occurs when there's a crossing of that event, where the certain thing happens, right? So it doesn't not necessarily mean that they're caused by the bodies in the sky. You can't say the moon's doing this or the sun's doing it or the Earth's doing this because you didn't determine that. You're just assuming it because you see something in the sky and then you're saying, well, I think it's the moon causing the occultation or the Earth is causing that. But we're seeing a shadow.
Yeah. Are you guys?
These are all assumptions.
Or by retardedness?
Right, but what I'm trying
That's not an argument.
The point that I'm trying to make here is that
that's a stupid question.
When you have these two things that function on their own cycle, when you function on their own cycle, that means there's going to be consistency across what happens when. So the sun does this, the moon does that. That means every year at this time, X, Y is going, or Z is going to happen. X plus Y.
Yeah, but we're not going on it. That's a problem, though. We're not going on a yearly basis. The sun's on a yearly basis, right? The cycle that it goes on. But the other events that occur are not happening on that cycle. They're not on a yearly basis. They happen so many years, in between. So you get what I mean? There's bigger cycles that the events occur on. These lunar and solar eclipses happen on bigger cycles than just a yearly and monthly cycles. Yeah, you get what I mean? The events that occur.
Right, but we do know this because there are moon phases that happen consistently. But
yeah, so what? But the events happen consistently too. So they're operating on cycles just like the moon and the sun. The events that occur, they're not just anomalies that are oops, where did that come from? We don't know. No, they're everything's running on a cycle.
I'm telling you, I don't know why the cycles. I'm talking about how the precession of the cycles don't make any sense when you're talking about a third factor, another factor not being implemented, right? So,
what? What's the third factor? I don't. What are you adding extra?
I don't know. Maybe the Earth spinning. Maybe the Earth being on its
no.
Maybe
That's a problem. That's a problem. That's the problem, though. You're adding stuff that doesn't need to be added. So a sky gazer, like the ancients, they were just looking up at the sky and saying, hey, this thing is happening. Let's document that. Or the other light in the sky is moving. Let's document that. So they're just writing down everything they see. And sometimes events occur in so many years, and they're like, okay, this event occurred. Then it happens again in the X number of years, and okay, this event occurred again. So I bet you in another however many years it occurred, and it will happen again. And they're on cycles. So the sun, like I said, is on its yearly cycle, and whatever events happen within that year that it's moving across from Cancer to Capricorn, that's fine. It's happening within that time frame. But then there's greater cycles that are happening where these events occur. That people are just looking at the sky, writing down these events. They're not like, well, we have to think of the Earth as a globe now because we see something happening. Like, no, you don't. You just write down what you see.
Right, and then you have other cycles that we've never... So the ancients also wrote down the locations of the stars and how they correlate to the buildings that they constructed during that time because they had certain beliefs.
So
and
what?
Now we can look at those same writings and determine that the sky has changed based on our perspective of where things were and where they are now. So that
is it? Yeah, are the stars?
Cycle?
No, are the there's certain, I don't know what you call them. I guess epicycles that things are on. You know, you could think of them like there's time frames that you want to put them in, like 10 years. 100 years, 1,000 years, you know what I mean? And then it can probably get exponential as you go far. But then there's going to be a limit to however many years that actually extends to, and then everything's going to go back to its original place. But then it's like these other cycles that are within the ones that we're talking about are happening throughout. So they're not like anomalies, or they're just all cycles within a bigger cycle. Yeah?
Right.
That's all it is. And you're noticing them as... It's a pattern, owlishness. That's all it is. People are seeing the patterns that happen, you know, with the stars and such, and things repeat. That's what more do you want from that?
No, it's not. It doesn't repeat in terms of the stars.
It does, dude. It does.
So we have a shift. We have a shift of where those celestial bodies are, but then we can tie it back to celestial navigation when it comes to using a sextant.
Dude. Yeah. So celestial navigation has to deal. Celestial navigation has to deal with the idea that a spherical coordinate system was derived from the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere in which you're envisioning the sky with perspective, and you're seeing things in the sky look like they're angling at a specific angle towards how the observer's seeing it. And it's going to make the idea that there's a sphere of infinite radius, right? With the celestial sphere being like a dome that's above you with the stars of the sky. So there's a coordinate system that was developed with longitude and latitude. And so the celestial navigation was derived from the celestial sphere, not the terrestrial sphere. They don't think they're standing on a ball. They just derived a spherical coordinate system based on the celestial sphere.
Right, but during different times of the year, if you're looking
based on
at
an abstract.
If you're looking at a celestial navigation chart and you're looking at like dip correction and you're looking at the location.
Oh my God, bro!
Of
I'm trying to tell you something. You got to get this owlishness. You have to, because the spherical coordinate system was based on the celestial sphere. Sky gazing, yeah. They're seeing stars and stuff moving in the sky. So that has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe or a sphere. Nothing to do with it.
So I'm presenting, just like you present anecdotal proof, I am also presenting anecdotal proof. So on a celestial navigation chart, you have a difference in...
Anecdotal?
Who said we're doing that?
So these are observations you can go out and see. Like this.
Yeah, and I can also go out and see. I can also go out and see that. And let me finish my point about the celestial navigation chart, because I'm not.
It's not anecdotal. So.
Right. So this evidence says that during certain times of the year, the distance or the angle that you see these stars are this, and then during a different part of the year, specifically spring to summer and fall to winter, there's a different angle that you calculate these celestial bodies.
Yeah. So what? So what?
Right. So then you can't say that they're on and there's a cycle right there, right? But then you also can't sit there and go, well, back when they originally viewed the stars, the celestial bodies, and wrote down where they were, and they've suddenly moved a certain amount since that time, you can't say that there are two cycles happening at the same time.
What makes you think that there's not going to be more cycles that they can't write down? What makes you think they can't do that? You're making it sound like people are just like, well, we don't know why that's happening. How did that get there? Like, do you think they're even asking that? No. They're just documenting what they see.
Right, and
that's all you can do. It's not so much anecdotal. Yeah, it is when you're listening to somebody else say that these things have occurred. But what's happening is when you can go outside and see this for yourself, this is not anecdotal anymore. You can make your observations.
Right, and there's still no explanation as to why during different parts of the year you have to use a different angle to calculate your location.
Yeah, because the thing has moved. It's not in the place where it used to be. And based on greater cycles than just the yearly, like I said, based on greater cycles other than the sun cycle or the moon cycle, yeah, the stars have their own cycle. So it's not necessarily like the way you're describing it.
So then if that were true, and there was a precession of the stars that changed over thousands of years, we would have to change the chart every so often to.
But they haven't, though. That's the point.
Yeah,
I know. That's what I'm saying. They haven't changed it.
I'm just bringing it to the fact that like none of this describes anything to do with nothing that we can't say it's happening within a cycle. It's everything's cyclical in nature. Everything you're describing is not like an anomaly. Oops, how did that happen? Like we didn't account for that. No, everybody like they know that things are happening on cycles, man. Like
the fact
your argument doesn't doesn't stand. Like I don't know what you're trying to reason here. Are you saying that? No, it doesn't. Everything's on a cycle. How can you say something that's like a lunar eclipse that doesn't happen every year? It might, like in your region, right? In your specific location, let's say it doesn't happen, but it happens in, Italy or whatever. Like, how can you say that's not happening on a cycle? What's your justification for that?
Because there is something that is occurring, right? So we're not going to, because the boogeyman is the round rotating Earth. We're going to say something is occurring that is changing the cycle, or not changing the cycle, but is interfering or making the cycle different.
No, dude, because it's predictable. It's predictable. You know when it's going to happen.
Because we know that we are rotating and we are also on a cycle.
That's what you want to say. You want to say that. No, that's incorrect. The stars are moving. That's what's happening.
Alish,
you can't insert Earth moving just because you feel like it. You have to justify why that is true. You haven't done that because the stars are moving and the observer is only making observations of the sky. He doesn't know that he's on something that's moving.
It can't be the case.
Alish, just real quick. Let me just say this real quick. Just real quick. The fact that this is a predicted pattern and it does come around in time like clockwork destroys your heliocentric model in thinking that if you're spinning and moving at all these different speeds through each, the rotation and the trajectory and the Milky Way in itself, like all these speeds and movements, the fact that we have a perfect, observable, predicted position of these celestial objects, it destroys your heliocentric model because you cannot say that it helps your case. Because if I was to travel for billions of miles in one direction, over time, and still see the same thing in my view above me, then you have to be an asshat to believe that you've moved an inch when you're seeing the same things over that course of time. Shut up.
So I guess my point was, don't worry. My point was, Alice, that you don't have a way to justify that the Earth is in motion just by looking at the night sky and things that happen on cycles, or any way to determine that the Earth is in motion. That's no way to determine anything. So you just asserted that the Earth is in motion. You can't say that because you don't know that. You know that you're standing on a stationary. You know that you're standing on a stationary plane and you see the stars moving across the sky. That's what you do know. To assume that the Earth is in motion is your assumption.
again, we can't have two different cycles occurring at the same time. We can't have stars.
They're not
kind of moving.
That's not. They're not. You're making up this contradiction in your own mind. There isn't any.
No,
There's not a paradox. Yes, you are. You are because everything. No, there isn't. You're making it up. It does not exist. Everybody, like let me put it to you this way. The Saros cycle is an ancient cycle created by, I think it was either the Chaldeans or the Babylonians. I think it was the Chaldeans. But they created this cycle of it's an abstraction of like a model of how the heavenlies move in accordance to the lunar eclipses, solar eclipses. So when the solar eclipses occur, they were documenting like all this information, but that doesn't mean every year it's going to happen in that same geographic location. What it means is wherever this event will occur, it will happen in a specific place on Earth. So their abstraction was good for approximating solar eclipses, and they did that. Yeah, they did that with the information that even NASA can't replicate. They borrowed that information from the Saros cycle. You can look this up. Yeah, you can look it up. You know that NASA's utilizing the ancients' information of sky gazing, and they're using that abstraction that you think is showing that the Earth is spinning to show you that they were only just documenting what happens in the sky. So the Saros cycle is a great way to demonstrate how you're incorrect. These phenomena, sky phenomena that occur, are happening on cycles that repeat.
But
you're debunked, dude. Like there's nothing. You can't come up with the idea that the Earth is spinning and in some way it's leading. It just can't be flat. Like it's your wishful thinking.
But is it not the case that because of structures built in ancient times that were supposed to reflect the locations of stars that have since no longer reflect those locations?
You're basing your logic on that. That's what you're resting your logic on, and it's fallacious. Because if you're thinking that's a builder, bro, you're thinking that a builder is going to be able to have knowledge of the epicycles, like these grander cycles. You think they would know that whatever it is, however, whatever scale we get to at the highest scale. Yeah, at the highest scale, I think it's like 28,000 years or whatever. They would only predict it to a certain distance away. But what if it returns back to that spot? So then you're debunked. It would stand to reason that whatever that cycle ended up to be, it would repeat back to the same location where they started from. So even if it moved away from your supposed location, it would still return back to it.
No. It's not the case that it might move away. It's the case that it has moved away.
It will return. It will return. Did you talk about that part? It will come back?
No, because like I just said, you can't have
you're not saying the truth. The truth is these cycles that repeat happen to come back because they're cyclical in nature, so they'll just repeat and come back again. It's not just going to diverge and then stay divergent away from where it started from. As many cycles have been doing that over the years, but you're going through a mountain range or something.
So the logical, probably, yeah. I'm in the house. So.
That's garbage.
Am I back, or can you not hear me?
Oh, you're back now.
Did I get disconnected? I think I did.
Do we want to hear it? No. Not really. Bro, I was been gone this long, and this is what she comes back with? Trash, bro.
we could bring in the Captain Obvious here. He thinks he's like a multi-billion-dollar European international man of mystery. So now that NASA's funding is going to get cut, European space agencies have said that their mission's over.
It's been a while. By the way, I love the new role on your profile. It was finally time they gave it to you.
My goodness, who is that?
What the
squawker?
hell?
You got a squawker.
Yeah, you got a secret role on your page, and I kind of dig it.
Dude, like your mic is hot shit. You could maybe ask government for their subsidy.
Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, I'm currently driving a bike. I don't have access to my great bike at the moment.
Is he gushing over you? Like it sounds like.
Yeah.
Great, you have so many things, dude.
Yeah. So basically, Crit is basically, if I ever have a bad day, I don't feel bad about myself, I just point and laugh, basically. That's a joke, by the way. Crit, how are you doing? I hope you're feeling well these days.
Yeah, I'm hanging in there, dude. What do you think about European Space Agency canceling all their missions because NASA funding dried up? You can write a check.
Really?
You can put your
ongoing missions.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, apparently, if NASA cuts their funding, the European Space Agency is done. It's over.
Crit, before I respond, please go to the article and read it again.
Yeah,
and I'll come back so don't make a complete fool of yourself.
The mission is over. Without NASA, the European Space Agency is done.
Actually, you're incorrect as usual, Crit. And that's not surprising because hand reading is not your strongest suit. Only a few missions are cancelled, not everything. He didn't read the article.
They can't do it. Without NASA, there is no European Space Agency because there's no money. You're broke.
Have you also read
the whole continent is busted. It's over.
Do you know how DSAs get funded, right? Mostly?
Yeah, it's without NASA funding, it's over. It's done.
Well, actually, it's only specific collaboration missions. Great, you really need to start reading the sources.
It's all over.
You have not learned anything in those months. It's sad.
It's over, dude.
Yeah, I know it's over for your argument. I know that.
Yeah, but NASA budget cuts have put all of the European space programs in jeopardy, including their flagship mission, the Mars rover.
Great.
It's
the Mars rover was actually a NASA mission, not an ESA mission. We even get
it's over. It's done.
Wait, so basically yeah.
You're done.
You're right. I'm sorry, I was mistaken. For some reason, I said it was a NASA. I'm not sure.
Right there, NASA budget already troubled. Flagship Mars rover, the flagship of all the great achievements that European space agencies have already brought to humanity. It's over. It's over. It's done.
Let me know when you're done.
The free handouts are over. The gravy train is done.
The only canceled missions are the ExoMars rover, the EOD orbit, the ESA Lunar lander, and the Royal Human Spaceflight program. We still have going the Pepe Columbine mission,
it's over.
The IMS mission, the JUICE mission. We actually are going to develop our own Mars Express instead. So
this is why it's fun being American to point and laugh at Europe. You guys can't even do anything without endless amounts of handouts. Hands out.
How's your economy doing, Crit? How's the dollar at the moment, Crit? You sure you want to make that statement? You want to die on that hill?
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, could you tell me what the current inflation rate is in the US?
Yeah, you got. Yeah, this guy, like, he thinks somehow Europe has something going for it. That was like 200 years ago.
Oh, my friend. You know that current US economy is in the shit, right?
What third world country are you from?
Learn. It is kind of sad. Hopefully, at one point, you will read an actual newspaper.
Yeah, it's over, dude. The European space program is done.
Sure, Chris. Sure.
Am I coming through, guys? You're not hear me?
Yeah, you are. He just is going to ignore you.
Yeah, what shithole country are you from? He won't even say where he's from, dude. Go ahead, go. Where's he from, Chris?
So why does our government have to ruin everything?
Hold on, there's 304.
That's so annoying.
Yeah, I know where he's from, but I don't want to say because
you can say I live in Switzerland. That's not a problem.
Oh wow!
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
Damn, sorry to hear that, bro.
Yes, it sucks to be one of the strongest economies with the best healthcare and the best education level. That's so problematic. Oh.
I'm speaking English right now, bro.
To be honest, saying that Switzerland is trash, Switzerland is like amazing. The US is in most parts compared to us a third world country.
Yeah,
like, would you compare education level? Would you like to compare basically average capita per person, average education level, average income?
The only thing you might have on us is maybe some hot bitches, but that's about it, bro.
Like right now, inside your own worldview, if Switzerland went to the moon today, they would be 60 years behind America. That's just
no, we prefer to control the banking world. That's more our thing.
So, like your Ferengi,
did you know that Switzerland,
the Ferengi of the European Union,
U.S. economy in less than a day if you just drop on the bombs?
I can't name a single person from Switzerland, bro. It's trash.
Yes, because you're not educated. That's not surprising.
He just said that in Switzerland or in Europe, the Switzerland are the Ferengi of this space lore.
Name one person from Switzerland.
Well, we are the ground players of banking to a certain extent, especially modern banking. We're also quite known for our watchmaking. Beautiful Alps, though, as well. We have a lot of things going on.
Name one person from Switzerland. Name one person from Switzerland.
Especially for you, we're gonna be a little bit more niche. Gerald Genta. Gerald Genta, you're welcome.
Who the fuck is that?
Yeah, I can imagine you are not aware who that is. That's
no one
actually, it's well known that Switzerland, they import most watches from China, and then they just bring it to Switzerland, and they add labels and change something on the watch, and they just add the label "Made in Switzerland," made here.
In case of a lot of the cheaper brands, that's correct. Not in the high segment.
They import it from China, most of everything. They import everything, and then they just add a label.
Something different.
Swiss made, but it's made in China.
He named a nobody, though.
60-70% of all the parts have to be produced or designed in Switzerland. And in case of the cheaper models, something you can afford, it can have
design in Switzerland, but made in China.
Yes. Have you ever been to our factories? I presume you haven't.
Have you?
Uh-huh.
You think Switzerland produces all of the watches to send all across the world? Do you really think that those factories produce all of those watches? They have that
I know you're not that bright. Because I clearly made the difference. Our luxury brands.
Yeah, it says Switzerland people hate Switzerland. They go like this article here: the high cost of living, the impact of immigration, labor market, the destruction of social cohesion, the cost of and availability of childcare left the country devastated.
Yeah, and we still have to contend with a few poor people like yourself in our nation, Craig. That's correct. And those are a bit disgruntled.
Xenophobia. The high level of xenophobia among Swiss, who's prejudice against foreigners. Your whole country is built on tourism, and you're xenophobic. Imagine the contradiction you live in. Your whole country is built on tourism, and you're xenophobic.
Well, why would you? Of course, your country's great. The more foreigners you add to it, it sucks.
Good. I know you never
hate everyone else.
I do look down on an average American, though. That's correct. That makes me kind of Swiss.
The whole world's looking down on your brand.
Mexico is better than Switzerland.
I actually like Mexico.
Mexico is way better than Switzerland.
If you're ever thinking about settling in Europe, why would you choose Switzerland? Ask yourself that. You wouldn't.
High income potential.
It's like the worst of the European countries to go to.
Nature. The food is kind of weird because we have a blend of basically France, Germany, and Italy.
Nothing your own. Not one thing your own. Your best claim to fame is that all other countries' food is served there instead.
Wait, you see it as a problem that basically a country is a melting pot, and from their products, new products arise.
And xenophobic. Yeah, you have a melting pot country that's hallmarked by rampant
it's basically the same as US.
There you go. So now, inside your worldview, your country is just as bad as the United States.
It's better on every metric, though.
At this point, yeah, we are. I mean, we are.
Like, how's the dollar doing at the moment? Fritz, how's the dollar doing at the moment? I know you don't like to answer that question.
I don't give a shit about how the dollar's doing.
Wait, so you don't care that your dollar holds value on the international market?
It should be you should care about that, because if the dollar goes weak, your space agency is done. It's over.
I don't have a space agency, though. What I don't care about the dollar is that currently it's a lot cheaper for me to buy stuff out the US. Problem is you guys don't make nothing, so yeah, nothing to buy, actually. Did you know that a few companies are currently closing a lot of factories in the US to move them abroad because it's going to be inconvenient for production? How is that worldview working out for you, Crit? Isn't it amazing that the average American is currently suffering, Crit?
Well, at least we don't live in Switzerland, bro.
Yeah, I know. That'd be way worse.
I'd get myself, probably.
Yeah.
The dark side.
Until you break your finger, you have to go to the hospital, eh?
Exploring the dark side of Switzerland, where you're talking about, man, this stuff is some pretty intense things you guys got going on.
Oh, would you like to compare basically the crime rate in Switzerland compared to the US? That's also a fun one. Well, enough about dunking each other countries. So how you been, Crit? You're still doing the same spiel, or you have expanded a little bit?
Get off is nuts, dude. We know you're
nothing new under the sun. I mean, you expect things to change around here. Nothing changes around here.
Yeah, that's actually not surprising. That's kind of the fun point.
And it shows the same case with you, too. You will not change. It's impossible. It doesn't matter how many space photos they show you.
I already told you. I'm here to point and laugh at people who are misinformed, and you cannot change your opinion. So I'm just here to point and laugh at you because you're lost.
I'm here to point and laugh at you too, especially when you claim victimhood. When you went to the server owners and you said you were victimized, that people threatened your life. That was hilarious.
How did you come to that idea? You're the one. Wait, I still have the messages. Crit, you said you were the one who said that went to the mods. Why are you changing your story?
You did. You said that you went to the mods, you went to Discord, you reported everyone here that they all were harmful.
No. You said you reported me to the mods, Crit.
Poor baby.
So you're the one now claiming that I went to the mods? That's kind of weird. Crit, I think you confused me with somebody else.
Yeah, right here. I should report your server on a daily basis.
And check the name, please. That's not me.
Right here. Captain Obvious. Yeah, that's you.
Post it then.
Links.
Post it.
You're stalking. That people here were stalking you.
Oh, no, I said you're a stalker by just sending me weird messages the whole time. Yeah, that's true. I reported you for being like a complete wacko and a weirdo. You cannot message people every day with bullshit. That's kind of weird. Like, we're not having conversations, aren't we?
Wait, but it's news. How is it bullshit?
It's news.
Yes.
This is news you should read.
Thing. This is specifically Crit, and this I actually can prove, is Crit is a fan of sending people daily messages. I don't know why. It's kind of creepy. And it's kind of weird and insane.
But he's just reporting the news.
Are you scared of your own news?
He doesn't like his own news.
What news? You never send a news article.
Yeah, I did.
You never send a news article.
One today that NASA Plus is going to come to Disney Plus, brought to you by Netflix.
What's wrong with that?
You're weird, Crit.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just letting you guys
let's go back to the stalking, Crit.
It's great news that now you'll be able to tune in to Netflix and watch NASA Plus.
Wait, the only one.
Behavior.
What kind of special boy is this? He thinks he's literally the only one. Like you send this newsletter out.
Yeah, it's even worse. He says it to everybody. It's even worse.
You're not special, bro.
What's interesting is that he thinks his subjective take is creepy, it's weird, therefore report me to Discord safety team. He gets feedback from Discord safety team telling him that he's a snowflake, he's a crybaby, and to man up. And then rather than take that advice,
actually,
he just freaks out even harder.
He actually got a special role because of it.
Bro,
and this is the fun part. So, Chris, I'm happy you never changed. I'm still happy you're a broke American who has no knowledge. And I hope you wish you all the best.
Goodbye.
Yeah, and check out the Science and Space News. That should help you defuse this immense triggering you have over flat Earth. And Americans. Oh, of course, you ran off.
Bro, can anyone name anybody from Switzerland, bro? Name one person.
Was he flipping out about the AI tag I had for a while? Is that what was he even talking about? What special role?
Guys, what's going on? Really, what's going on? Really?
Yeah, there's another snowflake like you that you want to report the channel. This guy had spazzed out so hardcore. That's your future. Like Fox, if you keep doing this, if you keep flipping out over flat Earth, that's where you're headed. Do you want to go there? Or do you want to like pull up before you crash into the mountain?
But what's really going on?
Yeah, are you okay yet? Are you okay that people disagree with you? Can you handle that?
But what's really going on?
Yeah, are you okay that people disagree with you? Does that threaten you if someone disagrees with you?
But Crit, what's really going on?
Yeah, is that survivable? Will you survive hearing someone disagrees with you?
What is going on? Q True Detective Season 1 soundtrack.
Beta!
See, I know you guys know that.
Run.
No, you could. That's funny.
See, I know you guys know that the Earth is not.
Run.
That'd be pretty funny.
Want me to send that one to you?
Yeah. Let me make sure I don't already
The
have
thing
it.
is, I know you guys know. So what's really going on?
I have it already.
Okay.
That's funny with the album.
What's going on here?
Stop asking, bro. You're running, bro. Stop running, dude.
What's going on?
Oh man, who is this?
Emotional damage.
Yeah, it has to be aggressive.
Fred, you and I both know that the Earth is not flat. So what's going on?
Run.
Hear the whole thing.
Yeah, Mega, why are you running, bro?
Not running, bro. I'm here.
You're running, bro.
Play the whole thing.
Hey, bro, what's up? I've been here the whole time, bro.
Okay, what up?
Yo, why is this the biggest call, bro? Are we all flat earthers?
We're hot right now. Yeah, fuck. This is why we're hot. This is why. Dude, we're the number one call in the server, bro.
What do you think of absurdism?
Don't care about it.
Stop the cap.
Isn't flat earth theory like some absurdism?
No, it's not a theory.
But it's like it's kind of like a theory.
It's not a theory, man. It's a grip.
Yeah, but like the cultural movement is like absurdism.
I'll go ahead and detail that for us, Hal.
Like we're so comfy and we just seek entertainment that we'd rather just consume mind rot.
What's the mind rot?
You know, mind rot like TikTok and
no. What is the mind
theories?
You know what mind rot is?
What is the mind rot?
What specifically is rotting in here?
Well, look at what China's doing and then look at what America's doing.
What are they doing? What are we doing? What does it have to do with flat earth, bro?
Well, like most of the Chinese politicians have like master's degrees and PhDs. And American politicians, they're just corrupt, you know, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. I don't really have a good point, but I just think it's kind of absurdism is where society's going. I don't really have a good proof. This is how I feel.
What do you feel? Merch.
If it's all about entertainment, you're going to love the news today. NASA is going to start streaming on Netflix.
Oh, Lord, here we go.
So there is your entertainment in spades. So you like some entertainment? How about some entertainment with your entertainment? You got NASA Plus on the Disney Channel. Aren't you happy? Aren't you happy you got some entertainment right there?
Absurdism, bro. It's
is that absurd? Is that absurd that
yes,
NASA's
bro, it's absurdism. It's absurd. It's like ChatGPT knows everything, so why do we have to think when it could just think for us, you know?
How about this? Is it entertaining to watch a grown man pick and eat his boogers?
No, it's more like the edgy humor, bro. Everyone's an edgelord these days.
Bro, none of these guys even want to talk about the Earth, so it's cool.
I know, they're giving up.
They're giving up. It's over.
What does Fox have to say? He's still around, or did he run?
Oh, he ran, bro. he predicted it.
Yeah, he dipped. Oh, wait, no, he's muted. Here we go. All right, Fox, you got something to say or not? No, he doesn't have anything to say.
Classic. No classic, bro.
I mean, just so you know, Omega Chad or whatever, this guy got wrecked. Like he's like a lol call of the whole server. They had like a server AMA where you could ask the owners, like the admin, anything. Really, just where's the direction of the server? Ask him anything. He cried for about an hour about why there's a Flat Earth channel. At the whole time, the admins were just laughing their ass off and just mocking him over and over again. The whole server had turned this guy, that he was that dude who cries about flat Earth. At the end, they said, did you see how long this AMA went with just this one question? You've answered the question. Why should flat earthers be here? Because people like you, bigoted, racist, homophobic, have targeted another minority group that you don't want around. You're just hiding your blatant bigotry at a group of people you think you could be cloaked. You thought it'd be easy and say, look at these flat earth people, I can be bigoted towards them. It ain't shit no one can say about it. And
bro,
like,
you're not a flat earther though. Like,
yeah,
you're not.
Yeah,
no.
The earth is flat, and I'm a flat earther.
Deep down, you know what you are, bro.
Which is what? A monkey on the lava ball?
A non-flat earther.
I'm a monkey. I'm a mankey on a giant lava ball, water-covered lava ball.
Listen. For us to talk, you have to be reasonable. A reasonable person would not be a flat earther. So the fact that you're talking to me means you're not a flat earther.
Hello? You're saying a reasonable person if the sun goes underneath the ground. Exactly. Crickets. That's retarded. It's not reasonable. Got him. Close.
Saying, bro, is like you know what the truth is, but you choose to entertain this persona.
Hey, yo, Theta. Is it reasonable to think the sun goes under the ground?
I'm not here to debate and play with all your argumentative. I know you have all these talking points.
No, it's not a talking point. It's your worldview.
But all I'm saying is I know that you know.
We're not saying it, honestly. You don't want to respond to anything on it.
Okay, I had to take a call real quick. Yeah, Omega, dude, it's not unreasonable to describe a flat surface as flat. This is how you're going to... Are you Florida, man? I mean, just by chance. Do you live in Florida? Did he... Oh, okay, he's muted. Did he freak out? No,
I mean, he just won't respond to anything. He's non-responsive, so...
All right,
if you want to talk to him, that's fine.
No, I give up too. This is my explanation for Florida man. See, Florida man sees Florida. It's flat, almost perfectly flat mathematically. And they're telling them that it's actually a giant lava pair that's weather covered. So that causes them to do some really weird shit, like rob a liquor store with an alligator, or go into a Discord server and tell people it's irrational to describe flat as flat.
Yeah, right. Yeah, pretty much. These guys don't have anything for us anymore. It's over, bro. They won't even argue for the globe anymore, dude. So.
Let me look at the last three callers. What they come in here? You had Captain Obvious coming here just bitching about America, how pissed he is that American money won't be funding his space programs anymore. He doesn't need anything American anyway, but he does. I need America. I need America to laugh at. And also I need all your money. And I need your tourism. And I need your technology and your defense. And
Hey,
but other than that...
You've been calling him Captain America. I didn't get this clinch. Why are you calling him now?
Well, because his name's Captain Obvious.
Oh,
so then call him Captain America, gets them all worked up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I get it now. That's always a cringe. Like when they're like, "America sucks." It's like, bro, I guarantee you wish you were here, bro. Everybody wants to be here.
It's like how many times they tried to fill out for the immigration lottery, and like it keeps coming up deuces.
I can't even name anyone from this single country. And I'll name somebody. He named some random no name nobody knows.
Yeah, he could have turned it into a joke. He's like, Malong. Like, CB, do you know Malong?
Oh, who's that?
Malong dick in your mouth?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you could have like played it off, like that, like some sort of joke, but instead he's too dumb to even do that.
Did Alex Smith bounce if he flashed off the cliff or? Nah, I'm just joking. I'm not wish that on her. I'm surprised she came back with that much garbage, bro. This was like years ago. I remember her being here. And she was like going back and forth, wasn't sure if it was a globe or not, and started skipping for globe cards. Next thing you know. I don't know who she's been listening to. I wonder where she gets this stuff from, to be honest. I'll take my gym selfie and get up out of here. I want to just quickly advertise a show. I might even set up today, but I'd like to do a show in Chill over in 24/7 where we discuss off topic. I think I'm going to name the show Flat Earth Off Road. We'll just get into some like off topic stuff, just kind of want to get the flat earthers together and see what their takes are on different topics, like what do you think about Trump? What do you think about Iran and the current events over there? Are you someone that wants to stay up to date on like trends, current trends or fashion trends? Or do you just like dip out? Do you want to live on a farm? Do you want to live in the city? Just like different types of topics. I think that'd be a lot of fun to get together. We've been so focused on our mission over here talking about ours, which is great. But just want to give people the chance to kind of talk about things they're interested in or, things they're passionate about. I think that would be a lot of fun. So, yeah, be on the lookout. Might even set that up today, but it'll likely be in 247 in the chill room, potentially recorded to X, but maybe not live on our YouTube. So, yeah, just want to give people the chance to go ham and go off topic, flat earth, off road. They'll be on the lookout for that chat. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Keep a lookout. And it does look like there's some activity in the hub. If anybody wants to pop over there, and then I might go ahead and once I get my computer out, maybe I'll go ahead and set up that show. Flat Earth Off Road. I'll have ChatGPT make me a picture for the event, and then we'll be all set up and ready. So I'll advertise that a few more times before we go live so that everyone can show up. It'll be a good show. And also, just a big thank you to everyone that turned out to the misogyny meeting as well. That was a lot of fun. We did episode 2 of CB's misogyny meeting. That was a great episode. A special thanks to Elijah, Gemsy, who attended the event and added value. So I want to say thank you for showing up, guys. Appreciate the content. It was a really great episode. We'll do episode 3, and should be a good one as well. We'll probably give it a little bit of time, let people charge up their batteries. I think we went crazy for episode 2. I think we went all day long. Pause. But that was a great episode. So, guys, make sure you attend the next misogyny meeting. That was a lot of fun. Thanks to, again, special thanks to Elijah and Gemsy, who added some good value over there. But once again, it does look like the hub is live. If anybody wants to join the hub, it does look like there's some activity over there. So I might pop over and give that a listen, but also just keep your head up, keep your head on a swivel. For Flat Earth Off Road, we're doing a off-topic discussion in 24/7. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. All right, guys. I'm going to pop over to the hub. And I'll see you guys in a bit.
I heard there was a preacher here.
I haven't heard that.
They told me his name was Crit.
Crit is here.
Speak some gospel for us.
Go ahead, Crit. You got another Christ fan on the line.
He's not in a biblical mood right now.
Well, we'll just have to change that. based on satellites, the signal will have to travel 350,000 miles or so, or 250,000 miles or so. I mean, these orbits, these distances that are given to us about where the satellites are positioned. If you think about how far a signal would have to travel relative to, a few miles or 20 miles or 30 miles on the ground, which ground-based towers signals have to travel, it's a lot more feasible just using your common sense of where you would relay these signals from.
Yeah, he broke up there just a little bit. He'll be back. But you got to remember. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was just referring to the signals would travel much more easily and shorter distances, like on the ground. Just thinking about it from a logical standpoint, it would be easier to send a signal, 20 miles than 250,000 miles.
Yeah, and then you've got the Earth that's actually rotating, well, supposedly. So the signal's got a lot of work to do. So we just try to stick to the facts, and where the so-called experts give us their spiel, their explanation, we scrutinize it. That's your right. You don't have to accept what they tell you just because they're calling themselves an expert. You can be an expert. I call myself a professional expert specialist, and you don't get that title overnight, okay? Professional expert specialist. I keep laughing at that because it's just so professional, top notch. Yeah, you have the right to question everything you are being told. You don't have to accept it and then go check it. Then you don't end up believing wrongly. You end up knowing correctly. And then you become more confident in the things and your ability, and the snobs and all that who are pushing this nonsense. You just push them to the wayside, man. They become insignificant, even if they've got more money than you. They're living less than you. They're lying. Their life, no integrity. See? Good, isn't it?
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, but I wouldn't want to believe something just because it made me feel better. I'd want to know the real truth.
You've stepped into the wrong thing. Sorry to cut you off there. I don't do any believing. I don't believe in anything. I'm carrying knowledge. I'm not carrying beliefs. I haven't got a bag full of beliefs. So I won't want to be. I know what I'm talking about because I've checked. And when you've checked, you know.
You say you know what you're talking about, but everybody knows what they're talking about. Everybody has experience with science, and everybody believes they know what they're talking about, not just you.
Yeah, I'm not believing what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. Again, you're still using the wrong word here. The difference is when you believe, there's a degree of not knowing there. When you check something, you know it. You don't use that I believe. That's the problem right there. You want to believe and you don't want to know. You're going to take it from somebody else. But when you've done it for yourself, which is within your rights to go and check and become that expert, no other expert's going to tell you something when you know. So when I know water lies flat and a globe is trying to tell me, yeah, look at this curve with water, I'm not going to look at it because I know that water lies flat. I don't look at their material because I know that material is fabrication. I know that. You actually go out and measure. Everything that we've got going on Earth can be proven regarding the shape. It can be proven. And if you look at yourself, you haven't checked the model, so you don't know the dimensions, the circumference, the radiation, the angle tilt, how fast it's orbiting around the sun. You don't know these numbers. I know you don't. I know it. And you haven't gone out to actually measure this curvature. Because if you've done that, you would find the flat Earth. That's what happens. We went out to check for the curvature of the Earth and became flat Earthers. It's just as simple as that.
Would you tell the story? What did you do?
Oh, yeah. Well, basically, part of my experience which I subconsciously have been uploading into my mind, my head, is that the Earth is flat because I haven't experienced the curvature, the spin, and I know that you cannot have air pressure on Earth without a container. So that globe ball image without a container is a misconception because the air would go into the space and we'd all be dead, okay? Then my life of long distance observations, for example, okay, seeing things at a distance that the curvature of the Earth wouldn't allow me to. Traveling by plane and ship, hot air balloons, hovercrafts, and not experiencing any curvature trajectory, which would mean we're on a flat surface because we should follow the curvature, the circumference. That's not happening. Okay?
Nigard, the dumbest people on Earth is flat earthers.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said at the beginning. What did you say?
Hey, dude. He's having a conversation with somebody.
Fuji. I mean, which mountain you go up to?
Yeah, Mount Fuji. Yeah, it was Mount Fuji 14 times. Mount Fuji.
Yeah,
the highest mountain.
The 99% doesn't do that, so you're correct, Salty user. The 99% cannot do that. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah. And remember, I am 63 now. So, and I'm happy as can be at this age, and I'm still learning and gathering more knowledge. So I need my energy for that, and I use it up. Yes.
Like, what do you do for like the living?
He just told you I teach English here in Japan, and when I teach English, sometimes space comes up, and then I teach my students about space and how rockets don't work in space. Also, the Earth comes up, the globe. I said, we're not a globe. I teach them that. So I teach them the truth. I even teach them about Pearl Harbor and the real history of what really happened. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you are in right now Japan. In which place in Japan?
I'm in a place called Japan. That's all you need to know for now. Okay?
Okay. If I come to Japan, like, would you like to meet?
Yeah, if you can get to Japan, maybe I'll meet you, yeah. But as long as you're a flat earther first, I don't meet globers. So you better make sure you're coming as a flat earther, and you better have your everything correct. Okay, flat earthers without a doubt.
Okay, sir.
You can meet Gene at the summit on Mount Fuji.
Yeah, that'd be your test. Get to the top of that mountain.
And then you're gonna look across the land and the water, so you're gonna see no globe once you make it up there.
You're going to see horizontality, and you'll get the meaning of that word.
We have tried the Mount Everest once, and which is in India.
Have you? Did you really?
I'm asking you.
Oh no, yeah, that's one of my dreams. That is a dream for me to do. Yeah, climb Mount Fuji, of course.
I don't understand.
No, like I'm asking Mount Everest.
Yeah, I want to climb Mount Everest. I haven't done it yet. I'd like to, yes.
Okay.
Bro, who cares?
Someone else is speaking, but I didn't understand what was said. Sorry.
Okay, bye. Have a nice day, bro.
And you too, Salty. Thank you. Well done. Remember, measure. That's what you've got to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, you see we have these individuals are coming in.
Bro,
clearly, they're following.
It's 24/7, bro. It means all year, all life, bro. It's infinite, bro. Why goodbye, bro? It's supposed to.
Nice one, bro. Nice one, young man. What's your name?
My name is Adot. I'm Adot. Yes, sorry for interrupting your presentations. And now I'm leaving, and I'm never going to enter here again.
Okay, well, it was nice hearing your voice anyway. Enjoy your life, and remember, the Earth is flat. You came here first to learn that. Thank you.
Goodbye, adios, sayonara.
Yeah. Ciao, baby, ciao. So there, ladies and gentlemen, what you had there earlier on was a young man called Salty, of course, with a whole load of beliefs and following the consensus. Strongly in that. In fact, he said, I gave him the question. I said, which would you want to do? Do you want to measure the surface of the Earth so you know that it's a curving or it's not curving? or do you want to go with the 99% and believe?
Okay, bro,
And
I
he
have
said,
to answer again because I have no friends and you are the only one that is talking and I can talk so I can enable a conversation and be with someone, bro. Because
yeah, your English is very good, young
maybe
man.
you don't know what it is having no friends because you're black. You can have.
That's silly, really. I've got more friends. I've got more friends than you right now.
Don't take the bait, June.
No. I'm not. Look, I'm playing with the guy. He's a young man. You know, he's having fun. I'm not taking the bait at all. I'm just telling him I've got more friends than he has. Yeah, that's all. You know, these youngsters, you play with them. You play with the youngsters, man, when they start doing that. You know, that's how they learn in the end. That their tenacity to be rude is bouncing off. But anyway, yeah, as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, we had a young man called Salty, clearly coming in. Okay, someone's got their mic open. Whoever it is, can you mute up? Yeah,
Mute yourself up, mate. You've got crazy feedback going on.
Yeah. So, or otherwise, the moderator will mute it. So that's 5. Right, still coming through. Come on now.
Fixed.
4, 3, 2, 1. Lovely. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the YouTube live stream and the Twitter, X, Rumble, Ruskin, what else is there? Facebook. Yeah, right. Instagram, if you're listening as well, if you're there. But basically, ladies and gentlemen, we had a young man called Salty. He came in firmly with beliefs only. Okay, beliefs and the group mentality, herd mentality, if you will. Okay, he had no own knowledge, nothing. It was all belief based for this globe. He's from India, northern India. Okay, now I asked him one question. I said to him, which would he rather do? Go out and measure the surface of the earth so you would know whether it's curving or not, or believe with the 99%. And he already said he would believe with the 99%. So, okay, we put him with the 99%. So now I'm going to ask the 99%, did you go to the earth? They all said no. So, Salty, you're going to be with the 99% that don't know. Oh, but you could go and measure it and do know. Can you see the mentality there, ladies and gentlemen? Consensus. The main crowd, the in crowd, the trend. That's how they're living. That's what's happening these days. The younger generation have been duped into thinking the in crowd is the best crowd. The majority is the rule. The scientists have got it. You don't have to do anything. Believe them. Believing. That's all you've got to do to survive, apparently. You're sealing your doom. You know nothing but beliefs. That means you haven't done any thinking for yourself to confirm anything, except for where you live and your own telephone number, probably. That is a recipe for disaster. That's what that is. Because they're rapidly at breakneck speeds advancing the what they call the blue screen, green screen technology, so they can use that to deceive people in the virtual world. Why do you think gaming is doing so well now? I've got everybody gaming. They're all in this virtual reality thing. Then when you look out of the virtual reality, you're looking at green screen on your TV. So the only time you get reality is when you walk out the door. And because it's not like your game, it's going to be boring for you. So you think, let me get back to my game. You see that? That's where humanity is heading right now. Like a bullet train. That's where they're heading. Yeah. Because Salty was strongly in the belief. Strong. And every time he said he got it. Go ahead.
It's better to know.
Yeah.
Than to believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Better that you know than no one's going to tell you any different. And you don't have to be following the crowd. Because you know. You are the crowd. If you, yeah. So,
I like the way you're putting it down.
Appreciate that, man. Thanks a lot. You know, it's all about togetherness here. That's what it's all about. And as I'm older, as I am older in that sense, I've made the mistake earlier, and I made it for a long time, 48 years. So now I'm able to rewind my life, because I can do that, see the mistakes, and then help others by learning from my mistake. You will then see that you're probably making that same mistake, and you can hit the brakes. That's the reason for the elders. The elders are the ones with that key, that power. Yeah.
Exactly. And you're a traveled man too, right? Like
Yes,
you've
I
been
am.
a lot of places.
Yeah.
And you're in Japan now?
Correct. Yeah, I'm in Japan right now. Yeah.
Do you ever meet any samurais?
Yes, I have done. Yep, I have done in museums and at children's shows, because when my kids were little, we used to take them to the shows to see the samurai fights and all that. Yeah, and theatre. So we've seen quite a few of those. Yeah.
I like the Japanese
I'm a second brown belt in karate. One of my sons, a black belt in judo. So yeah, we've seen it through those events as well. I also taught English to the kendo sensei that lives just up the road from me. His school, I used to teach him English.
So if I wanted to get a samurai sword, where would you point me?
Ooh, yeah, that would be difficult. I'd have to ask my father-in-law with that one, I think, to know exactly where. Because I
would like to get a nice samurai sword.
Yeah, I haven't sought it myself. I could say easily online, but I'm sure that my father-in-law would be.
Is your father-in-law Japanese?
Yeah.
Right on. How long have you lived in Japan for?
26 years.
26? Holy. Long time.
Long time now, yeah.
Yeah.
Nihongo shibarimasu. Yes, I do speak Japanese.
Nice.
It's good, isn't it? Hi.
Is it a hard language to learn?
そんなに難しいではないし、音楽、言語は音楽と同じですね。ちょっとゆっくりゆっくりで、お発音よく聞いて、で、真似して、それで勉強になりますね。あと、もっと大切なことは、先生も、それも大事なところで、それで日本語勉強はできます。Okay, what did I just say? I said we're
I have
really.
no idea, but it sounds beautiful to me. I like the Japanese sounds strong.
Thank you very much.
Like really strong and like affirmative.
Thank you. Right. So let me explain what I just said there. Basically, what I said, ladies and gentlemen, was that learning a language like the Japanese isn't so difficult because it's like music. So if you listen attentively, then and listen to the pronunciations, you'll get it right. And another important fact is, of course, having a good teacher. That also is important as well.
That kind of makes sense because they really like poetry a lot too, right?
Yes, they love it. It's called Shi.
Yeah.
Shi is the poems they like. So they do like that, yeah. They love it.
I do like their culture, minus food. I'm a picky eater, but everything else, their buildings, their samurais and stuff, their language, it's all really strong. I like it.
Yeah, I'm very lucky to have landed here back in 1999. Married my fiance who's Japanese. We've got 4 boys now, 26 years old now. So yeah.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, I've been teaching English. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah. And then with the 26 years, during the 26 years, I made some watershed moment discoveries, such as 9/11 was an inside job. That would be around about 2002 that I'm learning that. Now, the moon landings were a hoax, started from 2001, right? Via the film by Oliver Stone, JFK. I couldn't get it in London when it was out. Blockbusters, it was forever being rented out. Every time I went to Blockbusters to try and rent it, it was always out. And you cannot reserve it. You've got to come in on the day to get it. So I never ended up watching it in London. I watched it in 1999. It was the first film that I watched when I joined the video club. The first film, JFK. So I watched that. That was the first thing I looked into, because I wanted to learn a bit more. I knew it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald, but I want it broken down, and let's see if the film is going to do it justice. So sorry. It was good enough. It was really good, actually. So I'll give it that to Oliver Stone. But I've since gone further. Come the year 2000, I'm getting my first computer, Fujitsu, the size of an A4 notebook. It was that small, a small one, because my father-in-law was working for Fujitsu at the time. So he gave my wife this, and we both used it. So that's when I started my research. Started from there. Yeah, and I haven't looked back. So I made those watershed moments, like I said, moon landings being a hoax. And I'm still researching it now. So starting from 2001, that's 24 years looking in, and I'm still researching it. And during the...
Are you familiar with Virgil Grissom?
Oh, yeah, the poor man. A man of impeccable integrity who died with Chaffee and White in the capsule. Yeah. He was slated to be the first man on the moon. Supposedly.
When people talk about it, that's one of my favorite things to talk about.
Yeah, he was a man who was telling the truth, because he knew they weren't going to go. In fact, the day he was burnt alive, just before the fire happened, there was a communication glitch, and he said, how can we go to the moon when we can't communicate between two buildings? And then that's when the problems began after that.
Yeah, he started speaking out, and then
he was speaking out big time. Yeah. So that's the moon landings things. So during the research of the moon landings, which I'm still researching anyway, Flat Earth appeared in 2014. I ignored it, of course, and I thought that was silly. I ignored it. And then when it just kept coming back, being naive with the computer technology, I thought someone had hacked my wife's computer, because it was my wife's computer that I was using at the time. And I thought, who keeps popping up these bloody flat Earth videos? Because during the period from the year 2005, let's say, up to 2014, junk adverts would come up on your screen. You'd be watching a program or something, and suddenly this advert would pop up, and you think, well, what is this thing? And you click on it, and it comes back. You click on it, comes back. Click. You understand? So I was getting this nonsense that was coming on the screen. So I thought Flat Earth was part of that junk. Okay, so I ignored it for 2014, and it wasn't until
your wife is a flat earther, or what?
Well, she is now. It took her 8 years to come around, but yeah, she's a flat earther now.
She wasn't at the time. She just looked at some videos, and that's kind of how you found it, or what?
No, yeah, I myself. What happened was, when I actually discovered it, as I was explaining, 2015, I decided to look at the flat Earth, because I'd run out of material regarding the moon landing hoax, and it was Boxing Day in this very room, right? December 26, 2015, okay? And I thought, yeah, let me click on one of these stupid flat Earth videos. What could I possibly learn from these idiots that are putting this nonsense up, as I'm giggling and sniggling, smiling? And I clicked on the video, sat back, and then I began to sink in my seat, because I began to feel inadequate. I began to feel like a fool, because everything that the video put across was concise, correct, and I actually knew it. It was in my head. That's when I realized it was flat. Because what happened after that, my brain... Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of my fucking best arguments, is like, everybody knows that the Earth is flat. Like a Glober can come in here, and I'll tell them right to their face, the same as me, that the Earth is flat.
That's right. That's right.
And because like, what are you talking about? The Earth's a blah, 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 blah. No, that's what you believe, though. But what you know is the same as me.
No, yeah. No.
Knowledge comes from experience, and their experience ain't different than ours.
Yeah. The video beat me up and then woke me up at the same time. And then what happened was, I had that moment where my brain just rewound my whole life. And of course, my brain is looking for curvature. It's not there. And I blurt out, it's flat. Bloody hell. Yeah. It's flat. And then the next thing I said was, what have I been doing with my life? Wow. And the reason I said that...
You knew it all along, right?
Yeah. The reason I said it was because I'd just done like a whole number of years looking at the moon landing hoax. And of course, if the moon landings were a hoax, it meant that they could never have gone there. They could never have taken a picture of the Earth as a ball. What a fool I've been. You know what I mean? That was my moment on that day. Okay?
Right.
Many mistakes I've made. Many.
Yeah. A long time ago, I feel like there was something weird about the moon landing. but it just like never really occurred to me. I didn't care enough. You know what I mean? I was young.
Yeah. Yeah, in
Too busy drinking and
1995,
partying and
in 1995, I would have been about 33, going to be 34 that year. One of my friends, Dave, I was working as a doorman, security doorman at a wine bar, a friend of mine's wine bar. A guy's name's Nick. He's a Greek, of course. And he owned the wine bar that I used to work there for him, right? And this guy, Dave, well, one of the Daves came up to me and goes, Jim, do you believe, this is in 1995, yeah? I'm 33 years of age. Okay, now listen to what I said, yeah? He said, Jim, do you believe that man went to the moon? I said, yeah, of course they did. I saw it on TV, right? Then he said, well, my mum says they didn't go. My mum doesn't think they went. So I'm looking at him, yeah, and as if to say, yeah, what did she say? What did she know? Right? And he didn't come with anything. No, I said to him, why don't you effing shut the effing up, you effing asshole? I saw it on effing TV. And they don't lie on TV, do they? They don't lie on TV, do they? Now get the hell out of here, you effing ass. Do you know what I mean? I saw it on TV, I said. Right? So I totally went pog this on the guy. This is in 1995. To 1999, I'm in Japan. I'm in Japan in 1999, yeah? 1999, I'm in Japan. 2001, we had the house built. I am now beginning to research the moon landing hoax, and that's when I realized I was wrong. It took me about half an hour to find this guy, Dave, because he had moved around in London, changed address and that. So I had to ring other people to try and connect. But I did connect in the end. And then I apologized to him. Forgotten that day completely. That surprised me. What do you mean you forgot? Yeah. Couldn't remember the day.
Hey man, I
Couldn't even remember the day. Yeah, go ahead.
It's tough for some people, right?
You believe
the Earth
is flat?
Yeah, this is a customer, as it would be. Start again, please. Go ahead.
Megalodon.
You believe yes. You believe that the Earth is flat?
No.
Yeah, we know it's flat.
Yes.
We don't believe it, but we know.
Okay. We know it's flat. Okay. So I have just a question about that. If you might answer, it's maybe I don't know. I never been to the space, so I'm curious. I don't have a firm opinion on this. I'm French, so my English is not very good. But I
went to Paris one time.
Okay. Let's let the guy speak. Is your name Megalodon? Is that right?
Yes.
Megalodon. Yeah.
Okay,
So my
Megalodon,
question
go ahead.
is if the Earth is flat, like you guys say, why there is at my understanding, what there is absolutely zero government, nation, or whatever claiming that the Earth is flat.
Oh, hang on. Why
no
is there
country say this?
No scientists, you mean? Yeah.
No country.
No country.
I mean nation. I mean country. I mean nobody said this.
I understand now. Okay, I understand.
Why the
I understand.
We want to hide that?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand. The reason they hide it is simple, because they want to keep humanity under control. And the deception began from your childhood. You were told about the globe when you were very young at school, and they didn't give you any. It is being reinforced through the education system, through the movies, through music, through news, through scientific programs, and history.
Yeah, you just have to ask yourself.
Images everywhere. Yeah.
You just have to ask yourself when you were in school, right? And they told you that the Earth was a ball. What evidence did they give you that the Earth is actually a ball?
None.
That's right.
So you have to think about that, and then you have to go over the history, right? Go look at the history of why they think the Earth is a ball. Go look at it, right? See what kind of evidence they have. Come back to us with whatever you think is good evidence. Because I've went over it for over 10 years. Jin CBR here, he's fucking been in the chat over 10 years. right? Both of us, 10 years search each, alone,
So you mean that
without each other.
You don't have evidence
right?
of the Earth being
I've
round?
not been able to find any evidence at all.
Yeah, zero evidence, zero
Right,
experience.
and there's other
Okay,
people
but
here
why
that if
they
they
will
want to come off
hide it?
mute, they'll tell you the same thing in so many years. So how many
Why they
years
will
between
hide
all of
it?
us?
Why they will
Megalodon,
hide
je pense
that
que t'as mal
furiously?
compris. là. Megalodon, je pense que t'as mal compris là. Ce qu'il dit, c'est que ils ne trouvent pas l'évidence pour le monde être un globe.
Là, j'ai compris.
Ok. Je pense que t'as compris qu'il n'y a pas d'évidence que c'est plat.
Non, c'est pas ce que je pensais.
Ok. Pour vous,
No, what I'm saying is...
pour vous dire, là,
No, okay,
si jamais
cool.
t'as une question en anglais, là, puis t'as besoin de
I understand good. It's just that I never speak orally. So I struggle, but I understand perfectly.
Yeah, that's what we do with
mais-
others.
So
Yeah, I was just saying,
your
if you want
response is just that
translation, let me know.
they want to control people, that's why they lie.
Okay, yeah, right. So what was said there then? Did you ask him about the evidence? And he said there was no evidence, he said.
No, I stepped in because I thought I understood him. I thought I heard him understood or misunderstand that you said there's no evidence that it's flat, but he actually took it that you saying that there's no ball. So I just told him, look, if you need a translation, let me know.
Yeah, okay, that's correct.
No,
Yeah.
but
So we've had,
why they will hide it so furiously?
Yeah, so
Why
basically,
no one,
we
no
don't
country, no nation, absolutely nobody saying that, like it's maybe, I don't know, like a small,
Yeah,
I don't
like
know,
I
like
said,
Sri Lanka saying Lebanon saying is flat. Nobody saying that.
Yes. I explained to you the reason why, yeah?
Yes, for controlling people.
Countries are not people.
Yeah.
So Lebanon is not going to say, hey, the earth is flat. People like you and me, when we stand our ground and stop letting education systems and other dominant politicians that have never actually gone out and tested it, that they just accept the stories, when we all stand up and say no more, then this stuff stops. And it doesn't matter what country you're from, what religion you are, what race you are, it comes back to you. If you want to go out and test it, please do so. Have a look at what you were taught at school and go and confirm. When you find out the truth, then you will understand what I'm talking about.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, how is controlling people?
Yeah,
the
let me
Earth
explain.
Is flat or round?
Yeah, I was
I mean,
trying
of course,
to
they lie
explain
to us.
it.
Of course, they lie. They lie us.
I'm trying to explain it. I'm getting interruptions. I'm trying to explain it to you. Here we go. Now, basically, in order for the government to be successful at its business, it has to have its society under control. Remember, they're taking your taxes from your wages.
Yes.
I don't think they have any. Let me finish, please. I don't think they have any entitlement to my money that I worked for. Okay? But unfortunately, we have to pay taxes. If I had my way, I wouldn't pay a single bean of tax. And sometimes I don't, actually. But there you are. That's me. But anyway, so the governments are taking our money, and then they're using this money now, one, to make weapons of mass destruction. They create the wars. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. You see, what it is that you don't seem to understand anything. And I'm trying to explain to you. Look, you're interrupting. Can we actually moderate this guy?
Megalon, Jen, hold up. The problem is with it. The problem is, Megalon, is that there's a lot of things tied to it.
Yes.
That you just take for granted.
He doesn't understand. Yeah.
One part of it is the ground is measured flat. A lot of people don't want to accept it. They understand what we're saying quite clearly. There is zero measured curvature. There's not many people that can't understand it. Whether they accept it or not, that's another story.
Yeah.
What are the implications of this? So let's just use NASA, for example. If it got out into the media that the Earth was flat, what would you think that would happen to NASA and all of the associated funding that goes with it?
Yeah, exactly.
It will prove that they have lied.
It would shut down. It would
prove that they have lied. So that means that every single country that's got some kind of space system or workforce or whatever you want to call it associated to that country, everyone in those countries would turn around and start asking the government or whoever runs those space agencies a lot of very rude questions.
Yeah, exactly. It would shut down the space agency. So let me just get back because I was trying to explain to you.
Hello.
Yeah, another interruption here. Can we mute the guy? Hello? Right, we're talking here. Hello. If you just take your time, we're talking to somebody else at the moment. Once we finish, we'll get back to you, okay? Thank you for coming in. Now, basically, it's this. Like I said, in order for the governments to control its society, it needs to, it's put down a control mechanism. Part of that mechanism is your thinking you're on a globe when and that's basically the two main entities that they have to control you. You are actually a slave in you into thinking you're living on a globe, and because they didn't give you any proof and you believe it, they have lied about everything that you think is true is a lie right up to now. Okay, that's the control mechanism that they have all over the world, all across the world. They're teaching the same curriculum.
I'll ask a Muslim.
No, I respond.
Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, go ahead.
So then I heard what you said.
Yeah,
I just
remember. Yeah, remember.
You're doing.
Hang on. Before you start, remember this. You yourself have not confirmed that the Earth is a globe. You don't know that. You haven't measured the curvature of the Earth. You don't know the model. So you're just believing that the Earth is a globe. But we know that the Earth isn't a globe because we've measured it. Okay?
Yes,
remember that when you
believe it was a globe or flat.
Sorry?
I said I didn't know.
Sorry?
I didn't say that I think the world was.
Well, the way you phrased your question leaves one thinking that you are a glober who believes the Earth is a globe.
I can speak 2 cents, please.
Well, is this. You believe the Earth is a globe, but you haven't checked it yet, and you've never seen the globe itself. You haven't measured it. That I know.
Yes, I never measured it.
Exactly. So you don't know that the Earth is a globe. That's the point.
Yes, it's true. But I will just answer about what you. I think you doing like a melting pot of the taxes, the law.
That's part of control mechanism.
Yes, but you mixing all of it together, and you come
because
up
it's all part of the life.
The Earth is flat.
Yes,
I think it's a bit.
Well, no, it's not a bit of.
It's all a giant scam, and the flat Earth.
It's all part. It's all part of the control. It's all part of the control. If they can lie to you about where you live, then they can lie to you about anything else. I mean, I don't think the government has any right to take my money, my tax money, and start making bullets and bombs. I don't want them to do that. Okay, but they do, don't they? Because nobody's saying don't do that. Nobody's accepting that they can take your money. I don't think that's right myself. Okay.
Yes, but you just
like yourselves
come from taxes, paying for the military to the Earth is flat.
Yes, of course, the connection is all there because it's all part of the control. The Earth is flat because it's measured flat. Let me finish. Don't interrupt me because I'm nearly there. Don't interrupt me because I'm nearly there. Now, the question is this. Your question was, what is the connection to the flat Earth with the governments lying about the globe? Well, because it's about a control, isn't it? They controlled us. That's what they're doing. They're still controlling a lot of people at the moment. A good 90% of the world is under the control of the governments at the moment. Okay? World's population, easily. And they're being controlled through the education system they receive and then the taxation system that is in place. Okay, those two are control mechanisms to a system where you yourself are a slave. You're not free on this earth yet. The only time you can say you're free is when you're not in the system paying your taxes and you're out of the system completely. So when you're in the system, you're a slave to the system. So you're a slave.
You just say you pay your taxes. So you're not free?
I don't pay all the time, but I pay when I decide to pay. That's what I do. So I'm
no, if it was in your hands, you will never pay them. You're lying.
Let me tell you something. If it was in my hands, I would never pay. Of course not.
Yes.
Why would I? Yeah.
But you just said that it depends on you if you pay.
If I don't want to pay them, I don't pay them. That's right. That makes sense. Yeah. But I'm still stuck in a system that's making rules and wars and lying about space. Don't forget about that. Yeah, they're taking the money and they're taking the money to make a space budget, but they don't go to space. They can't go to space. It's not possible. But yet the money is being paid by the taxpayer. We're paying for that, even though they can't go there.
So it's a money laundering operation also, you think?
I don't know about that. That's not my position on that. I'm giving you the facts. Maybe that's your idea, not mine. Okay? Not my idea at all of money laundering. No, that implies that they've got something to launder. No, they just blatantly taking your money and blatantly lying to you. Simple. Daylight robbery right in front of your eyes. Okay? So don't try and get smart with that.
It's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to asking a question.
No, you're not trying to do anything really. And this conversation actually isn't really making good headway because the fact is flat. That's how we know the Earth is flat, because it's measured flat in curvature. Now, why would the governments lie? There are many, many reasons why they're going to lie. I gave you two main ones: control of the masses and taxation of the masses. That's it. That's the two main ones for me. There are other reasons, many reasons why they lie. Many.
Why would the government not be able to tax like the round Earth?
Sorry?
Why would the government need the Earth to be flat to like tax people and control people?
No, the government doesn't need it to be flat. The Earth is flat. They need it to be a globe as a control mechanism of your mind. And whilst you're under mind control, they're taxing your money. Okay?
How?
So they
how does that work?
Well, it's working. It's clearly working because you don't seem to think that paying taxes is wrong. Is it good to pay tax? Is it?
No. Why do
the ground has nothing to do with taxes.
Why
they're using the money?
Have something to do with like around
money for the space budget, for example. Let me just get this point out, then you can ask the question. The point is this: the fact that they've lied about the globe has left the door wide open for many more deceptions, including the space budget now. So now that they've lied about the Earth's shape, they're lying about going to the moon. Can you see where it's just spiraling out of control here? All right, and it's our money that they're using to do that. That's what I'm talking about. So taxpayers' money is being used. All right, what's your question?
Yes, but
I just want to ask
money is used for a lot of things.
Megalodon, hold on. Can I just ask you a question? Okay. Yeah, I want to ask Megalodon a question. Do you think the Earth is a ball?
What?
Do you think the Earth is a ball?
From what I saw, I will say yes, but like you said, I never measure it.
Okay, why do you think it's a ball?
Because I saw the video, the picture, but you will tell me that they are all fake.
Okay. Oh no, I'm not gonna tell you that. Why? What you did just right now is called the appeal to the future. Right? You made up a reason. I never fucking said it was gonna be fake. You just thought I was gonna say that.
Yeah, but it is fake.
Okay. What I'm gonna tell you. No, hold on, Jin. Hold on, I got this.
Hang on a second, man. We know it's fake. Yeah, we know it's fake because
Jin, I got this. Hold on a sec. Megalodon. I'm not gonna say it's fake. What I'm gonna say to you is if you're gonna say I seen a video of it, that means you believe in Bigfoot?
No.
Well, there's videos of Bigfoot, is what I'm saying, right? So, do you believe in Bigfoot?
They all have been debunked. They all have been debunked, man.
I just asked you a simple question. Do you believe in Bigfoot?
No.
Why not? There's videos. There's videos of Bigfoot, and your evidence that Earth is a ball is videos.
It's really easy what you're doing there, man.
No, I'm just applying your standard evidence. Right? This is your standard of evidence.
It's like tomorrow I'm filming a video where I'm driving and I'm telling you, yeah, look at me, I'm driving, and you say, oh, there is a video of the Bigfoot and it's fake, so I don't believe you're driving. It's not related, man. You won't get me on that.
But you're saying so you
You won't
started
get me
off
on
by
that. It's
saying,
easy.
listen,
You
just
say.
listen for a second. Can you hear me out? You started off by saying that I was gonna say it was fake, right?
Yes.
And then I presented video of Bigfoot. That just even the idea of it, I didn't actually even present it. But you said that that's fake.
Wait, so what? I don't see where.
You don't see like a contradiction in your thought there, or like how you apply your knowledge?
I don't see where it is related, man.
You came in here, right? And I asked you, do you think the Earth is a ball? And you said yes, right? And I said
saw
why?
videos and photos.
And you said because of video.
So I guess yes.
Right? And you said I would say that video, but you would say it's fake. And I said no, I wouldn't. And then what I said was,
yes, I
do you
understand.
believe
Yes,
in
you
Bigfoot?
repeat yourself 3 times now.
And you said no, and I said there's video of Bigfoot though.
Man, is yes.
Right? So your standard of evidence that the Earth is a ball is there's video, but at the same time, you deny Bigfoot. That has
so
the same standard of evidence.
It's so bogus what you train, man, is.
I'm just kind of confused why you don't.
That's your evidence. That's your evidence, man.
I don't think Bigfoot's real,
I
but
have walked a long road and the Earth is
it doesn't prove that the videos and the
does
photos
anybody
of the
understand what I'm saying? Am I the only one?
Yeah, we got it. He doesn't seem to understand it, or
I understand.
he's playing willfully ignorant. But wait a minute,
I understand what you mean by that.
You
but
are.
It doesn't prove that the videos and the photo of
Are
the
you
Earth
telling
being
you are a
round
Bigfoot?
are fake?
Yeah, let's try and get some standard here. Slow it down for a second, okay? Your question started off with why would they lie? The fact that the government is lying is obvious. Why would they lie? I would say, hang on a minute, please. Don't interrupt. I'm talking. Thank you. The fact that the government is lying is obvious. And if you really want to know why they lie, I suggest you go and ask your government why they're lying to you. Because the fact is, you haven't measured the curvature of the Earth. So when you go out and measure the curvature of the Earth and find out that it's flat, that's when you're going to realize the other stuff that they could be doing. It's as simple as that. So asking us really, why did they lie?
Oh, did you leave?
He just drops in and out every now and then.
Yeah.
You know, when your standard of evidence doesn't fucking meet across all platforms, you get exposed.
It's good.
Oh, it's not good.
It's pretty simple. All you gotta do is you gotta ask them, do you think the Earth is a ball? And then you have to ask them, why do you think that?
It's like 10
and once they give you that reason, you can fucking expose the reason.
Yeah, his reason was pictures.
Can I speak? Come on.
Yeah, you can. Go ahead.
And when you see a moonlight, where does the moonlight come from? It comes from the sun.
The sky?
It comes from the sun, the closest star.
No, done.
What we are
rotating. What you did right now? I can slap you right now. What you did right now is you made a claim. You said the moon light comes from the sun. How do you prove that?
If it came from the sun, it'd be called sunlight.
Right, you have to prove that somehow. Right, you can appeal to your conceptual model, but you can't actually prove it.
You can go to the fucking moon and prove it if you want to.
Can you go to the moon?
Yeah. And if
How do you go to the moon yourself?
If you go to the moon, you can see.
Have you been there?
The Earth is round.
Have you been to the moon?
Planet. Yes, many times.
Many times? How'd you get there?
My telescope.
He was smoking weed.
You got there with a telescope.
They're all junk.
Telescopes, my friend, don't transport you from A to B.
No, so what I'm saying is...
What you're saying is a fantasy. I know exactly what you're saying,
You are
and it's a
saying that
fantasy.
you're an idiot.
No, I'm saying you are telling me you can go to a place, right, called the moon, and you've never been there.
Telescope.
So
You
how
don't
can
know
you
that. Yeah,
tell
you
me
don't
you
know
can
that.
go to this place that you've never been? How are you going to get there? What technology do you have that makes you superior to me, that makes me an idiot?
I don't mean
You have a
that
rocket in your backyard?
if you cannot
What do you
realize
have?
the fucking facts that
Do you have fucking some kind of super technology to get to the moon?
of course.
Of course not.
Oh no, it's not.
Like, you see how you have to talk shit to reinforce your belief right now? Why can't
Can I
you
talk
be
to you,
honest?
Grim something?
You can talk to me, and I'm here, and I'm
Yes,
going to talk to you,
one
but you're
moment,
not
take
being
your
honest with me.
I
All you have
don't
to do
need
is
the
be honest.
fucking
please.
God to
But-
tell me that
The
they are
videos and
You're
the
invoking some.
Yes, you do.
You're
Yes, you do.
invoking some fucking fantasy right now.
And it would be moonlight, isn't it? It's moonlight, not sunlight. The moon has its own light. Moonlight. Thank you.
No, it's not moonlight because
It is. It is
moon
moonlight.
is shining the sunlight.
No, it's not.
That's
Sorry.
why it's called.
Nah, the luminosity of the
Prove
moon
it.
is not enough to brighten up the whole sky. Sorry. That's a
Why don't you
misconception.
prove it, bro?
But you
Yeah.
didn't debunk. What do you think
How
about
fucking idiot can you
the
be?
shooting of the Earth being round?
It's not round at all. It's
No,
flat.
but there is videos and pictures.
Yeah,
of
those
the
are
Earth
fake, as I
being-
explained to you earlier on.
There's
Yes, but you
videos
didn't-
and
you didn't
pictures
debunk
of
them.
Bigfoot.
You said Bigfoot, but it's bogus.
Yeah, do
It's
you believe
not,
in Bigfoot?
It's
Do you believe in
You said
Bigfoot?
Bigfoot's fake.
example.
Bigfoot lives in the moon.
It's not proving at all
every
that
now
the
and then-
videos
Some would
No,
say
no, no.
pictures of the Earth being
Hang on a
round
sec, bro. Hang on a
are
sec.
fake.
Hang on a sec, bro. Hang on a sec.
Hello?
There's
When it's
videos.
full moon-
Hey, bro. Hang on a sec.
talking over
Settle down.
everybody.
Calm down. Calm
when it's
down.
full moon,
There's there. One sec, bro. One sec. Hey. Relax, bro. There's videos and pictures of Bigfoot.
Yes, it's 100 times you said that.
in the
Okay,
moon.
that have been debunked.
So by your standard, you believe in Bigfoot.
But it's stupid what you're saying.
I believe. Yeah.
Because
No,
the
it's stupid what
videos,
you're saying.
please,
Stupid what you're saying.
the videos and the pictures of Bigfoot have been debunked. Please debunk me.
Yeah.
Show me the
videos
Like
and
Videos
pictures.
of
Like-
the moon landing have
Just-
been debunked.
Yes.
Just like the globe. The globe has been debunked. Those pictures and
But
videos
how?
of the
Tell
globe
me.
have been debunked.
Yeah, okay. I prefer that Bigfoot. You see video of Bigfoot is fucking dumb. I'm sorry. It's completely dumb to say that. It's absolutely not related. There are videos and pictures of the Earth being round. If you debunk them to me, I will say
There's
you.
videos
So
and
how do
pictures
you
of
Debunk them to me.
Bigfoot walking
You're
through the
speaking about
forest.
Bigfoot.
Megalon, how do you verify these images to be truthfully
I
and
don't know, I
correct?
don't know.
So you can't. So when we go and measure the ground, you, me, and any one of these other people in the panel can go and do it. If they don't want to, we can drag them along and force them to sit there and watch. But you still can't verify these photographs.
No, not myself, but I think that if they were fake, they would have been debunked.
They have been
Some of
debunked.
them have been.
All of them
didn't see
have
any of
been.
them.
The moon landing has
Actually-
been multiple times.
I'm not
all
talking
of them
about
people.
Wait,
have
moon
been
landing.
debunked.
hang on a sec. Well, one
Maybe
sec.
moon
NASA
landing, I don't
themselves
know.
tell you how they photoshopped the images of Earth. Yeah, look up Rob Simon. Yeah, Rob Simon, NASA employee, photoshopper of Earth.
To make it seem round.
No, completely fabricated and photoshopped from scratch. No working with an image of a globe, working with strips of flat data.
Okay, so that I prefer that Bigfoot video, Bigfoot fake. Okay, so next
He was
NASA
just using
employee.
Megalon.
Hey,
He was just using the standard. Megalon, you were claiming that we should accept the videos outright. And we're saying, hey, look, Bigfoot videos, why can't you accept those?
Listen, you accused me of saying that I was going to say it's fake. And then you ended up saying videos are fake. What's your evidence that the video's fake?
My evidence of the videos of Bigfoot being fake.
Give me your fucking evidence that Bigfoot's fake.
Is that they have been debunked?
And I'll give you my evidence that the globe is fake.
Debunked for me. Please debunk for me the videos and the photos of the Earth being wound. It's that simple.
The Earth ones have been debunked.
Easily, I'll give you.
So hold on, Grim. Grim, check it out. Grim, check it out. All he's done is said that they've been debunked. He has not provided any proof and hasn't put anything forward.
I understand what he said, and I've asked him. I've laid the gauntlet down. You give me your evidence that Bigfoot's fake, and I will give you my evidence that the globe is fake. You're up. You go first. Because your standard of evidence is in question right now. So I want to see your evidence that Bigfoot is fake. Don't fucking talk. Just put your evidence that Bigfoot is fake. Simple. You're telling me video of Bigfoot has been debunked.
Lame.
Let me see.
It's lame, man.
And I'll give you my video of the globe. Can you do it?
It's not like. It's not like.
Or do I have to go first? You want me to go first?
Yes.
Megalon,
you want me to go
made
first?
your claim.
Megalon, you want me to go
I'm
first?
just saying, debunk. Yes.
Can you not do it?
Debunk that for me.
You're not prepared?
Say okay.
Just tell me you're not prepared, and I'll go first. Simple. Simple. You understand English?
Yes.
Tell me you're not prepared. Tell me you don't have evidence, and I will go first. Tell me you don't have evidence to back up your claim, and I will go first.
Yes.
Because you said, right? Bigfoot.
Man, come on.
Videos of Bigfoot have been debunked. I want to see your evidence.
You slow.
No, I'm fucking fully caught up.
But it doesn't prove me that the Earth is round.
Tell me you have the evidence or not. What's up? Do you have it?
Man, you're so lame.
You said.
So lame.
Right? You
the
said
other guy was
it's been debunked. Do you have it or not? You can say no, and I can go on to my evidence.
Look what the that Bigfoot
right?
is fake.
You can say you don't have it.
I mean,
you won't do it though, because it exposes your standard of evidence.
In 2-3 clicks in the internet,
why won't you do it?
I can see that.
Do you not have it? Show me.
Yes, I can have it.
Post it in the chat. Your evidence.
Evidence
that
of the Bigfoot being real.
Go ahead, post it in the chat. Post it for everyone to see your evidence that Bigfoot's been debunked. I want to see it.
Are you done?
I actually want to see it. Just post it. It's simple. Post it or concede you don't have it.
I mean, it's in French.
Do you have it or not?
Oh, it's in French.
You have someone else spoke to you in French. They'll translate. Right?
Yeah.
You'll translate it in French, Bigfoot.
I have the Wikipedia page. But we don't care about that, man. Please debunk me that the Earth is.
Okay, so you don't have it. Just concede.
Yes, I don't have it. Yes, you're right. You're right. I don't have it. Please debunk me the Earth being wrong.
Okay, I want you to fucking take note that you don't have what you said you had.
I don't have. I have nothing. Please tell me.
Okay. Now, you understand what the horizon is?
The what?
The horizon.
Horizon.
Do you know what the English word horizon means?
I think so.
Okay, what can you define it? If you can't, that's okay. Like, I'm not putting you on the spot here. Like, we can look up the definition, or I can tell you it. I'm just asking if you know.
Repeat, please, the word.
I'm not trying to like belittle you here. I just want to know. Do you know what horizon is?
the hour. Yes, and I know. H
Okay.
O
What is the
L
horizon?
I Z. It's
Tell me what the horizon is. I wanna hear your definition of what the horizon is before I fucking
I know this.
present my evidence to you. Because I don't want you to fucking run away. I want you to define what the horizon is before I get into it. Because my
is the view that we
evidence is directly correlated to the horizon. So make sense to you?
No, you said what?
My evidence is directly correlated to the horizon. So I want to understand.
No, but I know what it is. I know
what the horizon is. So tell me what the horizon is. Tell everybody.
It's what we see from long distance.
What we see from long distance.
Yes.
Okay. So if I see a fucking giraffe in the field 40 feet away from me, that's pretty long distance. Is that the horizon?
40 feet, you said?
If I see a giraffe 40 feet in the distance to me, is that the horizon?
No, it's too short, I would say.
No, it's a fucking giraffe.
Oh, guys, I can define the horizon.
Your definition for the horizon doesn't make sense. Because I can see a tower in the distance, a lighthouse, a boat,
I didn't say that
wave,
you don't
a
see
bird,
Yes,
anything.
I didn't say that you don't see the giraffe.
Okay, so give me a better definition for what the horizon is.
Well, it's been 10 minutes, please. It's a long distance when you.
Do you want me to post a definition, or do you want me to tell you?
I know what it is, man. Come on.
Okay, tell me what it is. Tell everybody what it is. We all want to know.
Man, it's when you see from a long distance.
That's it?
Yes.
You already just said that.
Do you want to articulate it in French?
Yeah, say it in French.
Bah, c'est quand on voit de loin. Non, mais c'est quand on voit de loin.
Ce que t'on voit dans le long. Dans le loin. Yeah, he's saying the same thing. What we see in the distance.
C'est the same thing.
C'est pas aussi spécifique, là. Assez être plus spécifique, s'il te plaît.
It is when you see from far away.
Mais ce que tu dis, là, c'est que n'importe quoi que tu vois dans la distance, c'est quoi? C'est ça que tu définis comme l'horizon.
Oui.
N'importe quoi, comme si tu vois une maison dans la distance, la maison lui-même, c'est l'horizon? Ou la maison, c'est sur l'horizon? Ou ça approche l'horizon?
Ça fait partie de l'horizon.
Okay, so he's saying anything that is far away, it's part of the horizon.
Okay,
so he's kind of getting it, but he's not articulating it properly
40
at all.
feet away, that's the horizon. Right?
Enfin, là, OK, l'horizon, c'est en effet, c'est l'intersection de ce qu'on voit entre le ciel et le plancher.
Yes.
Dans la distance. OK, mais c'est la ligne, c'est l'intersection. C'est pas quelque chose.
I think we're better off just telling him what the horizon is if you want to tell him in French.
No, but I know what it is. You know what I mean? In the chat, please, not debug me the Earth being round.
Because he doesn't seem to know what it is. He's obviously displayed that.
It is, please.
Do you want me to tell you, or do you want to be told in French? Because my friend can tell you
I
in
understand
French.
English. I understand English, man. Tell me.
You want it in English? Okay.
Yes.
The horizon is the apparent line that separates ground from sky.
Okay.
Okay?
What? Is
Does that make sense?
then?
Do you think that definition's bad or anything?
Yes. No, it's true. No, it's a good definition.
Does it make sense to you?
Yes, it's
the apparent line that separates ground from sky?
Yes. So what you will say to me is that the horizon is flat.
No, that's not what I'm telling you. I'm trying to fucking make sure you understand the definition of horizon before I go forward.
Thank you. I understand now.
Okay. So, if the Earth is a globe,
yes,
right? The horizon is said to be the thing that blocks distant objects. Right? Like, you've heard this before, like boats go over the curve right? And the bottom of them disappears first, right? And that's because of the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you? Have you heard this?
I think
this
so.
This is the narrative we've been given.
So you mean that since if it was wound,
I never said nothing about
able
science.
to see the horizon.
I said, if the Earth is a ball, distant objects, right? We see them. As they get distance, we see the bottom of them disappear first. Right? Does that make sense?
Kinda.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. They say this is because of the curvature of the Earth. Right? They say the horizon is the geometric edge of the Earth from where you're viewing, you're looking. Right? The horizon is the edge. Right? It's a physical place, an edge. Does that make sense?
Yes, so.
Right? And the boat goes in the distance, and what happens? The bottom of it disappears first as it goes beyond that edge. Right?
Mm-hmm.
This is what they say is because of the curvature of the Earth. Do you understand?
Yes, I see a picture in the chat.
Okay, so we have a contradiction already. Because I told you the definition of the horizon and you agreed with it. And I said it is the apparent line, right? The apparent line that separates ground from sky. Okay?
Okay.
So if it is a physical geometric location that cuts off the bottom of ships as they disappear, how is it apparent?
That's the question.
There's a contradiction there. Right? That's your first clue. Okay? Does that make sense?
Kinda. Yeah.
Okay. Do you understand the concepts that if you are on a ball, there's going to be a curvature that blocks the distant objects?
Yes. Yes. No. Yes. Yes.
Right? As they get farther away? Okay. They say that's the horizon.
DJ's posting some stuff in the side chat for you too. So keep an eye on the side chat.
Right? You understand that concept though, right?
Yes. But as human, you don't see that far.
Okay, so do you have access to the side chat? Do you see?
Yeah. Yes, I see.
See what DJ just posted?
Yes, I see. No, it's not testing.
Okay,
but
at
I
22. Right?
humans,
So
you can see that far.
that little dot between sky and sea with the arrow pointing to it. Right?
Yes.
That's what they're saying the horizon is. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So, first of all, I've already pointed out that there's a contradiction there. That's probably not enough for you. I'm going to give you measurements.
No, I'm
measurements of where that horizon is. Okay? You see that little dot between sky and sea with the arrow?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to give you measurements of where that is. If someone hasn't already posted it, no? Okay. Give me a sec. Okay. Watch that little video. It's just a couple seconds.
Yes, so.
Okay. So I just finished watching myself. Did you watch the whole thing?
Yes.
Okay, did you see at the end of it?
Oh my goodness.
Where the horizon is?
Yes, I get this. I get that.
Okay, where do you notice the horizon? If I pause it at the very end of the video.
It's so big that of course it appears flat.
Right. How big is the Earth?
It's so big.
How big? I want to know specifics.
Oula. I don't know. Thousands and thousands of.
You don't know? Why are you using that as an excuse when you don't know the size?
Because I know giants.
This is like one of those things that you kind of like went the Bigfoot video that kind of turns against you.
20,000.
You know, maybe we should ignore that for now, and let's go and you type in Google right now and figure out how big this Earth is that you think.
The superficie.
Yeah, go figure it out. I'll wait. Everybody here will wait. We all know the answer, but you don't. So you catch up, type in Google, how big is Earth?
It's
because you're claiming it's so big, right?
500.
That's your excuse. So you should know how big it is.
Yeah, I know how big it is.
Okay, well, how big is it? Because you failed to tell me a second ago. So tell me now.
In the chat.
We're not talking about square miles here or kilometers. Yes. We're talking about a circumference, a radius.
Circumference. Yes, circumference.
Right? Because you're claiming it's a ball. So we need a circumference or a radius. Not an area.
40,000.
40,000 what?
Kilometers.
For what? What are you talking about? 40,000 kilometers? The Earth's 40,000 kilometers? Make it make sense.
40,000 kilometers.
In what? Circumference?
Yes. It's Google,
40,000 kilometers.
Yes, it's Google, man. It's not.
Okay. How do you measure that?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't do this.
Okay. Okay. Regardless of how you measure it, if you're correct, right? That means the horizon should be at a certain distance, right?
What should be at a certain distance?
The horizon. The thing that blocks both?
Yes.
Right? It should be at a certain distance depending on the size, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So go into your Google and type in Earth curve calculator. Have you done so?
Yes.
Okay. So now go in there and click on one of the links.
Yes, I think I got it.
Okay. Now type in 1 foot observer height.
What?
1 foot observer height.
I don't know what that means.
Do you see an observer height? In you click on one of the Earth curve calculators, they should have an observer height.
Yes.
They all should have that because it's based on how high above the surface you are, right?
Yes, I get it.
Okay, so put 1 foot.
Yes.
Okay, how far is the horizon?
I don't know.
If you're at 1 foot above the sea level, how far is the horizon?
I don't know, man. Stop your riddle.
I directed you to the Earth curve calculator. I know you don't obviously know off the top of your head. I'm not trying to put it on you. I'm not trying to belittle you. But you said the Earth is so big. So we're taking the size into account now. We're doing the math.
Man, it's been.
That makes sense?
It's been forever. Please.
Right.
I
understand you don't know off the top of your head. I'm not trying to put it on you. I'm giving you the chance to look it up.
I'm tired.
I'm not saying you have to know right off the top of your head. All you have to do is go on. I gave you the tools.
Yes, I mean,
all you have to do is type in Earth curve calculator. You
Yes,
put in 1 foot height. How far is the horizon supposed to be?
Grim, the
Man,
thing
I
is,
don't know. Man, give me the shit, please. I'm sorry, I'm quitting. Man, tell me, it's been forever.
hang on. Yeah, dude, if you want, you can leave. But Grim, just keep in mind, dude. If he just did a cursory search of Earth curve calculator, not all of them have all the same specs, right?
Yes, but they all should have observer height. That's quite obvious.
You would think,
right?
Yeah.
Right? Do you not agree with that?
Perhaps, yeah.
Megalodon? Do you think the observer height should matter?
Man, can you speed up, please? I still didn't debunk, huh?
Do you think observer height should matter in figuring out how far away the horizon should be?
I'm sorry. But yes.
Observer height. Like if you're if you're sitting on the beach or if you're on top of a mountain.
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
It's going to affect how far the horizon is, right?
Yes, yes.
Right. So if you're 1 foot, if you're just laying down on the sand on the beach,
yes,
right, and you're looking out, right, you see the horizon. Do you know how far that's supposed to be?
If the Earth is a ball or flat?
There's a ball. Or if it's flat, you can say
But
if you want,
flat,
but you think it's a
logically,
ball.
there is no limit.
Oh, okay. See, that's incorrect. How much if it's a ball?
Man, please tell me. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, I'll tell you. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not trying to put it on you. It's 1.22 miles. If you're 1 foot above sea level, 1.22 miles. Okay? Do you want to go verify that, or are you going to trust me? I don't want you to trust me. I want you. That's why I told you check out Earth Curve Calculator, right? But I can continue for now, and you can check it later, or you can check it real quick right now.
But this is what I'm checking. But I don't.
Just type in Google. Type in Google.
Yes, but
how far should the horizon be if I'm 1 foot above sea level? I want you to find this on your own. I don't want to tell you. I want you to understand this. Right? Does that make sense? Because I don't want you to have to trust me. Did you type that Google?
No, but yes.
You understand?
Say that
1.22 miles? Is that what it says?
If you stand
1 foot above sea level. 1 foot above sea level. Go see what it says. How far is the horizon?
1.2 miles. That's what you said.
1.2 miles. Okay, perfect. So you don't have to trust me now because you know. You just checked.
So
okay, so watch that video I posted again. It's at 25 after the hour. I want you to watch that again real quick.
Watch what?
Tell me when you're done. At 25 after the hour. Let us know when you're done watching that video.
Celui qui a posté, ça fait 10 minutes. Là.
What are you talking?
Le vidéo?
What video?
Le vidéo? Celui qui te parle, qui te dit, c'est celui qui l'a posté, ça fait 10 minutes.
Mais which one?
Dans le chat.
The Odyssey?
My God.
Great
It's 25 minutes after the hour. It's just a little video. It's like 20 seconds, if that.
C'est celui à la plage. Là.
You just watch that. This is less than 1 foot
yes,
above sea level.
That we saw before.
The guy zooms in, and then at the end of the video, you can pause it. Okay? Pause it. Where's the horizon?
6.4 9.2 miles.
No.
9.
That's not where the horizon is. Tell me where the horizon is correctly. Where's the horizon? You know, it's the apparent line that separates land from sky. You remember?
Yes.
Right? So where is it at the end of that video if you pause it? If you want, we can fucking put in a...
yes, at
Put in a video, you don't have to pause it.
9.41 miles. Line of sight, loss of visibility due to the Earth's curvature at 1 feet elevation.
He's not getting it.
Where's the horizon? I asked you. You didn't answer that.
Megalodon, il te demande dans la vidéo, là, où est-ce que tu vois l'horizon? Puis contraster ça avec le numéro que tu as trouvé.
Let me make it a little simpler. I'll give him an A, B, or C. Is the horizon in front of the rigs, in between the rigs, or behind the rigs? A, B, or C? In front, A, in between, B, or behind, C? Where's the horizon?
Repeat yourself, please. I'm sorry.
The picture's there right now.
Grim, I don't think you gave him the right one. That one doesn't have A, B, or C on it.
No, but I get what you say.
Yeah, it shouldn't have
What
that
you
line
mean is
on
that,
it, but
please, listen to me.
fine.
Please, 10 seconds.
The wrong one.
You hear me?
Where's the horizon? Is it in front, in between, or behind the rigs?
Let me talk. 10 seconds.
I'm waiting for your answer, yeah.
So you based on your calculation, at 1 feet tall, we should see about
1.2 miles. You said
and
that
after
already.
that, we can see if the Earth is a ball. That's what you said.
At 1.2 miles already. You're not answering my question though. I want you to answer: is the horizon in front? That would be A. In between, that would be B. Or behind, that would be C. The oil rigs. It's simple: A, B, or C. You just have to pick one. Is it in front, in between, or behind the oil rigs?
Vois-tu l'image qu'il a postée?
Yes.
OK. Allons-y.
Devant.
Répondre à sa question, tabarnak.
Hey.
Tabarnak.
Let's go! Calice! Qu'est-ce qui se passe là?
I know a couple of French words, okay? But I'm still not hearing A, B, or C.
I know. I'm trying to coax him into it.
I know
man.
you are.
Forever.
Respect.
Fucking translator on standby here.
Yeah, you're doing good work. You're doing God's work. So, can I get an A? You said A? You're saying the horizon is in front?
Yes.
Of the rigs?
Exactly.
You're saying the apparent line that separates land from sky is in front of the rigs in that photo?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I guess we're done. I have nothing more to say to you.
Can I ask him, how do you arrive at that? Are you just going by the number that you received, the 1.22, and then saying, oh, 1.22 is in front of these rigs, therefore that's where the horizon is, as opposed to looking at the image and seeing what you actually see?
But the thing is, if the 1.22 miles is true, you shouldn't be able to see after that distance.
This is the whole point, dude.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying.
You deny objective reality.
Check-le donc, okay? Dans l'image, I'll translate back, okay? Dans l'image, là...
J'ai compris.
T'es sûr? Ça fait comme 15-20 minutes que tu tournes en rond, là, tabarnak.
Mais je tourne pas en rond. J'ai compris, j'ai dit. si...
Comment peux-tu dire que l'horizon, c'est à 1.22 miles, OK? Dans cette image-là, quand on voit au complet...
au-delà de 1.22 miles.
Plus loin.
Oui, c'est ça, oui. Ah, mais j'ai compris.
He's saying he understands, but he's not providing anything. I'm like, how do you say it's 1.22 miles when you see the whole object of everything behind it?
Okay, can you not show him the one can you show him my one? Listen, 20 cups. Show him the one I posted just a few minutes before that one. Okay, it's up there. You can see it in CBR one. That one, that's 3.48. The height is 8 feet. Let him learn that way. Because the horizon is definitely clear for him to see. That way he can make it.
C'est bon. Check-le. Check-le, man.
Yeah. Check that one out.
Celui à 32 minutes, là. Il y a deux images. Le premier, ça dit Oaks. Puis le deuxième, c'est les oil rigs. Le vois-tu?
Oui.
OK, check-le. C'est où la ligne verte? Avec les petites flèches en rose, là. Where's the green line with the little pink arrows?
I don't see pink arrows. Nor did I see green line.
Okay, you're not looking at the right one. At 32 minutes past the hour. 32 minutes après l'heure, là. Donc, ça fait 10 minutes. 11 minutes.
Please, you listen to me or not? Please, Grim, something là.
I'm listening.
Yes. So
Are you talking to me?
Please. Yes, I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I'm listening.
What you say to me is, if the Earth is a ball, if we stand at 1 feet, you shouldn't be able to see the horizon past 1.22 miles.
No, the horizon would be at no more than 1.22 miles.
Exactly.
That's
so
what I
this
tell you.
means that this picture of the two oil rings show that we can actually see the horizon past 1.22 miles. So this means that the Earth is not a ball.
Well, no, you said A. And the horizon, everybody can see that it's not where A is. So you need to go relook at that photo and seriously think if you actually think A.
Well, forgot about the A.
Because you're denying objective reality. Like if I were to ask you, is the grass green?
Graham,
what would you
Graham,
say?
To be fair, dude. To be fair, dude, you didn't answer his question.
I'm being completely fair.
Yeah. No, I know you're being fair.
Completely fair.
I know you, bro. Hang on a second, dude. I know you're being fair, but you didn't answer his question. Everything you're saying is on point, but you're not answering his question. He's asking a clarifying question. Are you saying that we should not see the horizon, the oil rigs in full because the horizon is supposed to be 1.22 miles?
Thank you. It's been 20 minutes, man. I swear to God.
That's what you're saying, right? Grim?
Yes.
You go ahead, say it. What'd you say? Are we seeing the horizon?
He's asking you to clarify that, dude.
Yeah, no, say it. I want to hear him say it.
What? But please, it's been forever, man. Please, listen to me. It's difficult. It's not my first language. It's hard, man.
I'm listening to
you. Dude. Let me know if you need translation. I told you already.
No, but I can speak each. So,
thank you. I'm trying to be fair here, 100%.
Yeah.
Forget about the.
I want to hear him say what he wants.
Please let me talk.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I'm trying to resume your point. Okay. So you're telling me that if we stand at 1 feet, and if the Earth is a ball, we shouldn't be able to see the horizon past 1.22 miles. Or in the pictures of the two oil rings, we can
correct.
see past 1.22 miles. So
yeah.
So it's proving that since we can see past 1.22 miles, the Earth is not a ball.
Correct.
Yes, exactly. So
You got
it's been 30 minutes that I'm saying that. Okay. Oh no, it's on the.
Simple, right?
It's
not hard.
It's on legit.
Do you have some kind of objection or thought, maybe that, like, I know it's hard to take in right away and just accept that because you've been told your whole life the opposite.
Legit. It's been 30
despite
minutes
your
where I'm saying
experience.
that, but that's okay.
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's been 30 minutes that I'm saying that. I just want to resume what you said to me.
Yeah, no, 100%. You nailed it. You got it.
Yes, exactly. It's been.
There should be no
20
more.
minutes I'm saying that.
Because it's a physical edge, right? In front of you. Like if I put a wall in front of you, right? That's in front of you. You can't see around it. Right?
Yeah, with all due respect, Megalodon, you were not articulating it properly until now. Okay, so give him some slack for not picking up on that right away.
Oh, you're doing pretty good, I think.
Your English is okay.
Right.
Your English is okay, but that particular aspect of whatever you're trying to say, it wasn't coming off properly. But it's all good. We got it.
Okay, so
yeah, I'll try to correct you if your English isn't quite spot on. I have to do that with native speakers.
I have another question, please. Just
go ahead.
Maybe I don't know. So maybe you will tell me that there is some. But if the Earth is flat,
it is.
Have people been there? There is stories. There is
There's stories. Yeah, go ahead. Continue.
They have how do you say?
Say it in French and our friend will help you out.
Est-ce qu'il y a des aventureurs, je sais pas comment expliquer.
Yeah. Ouais.
Est-ce que des histoires ont été écrites sur des gens qui sont partis de l'extrémité de la Terre?
Okay. He's asking if there have been stories of any adventurers or whatever who have traveled beyond.
There's stories, but the problem with stories is it's he said. Right? It's like if I give you a story that Bigfoot's real. Right? Does that mean it's real? Because I told you a story? If I give you a story about Santa Claus, is that real? Or is that just a story? Right? So I don't base what the earth is based on stories. That's the problem in the first place. Right? Because you're told a story and you accept it. Right? And you accept there's a ball based on these stories. Right? I'm not doing that. I'm not trying to sell you a story. I'm telling you, if you go outside and you observe the earth, you're going to observe it as flat. If you go outside and you use the earth, you're going to use it as flat. And if you go outside and you measure the earth, you're going to measure it as flat. So why do you think it's a ball?
It's compris, là?
I understand. Understood.
Right? I'm not saying anything more. I'm not telling you what the sun does, what the moon does, what anything in the sky does. I'm telling you the earth measures as flat. So everything else, no matter how it happens, no matter what it does, it happens over a flat earth. And you can measure that. You can take that to the...
seem legit. Your calculation seem legit. See, okay, I will dig into this. It seems legit, okay. So thanks for that.
I showed you evidence. If you want,
I want to say, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
I found that I know governments lie, of course, but I found it very strange that all of them, literally, all of them lie about this, and there is absolutely zero stories of any adventure of people who have been there. That's what I'm saying. Voilà.
Maybe a couple years ago, was there something that all the governments cooperated on?
Yes, the COVID, I know, man.
Okay, we don't have to mention it and talk about it.
And not all government.
But you understand that all the governments can.
No, not all. The COVID, not all.
Together.
Not all the government, man. Not all the government.
Pretty much.
Not all of them. Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes, the West.
100%. I hear you. You're right. Not all of them, but pretty much, right? And that's pretty much what's happening.
The West. Yes, the
with
West.
The globe.
The West. Yes.
Pretty much. Right.
Yes. No, I agree with you. But not all of them.
So.
I'm just saying. I find it very strange that there is not nothing who said that the Earth is.
Oh, there's lots of like whistleblowers, if that's what you're trying to allude to right now.
I thought you don't
when it comes to exposing the globe lies. Perhaps you might have heard me mention Virgil Grissom when I was having a conversation with Jin before you started having a conversation with us. I don't know if you joined yet. You might have joined just after, but Virgil Grissom was supposed to be the first man on the moon.
Yes.
Do you know who he is? Have you heard his name?
The man before Armstrong?
Yeah, his name is Virgil Gus Grissom. Gus is a nickname, a handle.
So it's supposed to be the first man?
Yeah, he was supposed to be like the first man on the moon.
I don't know.
You never heard of him?
No.
Okay,
because he said he said that it was flat. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he never said that. But he did blow the whistle on the Apollo programs.
He did what?
Back when they were trying to get to the moon, the Apollo programs, he was supposed to be the first man on the moon, right?
Yes, okay.
What happened is he came out and he said they're not ready, they can't do it, it's not going to work. And he actually did a showing of hanging a lemon on a coat hanger and putting it on the lunar module. You understand the significance of that?
Honestly, no. I don't understand.
So a lemon, if you were, say you were to like go buy a new car, a brand new car.
Okay.
Right? Whatever car you like, truck, whatever, right? And you got it, and within the first few months, you just noticed that it wasn't working properly.
Mm-hmm.
It had problems, maybe battery problems, electrical, maybe water pump, whatever. It doesn't matter what the problem was, but it had some kind of problems, right? You would call that car a lemon.
It's
make sense?
Expression,
Yeah, it's an English expression.
Okay, yes.
It's called a lemon. It means it's a dud. It didn't work proper. It's,
okay.
It's problematic.
Okay.
Right? Okay, so he hung a lemon on a coat hanger. He put a lemon on a coat hanger, and he hung that on the lunar module.
Oh, so that's okay.
There's pictures of it. You can look it up. His name is Virgil Grissom. Grissom. So you can look it up if you want whenever you have time. Virgil Grissom. He hung a lemon on the lunar module shortly after he died due to a fire. Him and his crew enclosed in a test run, and they got burned alive inside the capsule.
Okay.
Right. So he spoke out, and he died. And someone else just died recently for speaking out. So when you speak out, what happens?
Yes, but he didn't speak directly.
Right? So people have spoken out, and you're trying to tell me that no one is... You went to like, nobody has said anything, and people have said things. Right?
Yeah, well, no, I get it, but it's a bit... say it, man, no? It's a big whack.
Right, Buzz has been on record saying they never went multiple times.
On the moon. I never said.
Right?
The
They
moon.
had a
I'm not
trial.
sure about the moon. I never said the humans went to the moon.
Yeah, they also had a trial by fire video, NASA, stating that they have to solve the Van Allen radiation belts before they can go. So they've said they've gone, they've said they've not gone. They've had people that they've said have gone saying they haven't gone on record multiple times. And yet you still think video is good for that, but like Bigfoot's fake.
Or you came back to the Bigfoot thing.
I don't think Bigfoot is, but I'm just trying to show you your standard of evidence right now. Right? Because you said that I was going to say it's fake, and I never ended up doing that. And then I showed you by your own metric that you would fucking run away and say that it's fake with something that has the same standard of evidence that you're claiming for the globe.
Wow.
Does that like make you think at all? Do you like comprehend what I'm telling you?
The 1 foot horizon seem to make sense. I will dig into that.
Yeah, we have maybe someone will
the
post
moon,
in the chat for
please,
you.
please,
We have a
please.
server. It's called 24/7 Flat Earth. We have tons of demonstrations of the same
Okay.
thing I've shown you, but in different places. People are doing it all over the world. It's not just
Okay.
that one instance.
Let me finish, please. Okay,
There's
cool.
many examples. Go ahead.
So
sorry.
this horizon thing seem legit. The moon. I never said that we've been to the moon. Never said that. The guy holding a lemon. It's a bit whack. I never heard someone. Maybe it's because they were scared. Say that the Earth was flat.
Are you asking the name of the guy I was talking about?
When I say someone, it's like zero government, zero chief, zero no one. No one never said that. Après, and that's it. So your mathematical thing with the horizon, it's cool.
Yeah, that's all we need. We falsify the globe and then that's it. The globe's dead.
But the other way, he hold the lemon.
Sorry, say it again?
No, but I gonna quit.
You're gonna quit
Just
what?
saying, this horizon thing.
I'm not asking you to quit anything. I'm just like
No,
showing
I'm just
you.
telling you.
I'm showing you factual evidence, empirical
Yes,
evidence. Right? You just measured the Earth looking at that photo, and there's many other people that have done these measurements, and a measurement is simply a comparison, right? So what you're doing is you're taking the fucking belief that you hold of the Earth being a ball, and you're comparing that to reality.
Yeah, Grim,
That's
I
it.
think he was
Doesn't matter.
Grim, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Dude, I think all he was doing was acknowledging, kind of summarizing everything, and then telling you he has to go. That's what he means by quit. On quit,
okay.
you know, je me quitte. You know,
Must
I'm
be a
leaving.
French thing.
Yeah, quit
Professor
and quit.
Phil is
Quit
in the
and
chat.
leaving.
Professor Phil, speak up, man. Talk to me.
Yeah.
Professor Phil, talk to me.
Yeah. Just a hiccup
Can
in
you
translation.
tell me about why the horizon isn't where it should be according to your belief system?
He said he was going to look into it. That's what he actually said as well. That it makes sense. I'm going to look into it. He said, and then he said he had to go. I've got to quit.
Yeah, I respect him. I respect
My
him.
English is
I hope he's
so broken.
genuine in that, but Professor Phil's here, so I would like to talk to him.
No, I just said I'm gonna go. Just 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I just say your horizon. I don't know how to spell it. Your horizon.
Come back anytime, man.
Horizon
You're
thing
welcome anytime.
seem legit. I will dig into that. Just the other thing about everybody's lying. I mean, yes, of course, governments lie. Okay, they lie.
Yes, everybody's lying.
Everybody's lying.
Please, I can speak 10 seconds, man. Please, I can speak 10 seconds.
Yeah,
go ahead.
So I'm saying the horizon thing seem legit. seem legit, but the rest of it seem a bit whack. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it seems pretty crazy, but so does a lot of other things. So
Yeah.
you
The
do
fact that
your own
everyone
research,
lie.
and like I said,
I'd like
we
to
have
make a little comment.
While COVID, not everybody was saying the same shit. In the West,
I'd like to
yes,
make a little
but
comment.
not in
if
all
I
the
can.
world.
Can I just
go ahead?
Jen, if I may, before the guy leaves, I just want to point out it may not necessarily be the case that they are quote lying. Okay, people can be misled; they can misunderstand stuff, right? C'est possible qu'ils mentent pas là. C'est juste qu'ils ne comprennent pas. Ils ont été mal alignés.
Yes, if you guys know this, the governments know this also. I don't know how they can don't know this. If it's true.
Oh, they know it. They know it. That's the point.
Of course they know it. If it's true, they know it 100%.
Yeah, of course they know it. Look, they're lying about going to space. They are very emboldened, and like someone said, the wearing of the mask and the injection that went by just 4 years now. So it's an organized conspiracy. It's a fact. Okay, that you know everybody knows, right? So basically, when I said to you, yeah, go
COVID,
ahead.
not everybody was doing the same thing.
I'm not really interested in that fact. I just wanted to make sure that most of the world, and that's the industrialized world, right? That would include France, had the lockdown. Japan, no lockdown. Okay, but pay attention. Most of the world took it on board and are carrying that belief still today. Okay? Right. You know, they still think there's something out there. All right? Not everybody's completely woken up yet. All right? But they're slowly getting there. And this flat earth would accelerate. If this could be taught to everybody across the world, it would accelerate it like high octane fuel. But unfortunately, you know, everybody's playing games at the moment. But anyway, have a nice day anyway. Thank you very much.
You also.
Yeah, I just posted in the chat. If you want to check it out, there's talking about censoring flat Earth. So they know about it. They censor it, admittedly.
Yeah, they know about it because they censor it. Exactly. Good point.
Right. Also, Professor Phil, I'm still waiting. If you want to talk to me, I'm here. I'm ready to talk to you. If you want to talk.
I just want to say merci beaucoup, Megalodon. It was nice.
Ah, yeah, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, very nice.
This guy.
Very nice, Megalodon. Pleasure to have you here.
Bye.
Well, Professor Phil's not actually in here. He's just hiding in the chat. Chat skanking?
You know, I was just listening to that. I was sweating just listening. It's like pulling two teeth out of a horse.
Yeah, it was okay. That bit of a language barrier, but because the guy in the end, he basically said that he understood, but when he was trying, what it sounded like when he was trying to relay back like a question to confirm what you said, he was saying it in a way that almost sounded like he was reposing the question because he didn't understand the way you put it in the first place. That was the issue. At least that's what I picked up on. You know what I mean? So that's why he said at the end, it's like, I got it 20 minutes ago, like complaining as if we didn't get it, you know, but he wasn't articulating it in the sense that he told us that he understood. He just wanted to confirm.
Yeah.
When he said it 20 minutes ago. You know, I'm not going to let him get past the point. I want to answer before we continue.
But you weren't listening to it. You weren't listening to him properly. That was the problem there. You missed what he was saying because he was saying that he got it, but you missed that somehow. And, you know, you missed the point where he said it twice that he understood. And you missed that, unfortunately. And that's why it took longer than it should have done. All right. And then his final demeanor was this. He looked into it. He acknowledged it, and then he said it, and he was saying to us, it's a big world. We're living in a crazy world if this is going on, basically. What he was saying, that we're living in a crazy world if this is going on. This is quite odd. That was his kind of nuance that I got from him when he was finally finishing. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. But he did
I realized that when I was just a child. So this world is weird. So about time he fucking caught along.
Yeah, he actually understood what you said, and he acknowledged
that you made a good point. He acknowledged that you raised a good point for him, and he's going to look into it. He did give us that nuance that he understood what you put down on for him is a surprise, and it's weird. We're living in a crazy world, but I'm going to look into it. Is what he said. Yeah. That's good. I thought that was a good result.
In the end, yeah.
Yeah, no. I would definitely say it was a good result. It just took longer than it should do. I was sweating just listening. It was like trying to pull out 2 teeth out of a horse's mouth.
That's kind of just my style, though. I'm real patient, you know. I want to make sure, like, I get confirmation from them.
Yeah, it's the best way, actually.
You know,
yeah,
I don't want to
because they acknowledge.
Just keep rambling on, and then they're like, lose the point. You know what I mean?
Well, what tends to happen though at times is they say they get it, and then they don't even acknowledge it. They carry on with the buts and the but this and the but that. But you said you got it, and if you got it, that means you've got to go and measure it. If you understand that you haven't measured it, and you're acknowledging that you haven't measured it, these buts don't mean shit until you go and measure. And then those buts just disappear like dust. Go and measure it because you said you got it. Because that's what they say. They understand what we're telling them, you know, especially when they realize that they haven't measured themselves. So the fact that you haven't measured it means that you don't know. Like that character Salty, he would join the 99% that doesn't know because it's the 99% that believe. Foolish. Absolute foolishness. So that's the problem. When you don't know something, you best not talk because you're going to look silly. Or you're going to ask so many questions, and the simple answer to your question is just go out and measure. The outdoors is waiting. That was a mistake I made. I didn't read the clues that Earth was giving me over the 48 years.
Yeah,
48 years. The Earth was telling me it was flat. Go ahead.
It's right in front of your face, right?
Yeah, it was right in front of my face. I've uploaded nothing but horizontality, unbeknown to myself here in my subconscious, right? And then when I'm actually looking at the video, thinking I know it all, the video was beating me up intellectually, busting me on the jaw, busting me in the stomach. I was sinking into my seat, and then because everything it said made sense it just resonated perfectly. There was no mistake. I could not deny what was being said, and I went, "Hang on a minute," and then my brain just went bang into a rewind, looking for curvature. Nothing but flat, and that's what came out of my mouth. It's flat. Bloody hell, it's flat. Do you know what I mean? When I'm saying
like
that,
you're a man of integrity.
Oh, this is what happened to me. That's exactly what happened to me, man. I'm telling you exactly the emotional roller coaster ride that I had on the 26th of December 2016. That's why I'll never forget the day, because I said I'm never going to forget this day. I cannot forget this day. And then I spent 8 hours watching Flat Earth videos, because now I'm chasing after all the content producers. Hang on a minute. Wait a minute. Wait there. Don't go anywhere. I'm running after the videos. 8 hours I watched. Okay. And then I went upstairs. But before I went upstairs, I wrote on my whiteboard, Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome back. It's January the 6th. That was the date because it was 26th of December. So January 6th was the return date for the students. So I wrote it down. Happy New Year, everybody, all in advance. Welcome back. Now, what is the shape of the Earth and how do you know? That was the New Year question. What a question to ask on the New Year back at Jin's classes. Yeah, man, it was great. Yeah, that's how
I kind of originally thought it was like one of those challenges, you know, like everybody's doing like the ice bucket challenge or the Tide Pod challenge, but like a mental challenge. Thought it was one of those originally.
Yeah, that was a good one. That's what I put down on the board, because that's the best question. What is the shape of the Earth and how do you know it's that shape? And some of the students thought I'd gone mad because I was asking such a question, because they're saying it's a globe, of course, you know, but how do you know? And the silence was long because they don't know, do they? Nobody knows. Ladies and gentlemen, nobody knows the Earth is a globe. No human being. Because it's not a globe. Because if you went out to try and find out, you'd be a flat earther. That's how we know. We can claim to know. So you've got to start thinking, you know what I mean? Running on your beliefs, thinking your beliefs is going to trump me. Because I proved today earlier on that 99 people believing and one flat earth asking the 99, did you measure? And they all say they didn't. Well, then what do they know? Nothing. So you join the people that don't know anything. See what I mean? Because they're believing.
That is a mistake. Carl Sagan said it. A belief without confirmation or validation is a mistake. And I made that for 48 years regarding the Earth's shape, purely because I trusted the education I was given was correct. So much so I didn't have to go and check it.
You are right.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, you are right.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
In the meantime, I'm serious about that samurai sword.
Well, yeah. Well, like I said, I have to ask my father-in-law to get because I want to get an authentic one and not one that's ripped off, and it won't be cheap.
I know. I don't want to get like some knockoff tourist item either. So
right. There's
knowing
only a few.
There is, it's good to have in the pocket.
It's only a handful of families that have the honor to make the samurai sword.
Yeah,
and I think
they might say I'm not worthy or something, and that's fine. If I'm not worthy of something real, then I don't want it.
Well, that's the thing, you see, because and it's made by a family.
I would understand that.
It's handmade.
Feel slighted or something.
Handmade, yeah. So we're going to be looking. And I'm not going to get you one of those ones because the handmade ones, you wouldn't have the money. Very expensive. It's going to have to be a used one, and even then, that's not going to be cheap. Because somebody who has had a samurai sword for a long time generally don't let go of it because of the history intertwined and the family who made it. You're asking a lot to let go of something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish my wife understood. Yeah. Do wish my wife would understand that level of ownership because she doesn't seem to understand that. Throws things out as soon as
I
it's
respect
done.
it. I think it's a beautiful thing. So
yeah,
it wouldn't be someone that disrespects it or anything like that. But I would understand totally.
Yeah, they're considered the sharpest swords on earth. Okay, the sharpest, and that's been like that for a long time. The samurai sword, the sharpest. Yeah.
Forged in hot coals.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
Like
I've seen the process. Yeah, I've watched the process, so I know.
Oh, nice.
Fascinating. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, and as an engineer / welder, working with iron, I can appreciate the work that they put into this thing. It's, I don't think a machine could do it any better. In fact, you wouldn't want it made by a machine.
No.
So when you see the human being doing it, you want the human versus machine. I want the human being to do it. I don't want the machine at all.
Yeah, no, it's a piece of art, and I don't think machine can capture art.
Yeah, it's just the way that the human being is doing it. The human is measuring every single micromillimeter of the thing. Brilliant, man. Brilliant. Yeah. It's brilliant to watch, to see the finish and to see the man's face when he's done it completely. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's more than a labor of love. It's just like integrity of the highest level.
Yeah. And they put like certain symbols on it or like.
Yeah.
To try to like. This is a sword by the style type of thing.
Yeah. Family crest is going to go on there as it's like their signature. Family crest. And then maybe the crest of the owner of the family, maybe. Yeah. And then all this gold embroidery goes on it as well. It's really good. And then there's the sheath. Everything, man. And then there's still a stand that you get with it as well because it's such a work of art. It occupies a place where you can see it, and then it's not something you just look at. Got to keep it clean and keep it sharp. Can't be gathering dust. That's the sort of thing it is. Yeah, there's a lot to an ownership of one of those.
Yeah,
like owning a car, even more so. In fact.
Did you ever do a bonsai tree?
No, I haven't grown one. My mother-in-law grows some where she is. And my wife pots around in the garden a lot. But we don't have a bonsai one at the moment, no.
Would you say you could grow a bonsai on a globe?
We've never lived on the globe to know, ladies and gentlemen. That's the answer to that. Never lived on a globe to know.
Yeah. Fair point.
Yeah, that's how we
bring people to rationale. That's the key to unlocking the indoctrination. You just tell them things like your brain has uploaded is horizontality. You haven't been living on a globe. Otherwise, you would have physical memory and photographic shots of all this stuff. You don't have it. You haven't existed on a globe. And the very fact that you can't prove it tells you that. That's your clue right there. You are unable to prove you're living on a ball. But yet the clues of the earth being flat are everywhere. Water is always level. Devastatingly, that is. Then the higher up you go, the further you can see. And you can see some distances that the earth's curvature, if it were there, wouldn't allow you to see. So there's a lot going on that you've missed. You've been sleepwalking, just like the title from Stanley Kubrick's last movie, which was released on the 30th anniversary of the moon landings. That would be 1999, July 16th. Okay, that would be Eyes Wide Shut. Because Stanley Kubrick is letting us know that he took part in the moon landings hoax, which is why he had that released on that date. Okay, so be advised, the moon landings were a hoax, and Stanley Kubrick participated in it. And the reason why he let us know now is because obviously he didn't want to leave a legacy behind where humanity is believing in something that is impossible. So his integrity brought him around through his wife. Obviously his wife was on his case as well. Why would you do such a thing? You know, why would you lie to the world? You who are a perfectionist in your industry, you are the number one man and you've participated in a hoax. That doesn't sit well with a perfectionist, which is what Stanley Kubrick was. He was a perfectionist. So what did he do? He took the book by Stephen King called The Shining and adapted it into a movie and used it as a confession vehicle, by which I mean he blended in parts of the story from the book and his confession into that movie, merged it in. That's what makes it a wicked piece of artwork, really good work. Okay, and he let us know that he participated in the moon landing hoax, and it's fantastic. That's one of my favorite films, if not my favorite, for the message that lies in there. Brilliant man.
The KWA has something to say about it.
TWA, what does that stand for? Trans World
KWA just joined while you're doing your little speech.
Sorry. Sorry, yeah.
Maybe they want to join in the conversation.
Oh, please.
You're welcome to unmute.
Yeah, you're welcome. Welcome, TWA. Please come in and have a conversation with us. Don't be shy now. You say anything you like regarding the topic matter. But just to finish off whilst they're getting themselves together. Yeah, so Stanley Kubrick's film called Eyes Wide Shut. The title was very poignant in my case because I was walking around with my eyes wide shut even though they were open. You know what I mean? I didn't see the flat earth clues, did I? I missed all the flat earth clues, all of them. Ladies and gentlemen, all of them.
That Matrix quote is, why do my eyes hurt? He says, because you've never used them before.
There you are.
Right?
That's a good point as well.
Too.
Yeah, yeah. There's a sad story to the Eyes Wide Shut title and release because it was the same day that JFK's son, JFK Jr., his wife and sister-in-law died on that day in a plane crash. 5 minutes from Martha's location, the plane crashed and nosedived into the water. JFK Jr., his wife and sister-in-law. And it was rumored that JFK Jr.'s wife was pregnant. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but there you are. Right? That happened on the same day the movie of Eyes Wide Shut was released. Yeah. Shame, isn't it?
Well, at least he's leaving some clues behind for the astute to pay attention to.
Yeah. Yeah. Stanley Kubrick also died shortly after the premiere of his last movie called Eyes Wide Shut. Yeah. Which basically depicts the elites and the orgies and all the horrible lifestyle that they live, and then the sacrificing of people. You know, they murder some people and then cover it up in the news, that kind of thing. Okay, really interesting
insight into how the so-called other half live. That's what that movie was about. Because Stanley Kubrick was privileged as a top filmmaker, best in the business. He obviously had privileges to go to these events, you know, and then he put a film together. In fact, when you look at Stanley Kubrick's collection of films, I think there was 13 of them. Every single movie has an underlying message for us to pick up on. Mainly the theme is, all is not what it seems. That's all I'll say. All isn't what it seems when you're out there. This world we're living in, okay? So Stanley Kubrick knew, of course, but he just couldn't blurt it straight out because I think he feared for his life. That's why he left the US and moved to a place called St. Albans in England. And St. Albans is only down the road from Elstree Studios, Borehamwood Studios, okay? And then from Borehamwood, if you keep in a southwesterly direction, you get to Pioneer Studios. And then from there, keep going southwest again still, you get to, what's it called? Shepperton Studios. These three studios were the main studios that was used in British filming, okay? So it was right there. They formed like an Orion's belt, these three studios, when you look at them on the map. Okay? So Stanley Kubrick moved from America to the location, St. Albans. We used to go there for picnics as a kid when my dad used to drive us, you know, and have a picnic in St. Albans. Lovely place. Very picturesque is what I'll use there, right? That's where he lived with his family and produced most of the films from around there. Yeah. So there you are, ladies and gentlemen. Who knew, eh? Who knew? Yes. I missed all the clues right in front of my face. Eyes wide shut.
A lot of crazy connections there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it all made sense. And then you have the film called 2001, A Space Odyssey. And the Odyssey of Space, that Odyssey was quite poignant point as well, because it is odd. You can't go to space. It's not a place you can go to. But yeah, Stanley Kubrick, you know, produced a film. Ageless, timeless piece of film cinematography there. You know, and yeah, it's been voted as a best sci-fi film of all time. You know, many years ago, he got that title. So yeah, before he died, of course. And yeah, great movie. You watch it, you will see the Apollo missions in that similarities. So NASA copied Stanley Kubrick, in other words. And that's where Stanley Kubrick in The Shining lets us know. That's why he produced a film called The Shining. And then if you want to know what the scenes mean, Code 2.0, The Shining Code 2.0, or Room 234. Same film, just a different title. Room 234, something like that. Yeah. But The Shining Code 2.0, that documentary explains all the scenes from the beginning to the end, and it all references the Apollo right the way through, from start to the finish. The piece of music, the landscape at the very beginning, it's all part of the explanation dealing with Apollo and the Apollo missions. It's you've got to watch it. If you haven't seen it yet, you are missing. You're missing some great information and great entertainment at the same time. Got to watch it if you want to know the truth. Because the moon landings were a hoax. We do not have the technology. We will never have that technology because it's such a dangerous place if we could go there. The vacuum of space is just way too powerful. We don't have anything that contend with it. Such is the way God has designed it. Our business is not up there. Our business is getting on the surface of the earth. Because the question is, what are you going to do when God asks you, what did you do with the gift of life that you got from me? The gift of life. Remember, you don't know how humans were made. You don't know how the earth was made, but yet you're alive. And you're eating the pistachio nuts, Brazilian nuts, fruits, lemons, oranges, vegetables, meat. You're eating everything. Okay? Now God's going to ask you, what did you do on my flat earth? What did you do? You don't have to be religious, but if you're honest within yourself,
you know there's something you got to pay here somehow. How did you get here? Start waking up. Time for a revolution, literally. Humanity's out of control because humanity won't take control. Put me in the front. I'm ready to take control now.
It's a wild world we live in.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. They're emboldened. Those who are in control of humanity are over emboldened. Okay? Look out. The next time that horrible thing that comes along that happened 4 years ago comes along, they reckon they're going to force everybody in 100 days to get with the program. 100 days to have everybody done up, inoculated. 100 days. Bill Gates has said that. That's the plan for the next one, whenever it comes. They want everybody inoculated by 100 days. Yeah, I won't say any more than that. But there you are. So humanity, let's get together here and we are the beginning of it all. So let's be careful, look after our healths. 1 or 2 of us good flat earthers have died along the way. Surprisingly, right, because thought they were smart. But your health is your wealth, and let's keep on going. Put your best foot forward. Keep the grey matter. That will be your brain. Keep uploading. Keep shining. Keep putting your best foot forward. Yeah. Don't waste your good hard-earned money on trash. Yeah. Oh, way to go, 20 cups with the French. Parlez-vous français? Oui, oui, monsieur, mademoiselle. Yeah. It flowed like water out of a tap. Wicked.
No. The guy was a little bit of a pain, but it's okay.
You did it easy. You did that. Where did you learn French then? Where?
I'm fully bilingual. I've been speaking French since I was like 5 years old.
Oh, well, how come? How come?
That's where I live. It's a bilingual state.
Where's that? Okay, don't tell me. But are you in Canada?
Eastern Canada.
Yeah, you had to be. Then I knew where it was as soon as you. So I had my ideas. Okay, so that's right. Yeah. So that's why. That's why. You're lucky. Yeah.
You're lucky.
Yeah.
Some people don't like it. A lot of people really don't. I speak English. Why the hell should I be forced to speak French? Because kindergarten up until like 3rd or 4th grade, everything was in French for me. And then it started becoming split. And then in high school, it started becoming mostly English with French classes, just French specifically. But before that, things were like you would do science class in French, but math in English, and a couple other things in French, and then your English class and all that type of layout, right? So it really depends. And it turned out fully English for me.
See, I was unlucky, you see, in the sense of the language, because growing up in England, the English was going well, and then we went to Nigeria, and my English ability suffered because when I got there, I was surprised at how badly the Nigerians were using the English language. So my standards dropped slightly. So when I get back to England now, go back to school, where the kids were learning like French or Italian or Spanish or German, I had to do extra English. I punched the wall. I was so annoyed that I had to do more English. I hated it already, and I had to do more of it. Oh, I was angry. Do you understand? Because I couldn't do another language. I wanted to do either Italian or Spanish. That's what I wanted to learn, you see. Okay. But I wasn't able to do that because I had to do extra English because the 2 to nearly 3 years that I'd spent in Nigeria twice, because I went there twice with my family,
with my family first and with my dad only the second time. My English ability suffered because of that. So I had to have extra English lessons. Really annoyed me. Yeah. But now...
We learn Japanese, man. Let's say that.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Now I'm speaking the Japanese now. And a little bit of Greek and a little bit of French, little bit of Spanish. Because I went to Spain anyway, so yeah. Been to Spain quite a few times. Football, related with football, company leagues, and then we used to go out there and play football, and we used to love it. Yes. So, yeah, I managed to get to Spain in the end anyway, but yeah, I had to take a lot of English in there. And I ended up an English teacher. The last thing that I'd ever thought I'd ever be in my life would be an English teacher. And here you are, because I hated the subject so much. You know?
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah. Yeah, it only happens to me, I'm telling you. I am that guy. The man with puts his foot in both buckets, both feet in two buckets. You know, usually you put one foot in a bucket, I put my feet in two buckets. There you go. But it's been a great roller coaster ride in my life, I have to say. I mean, look at that. I'm a flat earther, man. Come on. Yeah.
Of all things, right?
Exactly. I'm a bloody nerd as well with the science stuff now. Come on.
I would not have thought that I would. Yeah, I would not have thought I'd be here either, man.
There you go. There you go. You see what I mean? What a roller coaster ride. What a roller coaster ride.
I remember the day. It was a friend of mine. We were on our way to one of those protests that happened a few years back because of stuff, right?
Right.
And I remember the Canadian famous one, right? So we were on our way there just to visit, you know? I remember we're turning the corner, we're just chit-chatting in the car, and we're turning the corner into the city in question. Yeah. And the guy's in the back, he's like, "Did you know there was this flat?" I'm like, "What the fuck?" Turned, like my stomach sank. You know, I was shocked. I'm like, of all things, you say that stupid shit. Like, fuck, how am I like acquainted with you? You know,
what am I associated with these retards? You're thinking, yeah.
The thing, right? But it took me a while to reconcile that and be like, hey, hold on, you know, I'm acting emotionally. What the hell is this all about? Maybe I should at least give it a look. And now here I am, a fucking mod.
There you are. There you are. You're a moderator on a flat out server, 24/7.
Like,
never die,
the
never
weirdest
stop
shit.
server. Think about that.
Like,
think about it. Never die, never stop server. 24/7. 365.
Blows my mind.
Wow.
And it's all thanks to you guys, man. You guys were the ones that were on the YouTube live stream a year and a half or almost back. I'm like, holy shit. I jumped in. I just wanted to say thank you. You know, you guys are doing a great job keeping the conversation going, articulating your points really well.
Yeah.
And I jumped in, and it was Matrix and T-Dub that interrogated me. Matrix thought I was a guy on an alt account yelling at me. I'm like, dude, no. Like, no, I just got here, you know? And they let me in, and then the rest is history. And now we're best friends.
Let me tell you my story. My story will make you laugh now. Right, listen. So I get to this. It's taken me 2 years to get into Discord because there's an Australian called Merle. There was New Perspective. There was a few of these guys that were on the Discord already, and I got the link. But every time I got in, I clicked on the link. I couldn't get in. It wouldn't let me into this bloody thing. So 2 years later, Roxanne Glenn from the Globe Live Tour, because, you know, I used to speak to her a lot on Skype and that, she sent me the link on Christmas Day, something like that, okay? So I click on it, and I'm in. And guess who interrogates me? Cyclone, you know, he was known as Wolfgang at the time, okay? And I told him, no, I'm a flat earther. And, you know, he spoke about the system of the Discord. I said, well, I'm not really interested in all the trinkets. I'm just here to deliver the flat earth truth. And I understand there's just some globers that have been giving my friends some grief. So I want to get into there and get them, you know what I mean? They said, okay, yeah. And then they gave me a test, right? And I passed the test, a written test. You know, you got to use your smart device to answer all the questions. Did that questionnaire, did all that, gave it to them, passed that. Then I'm in, right? And then as soon as I got in, I posted one of the images from a flat earth, and I was kicked out of that server so quick. You understand? I was kicked out of Discord, right?
Right. So then I reused the link that I had before. I reused it. I got back in, and Wolfgang apologized. That was Cyclone. He apologized. He goes, sorry about that, Jim. You haven't been given permission to post anything yet. That's why you got kicked out. Well, I can't believe it. It took me 2 years to get in. I was out in 2 seconds. Do you know what I mean? Kicked out.
Yeah.
Completely kicked out 24/7. Booted out.
That's funny.
Yeah. I told you, I had one of those funny moments. Yeah. And
I remember the first. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, finish. Go ahead.
I was just thinking, like, after the VC check-in, right?
Yeah.
I jump into the call, and lo and behold, it's QE.
Yeah, he was there.
And he started roasting the shit out of whoever was in there, and then and then I got hit in the crossfire. You know what I mean?
yeah, you're going to get hit because you're a newcomer. See, and he does that. He picks on all the newcomers. And when I came in, it was the Black Swan was doing the rounds when I got there. The Black Swan had just started kicking some serious ass, and he was QE put me through the grinder. What's the importance of the Black Swan? And I said that the horizon being behind the oil rigs when it should be in the front. I was like, okay, you got that. All right. And he let me go, but I was in his jaws,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane, dude. Every day I'm in these rooms listening to what's going on. Unfortunately, it's the same old, but it's across different individuals, right? I mean, ideally.
That's correct.
So it's okay,
That's
right?
correct.
It's like, you're teaching the same thing to new people. Okay, some of them get it, some of them don't. That's fine. It's repetitive, but it's part of the quote unquote part of the job.
Ladies and gentlemen, life is everybody's repeating the same actions every day. And if you can't do your repeats properly and you're getting fed up with repeating, what are you living for then? Because life is going to be repetitive. And if you don't have a routine, you don't have repetition in your life, you're not living. Come on.
Yeah. And that's not the issue. The issue is not, sharing, this information. The issue is, I'm finding, is with the numpties that keep coming back, getting smacked around, go away, and come back again, only to stir up the pot. That's
I don't mind.
Weird part.
Yeah,
but it's fun. It's become fun, I'll say.
Yeah, because whilst the people are listening, we're using them to inform the public. This is the psychology of those people who have given up. They have been brainwashed, downtrodden by their government and their system. This is what their result is now. They're coming in here and doing this stupidity. Are you those type of people? Are you going to be like that? Oh, okay. Just bear that in mind, because this is the psychology here. Okay, you're learning the truth. We're the ones that have been ridiculed here, right? But we're the ones that are with the truth. So you work it out for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. So the fact that you keep coming back, it's a testimony to your integrity. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Otherwise, you wouldn't come back, obviously. It's the truth. It's addictive, ladies and gentlemen. Very addictive, the truth. Very. As long as you can articulate it, yeah. I remembered, right, when I watched the 8 hours of videos, 2 years later, I'm on the Discord, I still realized I was still behind, even 2 years in. I'm still behind. I go, look at these people. They're very articulate. Wow. Kept quiet like a mouse for a while. Just kept listening. I thought, that's right. Let me make a note of that. I want to use that. And I'm collecting all the memes. Bloody hell, these pictures are speaking a gazillion words. Let me collect all these memes, man. And then I got a load from Mark Sargent. I got a load from Dave Weiss. Still use those as well. Wicked. Okay. Because this is back in 2016. I started collecting memes. By the time I got the Discord, 2017. So yeah, I was loving it, man. But I was quiet for a first because I could see that there was people there who were more learned than me. So they had to speak first. Otherwise, I could hatch it up. But in the end, you've got to step into the arena anyway. So, half-assed in there, getting some of it right, getting some of it wrong, being rescued by some of the experts, Miggy and that lot. Yeah, good. But I could always defend myself with the stuff that I did know. Okay, that was the thing. I mean, I went into a place called Jose, who's Brazilian. Right, he had his own channel, yeah? And I went in there, and there was like maybe, 10 Globers,
and a few flat earthers, and I destroyed those globers completely into dust. You know what I said? You gave a good fight, Jin. You gave it because the earth is flat. That's why there's no proof of your globe. You don't have it. And it's a live stream, yeah? Jin CBR1 versus Jose and his cronies. And they were throwing all kinds of insults, right? But I just done them. I done them. Yeah. That's how it was. You know, when they want the rough and tumble, I'm the roughest. They knew it. They knew it. That server had to be rebuilt. And they still sent me an invite back to come in again and do another discussion debate. I said, yeah, whenever you're ready. You don't have the globe. But of course, Jose's making money because obviously people are doing the, what they call them, super chats and that. So he was collecting his money. This is back in 2017, 2018. So whilst I was on the Discord, I was also doing the rounds now. I was collecting links. People were inviting me here, there, and everywhere. Oh, this is a flat earther who could have it. You better believe it, mate. Not one of them softy pansy flat earthers. No. No, you want to rough and tumble? Okay, let's do it then. They're not shouting louder than me. They're not getting it out quick enough. You know? How comes we can't see Polaris from where we are then? Well, that's not due to the coverage of the earth, ladies and gentlemen. That's due to the fact that in Australia, they're out of range. Because for a flat surface can obscure. I took that for granted, you see. I'd forgotten that. Because I used to play with it as myself as a kid. For angular resolution and perspective. With all the crumbs. And then you go back to your history again, you know. Back to when I was a child. Now I'm going right back to when I was, what? 7 years of age. And my eyes are at the counter of my mum's kitchen counter. And now I can see the crumbs of the bread and the biscuits and stuff. And I'm thinking, Mum, why don't you clean the counter up? But anyway, let me have a look. Anyway, there you go. I'm looking, and you know when you look up, you can see more at the other end. You look down, you can't see it. I was playing that game with perspective as a kid. See? But most people don't even remember doing that, I don't think. Well, they can't remember themselves doing that, but I can. There you go. So I was destined to become a flat earther, to tell the truth, because it's all about what you've uploaded in your brain and your personal experiences. Anecdotal it may be, but it's important data. Okay? 1 million people with anecdotal experience of flat earth versus the globers who have no experience, no proof, nothing. They've lost. There you are. That's how it is, ladies and gentlemen. That's the reality of this. Of that, you have.
You're cutting out a bit.
Yeah, none. It's true, isn't it?
Sorry, Jen, you cut out a little bit.
Sorry, yeah, I was saying that most people do not have the experience of living on a globe, and they don't have the actual material of their own personal material of globe. They don't have it. Yeah, that was something that I learned very quickly. So I always tried to draw them to that point.
I was just, if I may, sorry to interrupt, I was just curious. Had anybody spoken to Gareth yet? Saw him hanging around a bit earlier. You guys know?
Please, not yet. I haven't. Sorry, Gareth. Gareth Edwards is a name I remember. But carry on. Welcome, Gareth.
By all means, you carry on, man. I was just...
No. Let's have Gareth. Please, Gareth. You know, there was a guy called Gareth Edwards. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's a rally driver or a rugby player, one of them two. But anyway, great man. But anyway, Gareth, how can we help you today? Are you from England? Very English name, isn't it? Gareth. Welsh.
If not Gareth, then we also do have Abodahem, who joined in if he wants to say hi.
Welcome, Abodahem. Welcome to the server. Please ask any questions you like. What brings you in today? Go ahead. Yeah.
Forget about it.
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
I said forget about it. You ran away.
Forget about it. Okay. Well, Gareth's been speaking a lot. He was speaking to the other guy, wasn't he, earlier? Sorry, yeah. That's that Gareth, isn't it? Yeah. Gareth was speaking to the French guy, wasn't he? Hello? No one's talking now. Come on. Wasn't that Gareth?
I missed that, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, you missed that. Okay. Yeah, no, Gareth was talking to a French guy that came in, Magnetron or something like that. He was French, and it was a very good
You're roboting it, Jim.
You got to get that internet connection fixed, bro.
I'm surprised. Really surprised.
No. Jen, I think you were speaking about. I think you're thinking about Grim. Grim was the one who was talking with them, and I was the one who jumped. I was the one who jumped in with the French translation.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, right, okay, yeah. So yeah, sorry, we haven't used Gareth then. No, Gareth is yet to speak. Okay, that was Grim. Same name there, almost. Anyway, Gareth, that sounds like he's from England anyway, or maybe Australia, perhaps, or New Zealand, but England, English name Gareth. I say English, could be Welsh. Come on, Gareth, don't be shy now. I mean, you made it this far. You must have a question, surely. We're flat earthers purely because we are unable to measure the curvature of the earth. Clearly, if the earth is an oblate spheroid of said specifications that they gave us, then it stands logical that we should be able to measure the curvature, see it, photograph it, and experience it. Right? But we cannot measure it. And in my 63 years, I have not experienced life on a globe at all. Nothing. It's been horizontal everywhere. Biggest clue is water. Water generally lying flat and level. Even when the wind is licking the ocean, okay, and it's rolling and that, it's not actually curving into a ball-shaped oblate spheroid. It's not doing that. No measurements of that can be found anywhere. Shouldn't be found, it can be made even. We can't make that curvature with our instruments, okay? That's why we're flat earthers. And then when you look into the industries of construction, bridge building, tunnel boring, railway tracks, laying down the tracks of the railways, buildings of high skyscrapers, etc., motorways, Earth's curvature is not considered at all. Okay, they don't measure for curvature at all. They don't include it in their calculations. Now, of course, you can go onto the Google and you'll find these documents that state that. That'll be fraudulent statements are abound everywhere. They have to be there to keep the globe alive. So those of you who fully believe you're on a globe, you're going to look at the Google and say, well, look, there it is. That's it. And that's all you need. And you carry on believing without checking. This is the key here, ladies and gentlemen. When you actually go out and check it, that's when you make the discovery. And then you realize that the document that said it was a curved ball earth, and we take it into consideration, is just a deception. It's fraudulent. Then you begin to know what you're living in and the steps that they will take to protect the deception. Okay? Right. And remember, you haven't checked it yet. So you can't say I'm wrong. You can't even begin to say I'm wrong. Yes. So, Gareth, that's why we're flat earthers. We can't measure the curvature of the earth. Unless you have empirical proof, slam dunk, take it to courts of law, and I would lose proof. Let's have a look at it. Because that's going to be, you're going to be the one. Because that's what's going to be required. And just for your information, the globe proponents have lost twice in a court of law. Twice. They were not able to prove the globe. That should make you think. I'm sure he's thinking now, Gareth. Yeah, how do I know the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I haven't measured the curvature. I mean, how would you even begin to measure the curvature of the Earth? How would you do that?
The globe's never won, in fact, in court.
That's right. It's never won. Yeah, it's correct. So Gareth, who's here, would be thinking, how did they measure the curvature of the Earth, or try to? What was the methodology they used? And how do I know it's a globe? I mean, I don't know, do I then? What about those images? Oh, of course I know. Satellites. Yeah, they went to the moon. Of course, talking about the blue marble image. Apollo 17, if I remember rightly. Yeah, they took it on the way back, didn't they? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we talking about they've got satellites. Oh, and GPS. Oh, yeah. Hang on. Ships going over the horizon. That's the curvature. What are these mugs talking about, flat earthers? What wallies they are. Yes. What wallies they are? Wallies are polite way of saying retard, if you will. Okay. What a wally they are. What wallies they are, yeah, Probably Gareth is thinking that, probably. Just trying to, get into his head kind of thing, If he's a glober, that is. Yeah. Yeah, what else? What other proof we got? Oh, we got all those scientists. Yeah, all those scientists and professors that are telling us it's a globe as well. Oh, yeah, what are we talking about? Yeah. And, how did I forget it? The International Space Station, man. It's up there every day of the week. Bloody. These flat earthers have got it completely wrong, man. Seen those images from the ISS? Yeah, you know that CGI blue ball thing that's lit up from the inside, meant to be the Earth, like a lampshade. Because that's what it looks like when I see the thing. Looks like there's a light bulb inside the thing, and it's lighting up blue. Yeah, no, that's a horrible image, and it's always from an obscured angle as well, ladies and gentlemen. Have you noticed that? It's never the camera right out on its own, nothing in the way, and there you are, 360 degrees, panning around. Do itself a selfie. Look at the underneath of the ISS. Look at its bum and its belly. None of that. You got to look through pipes and doors and things in the way. This kind of obscured angle, and then you get a little bit of the globe. That's it. See, that's a deception, right? That's their hiding. If I'm going to do an International Space Station and I'm going to give you an image, there's going to be nothing in the way of the lens but the Earth itself. No pipes, arms, nothing. Okay? And if you're worried about the Mark 23 speed, then it will be in a little dome of its own. Ha. So there you are. It's in a little dome, and there you are. You can see it. And it can move 360 degrees. There you are. See? But no, they don't do that, do they? No, they put everything in the way. And then there's your little globe there, little smidget bit of globe. Ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen, ridiculous, yeah. Come on. Taxpayers' money, they can't even afford to do that. Well, they can't afford to do it because it would expose it as a deception. There you are. So the ISS, yes. So Gareth, no ISS for you. So what else is Gareth going to bring up that, yeah. What else can he bring up? Oh, the eclipse. Oh, yeah, they always bring up the eclipse, ladies and gentlemen, You want to know the shape of the Earth, are you looking up, ladies and gentlemen? Does that make sense? Is the Earth curving? Hang on a minute, let me look up a minute. Hang on. Well, is there an eclipse nearby? Because that's what I'm going to need. No eclipse at the moment. I can't tell you then, mate. Sorry. No, there's no eclipse. I can't tell you the shape, mate. No. I need an eclipse. That's the tool of the year, the century. That's the one, man. The eclipse. And then I can tell you whether or not the Earth is curving. So hang on a second. Let me see. When is it predicted to come? Let's do the prediction for you. Hang on. What's AI telling us? Oh, I'll be able to tell you in about a month's time. When an eclipse coming up in about a month's time, yeah. All right, there you go. All right, come back in a month and I'll tell you the shape of the Earth properly. Silly, isn't it? You're looking up. You want to know the shape of the Earth. You're looking for an eclipse to help you out. Honestly. How an eclipse can prove a shape. We got it all wrong, ladies and gentlemen. clear case of being overqualified. Yeah, no. Just look up. There it is for you. You're on a globe. Just look to the stars. Don't measure the ground. No need, because you just look up. Really, ladies and gentlemen, does that sound logical? Is that a precise methodology to know the shape of the earth? You look up. Okay. But anyway, yeah, I think I've said enough for now. I shall go on mute, and then hopefully someone else can take the mic and run with it and entertain you whilst you're waiting for some customers to come in and discuss the curvature problem that they have, and then the rotation problem. We haven't had the Fool's-Colts pendulum mentioned recently. It might come up today. Yeah, because that usually comes up. Fool's-Colts pendulum. Yes. It's for Colts pendulum, but we call it the Fool's-Colts pendulum, because you've got to be a fool to buy into that. But anyway, enjoy yourselves.
I was going to point out quickly that we also have Zane at the top. We got Fidel that joined in. Heard somebody else also. Yassine at the bottom. Welcome, everybody. If you guys have any questions for the room, by all means, feel free to mic up. Plenty of people in here. We also have AMR. Welcome to the room.
Oh, as soon as I shut up, they all start coming in. Wow, I better shut up.
Yasin. Welcome.
Hey, Jin. You there?
Yeah, I'm here, yeah. How you doing?
I don't know if you got a chance to see the text chat, but DJ asked me to let you know that an event has started. So, not sure what that means.
Yeah. What's the name of the event? What is the name of the event? Yeah, well done. Anyway.
It's called Did We Really Go to the Moon?
Oh, well done, DJ. Well done, DJ. Okay,
that's
so
why they're coming in.
Okay, thank you very much. Hopefully they will come in then. Wicked.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. Buckle up, because you're going to learn a lot now. Buckle up. Could get a bit bumpy. I don't want it to be, but it could do. But yeah, let's get on with the moon landing hoax. Did we really go to the moon? Yeah. And how do you know? Yes. Yeah. Put your spacesuit on. Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome to come in and answer any or ask any questions. We can't hear you right now, though. So.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions about the moon landings or flat Earths?
Yeah. I'm well prepared to do a presentation on the cost of the toilets on said ISS and how much they're ripping the taxpayer off. I can do that. A nice, clean presentation of the toilet system and how they're ripping the taxpayer off, if you want, even though we know they're not out there.
Either that or Yasin can come in and ask questions, or maybe Professor Phil can come educate me, being a professor and all.
Yeah, come on, Professor Phil. Get in here. Yeah. Why are you not in here yet? What's the hold up? Don't tell me you're still putting your shoes on, are you? He's trying to do his shoelaces up, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on. Professor Phil. He won't come in because he knows he's going to get annihilated.
He won't come in here.
Velcro.
I promised him I'd be gentle.
Come on, Professor Phil. Come in and get totally mangled. Yes, the flat earth machine, all the cogs are oiled and ready to rumble. So you can throw yourselves on the cogs, but you'll get crunched. The machine will continue. Professor Phil. Honestly, ladies and gentlemen, they're not even professors. Professors of misinformation, yeah. Professing misinformation everywhere.
I think we're better off if Yassine figures out his mic.
Yeah,
or maybe
come on, Yassine.
Rohead.
Come on, Yassine. Come and speak to
Welcome,
Grim.
Rohead.
Hey, who is asking?
Yes, you can hear him now.
I'm Grim. There's also Jin here. There's a whole bunch of people you can talk to. We're all flat earthers. Except for maybe Yassine. I don't know about him.
So, what are you guys exactly doing here?
We're talking about the nature of reality.
The nature of reality.
Yes.
Okay. I'm also in.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
The nature
I didn't
of
get
reality?
the.
Are you
I didn't get the topic.
are you proficient in English?
No, I'm not professional in English, bro. I'm trying to learn.
Not too much. So does that confuse you when I say the nature of reality?
Or can you just repeat?
The nature of reality?
Nature of reality, what?
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it makes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we talk about
good.
here.
Okay, well, and today the event is, did man go to the moon? And if so, how do you know? Okay, that's the question of this event, now that you've come in, okay? So the question to you is, did man go to the moon? And how do you know that they went to the moon, if that's the case? Go ahead.
I know man went to the moon because I read in my textbook.
Okay, you read it in your textbook that man went to the moon, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that's a true story?
I think that is true, truly.
Okay. Okay.
I think
so you
it's
think
true. So
okay, you think it's the truth. Why? Why do you think it's the truth?
yeah,
Yeah.
because it's written in the book.
Okay, because it's written in the book. Okay, I hope you're listening, ladies and gentlemen. Because it's written in the book, it must be true. Okay, that's fair enough. That's a fair position to hold. But now I'm going to ask you. I'm going to give you some facts, and you tell me whether or not you think NASA could have gone there. Okay. Number one, there are 3 radiation belts that NASA would have to travel through. You know, the astronauts would have to travel through before they got to the moon. Okay, 3 radiation belts. The nearest radiation belt is exactly where the ISS is meant to be, 250 miles off the Earth's surface. At the time in the 1960s, it would have been 250,000 rems full of radiation. Okay, then when you travel a further 600 miles up, you get to the beginning of the radiation belt, number 2, which only has 2,500 rems, still there today. And then the third belt, okay, of 2,500 rems, okay? All right? Now, okay, that's the radiation belt taken care of for you. They have to go through the belts to get to the moon. Do you think it's possible to go through the radiation?
Why it's not possible? Because it's possible now. So it can be
Is
possible.
It's not possible now. No. I have a video of a NASA employee telling you that we have to work out how to get through the radiation, the Van Allen radiation belts, before they can get to the moon. Okay? That's what NASA is working on now with their new machines. So no, they can't go through at the moment.
So you are saying that the whole thing was a lie?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And why you think? Like, why do you think the whole thing was a lie?
Yeah, the reason why I say
the radiation level was high, and in the time it wasn't. There was no way to like pass through the radiation. So you're saying that?
Yeah, they could never have had the correct shielding to get through the Van Allen radiation belts. In fact, the first belt, which is at 250 miles off the Earth's surface, this was created by Russia and America back from 1959, right? 60, 61, 62, okay? They fired up some big bombs into the Earth's atmosphere, and it created a radiation belt 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts. That level is instantaneous death. Instantaneous. That means you die immediately. Okay? Instantaneous. That's what the experts have said. That level of radiation will kill you instantly. They said instant debilitating death. That's the language that the experts use. You understand? Okay?
Yeah, I got it.
Right. That's how high the radiation level is, that you don't have time to dose up. You go into that zone, you're dead as soon as you go in. Painfully. Debilitatingly.
I see. So that's that.
That is the truth. That is the truth. That is not a lie.
So why?
The organization source, two sources. One is called from the NASA Rally Moon America. That would be Ralph Renee's book. And then the organization called NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. That organization documents all the radiation levels that are coming out from the sun. The radiation belt's 250,000 rems. You're not surviving that. Okay?
See, so why you are interested in this topic? Like, the thing that is it true or not? Like, why you're so much dedicated to prove it wrong?
Oh yeah, the reason for that is because taxpayers' money is being used in a lie. Remember, they're lying about the shape of the Earth as well. Okay, the Earth is not an oblate spheroid. Do you have any proof of this? The Earth's shape? Do you have proof?
Like, they're sending us like photos from the outer side of the Earth. So
okay, but if they can't go to space, then they can't be telling us those pictures. Those pictures must be fake, yeah? Because you can't go to space, you see.
That makes a point.
Yeah, and then not only that, all the pictures coming from NASA, okay, a high majority of them, that's a good 90%, have been checked and have been found to be fake using the latest digital software that can analyze digital images and tell you if they're authentically from space or not. And they've been found to be fake. NASA pictures. Okay? Photoshop composites, copy and paste, CGI imagery. That's what we're getting from NASA. Nothing is real. So there's another clue. Okay? So your pictures that you're relying on are not reliable because they're fake imagery. They're not real from space.
So you're saying that we humans haven't yet found out a way to go to the outside of the Earth?
Yeah, because the radiation belts is an obstacle. Let me give you another obstacle. There are 4 obstacles. Obstacle number 2, the space is awash. When we say it's awash, it's covered like the wind and the air of cosmic ray particles. Cosmic ray particles come when a star dies. Okay, it's called supernova. When a star dies, explodes, and explodes the material all over the space, they said, okay? And it's traveling at almost the speed of light. The number they gave us was 629,611 miles per hour, approximately. That's an approximate number. Okay.
into 10 to the power 8 meter per second.
Okay. Thank you very much. Right. So that speed, if a particle is traveling that fast, okay, it means that NASA's spaceship must have minimum 2 meters thick of shielding all the way around the spacecraft to protect the astronauts and the spacecraft. 2 meters thick of shielding. NASA never had that shielding.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, NASA never had the 2 meters thick. That's 6 feet thick of shielding around the spacecraft to contend with the cosmic ray particle itself. And NASA never had that. Never had the shielding. Source, Ralph Renee's book, NASA Really Mooned America. And again, NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. That's the source for this information. You get the book, you get it all. Okay, that's where this information is coming from. Okay, yeah, NASA Really Mooned America by Ralph Renee. So yeah, no, NASA never had the shielding to protect for the cosmic ray particles. Okay, so these are cosmic ray particles. They come at four particles per second every second, hitting the spacecraft, all over their spacecraft, all over it. So it's like trying to fly in the rain. You know the rain? You know the rain? You know what rain is, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that's what the cosmic ray particles are like. They're like the rain, only traveling at, the speed of light. So there's no chance of avoiding the cosmic ray particles, and it will totally destroy the spacecraft. The spacecraft would be shredded. There'd be so many holes, then it would explode, and that's the end of the astronauts and the journey. Okay, so they didn't have the shielding. Another obstacle is the vacuum of space itself. The vacuum. Okay, you know the vacuum.
Yeah.
You know what a vacuum is?
Yeah, yeah.
What is a vacuum? What is it?
The vacuum, like, which attracts everything like towards him.
Okay. Yeah. That's you're talking about the action, entropy. A vacuum means a space devoid of matter, no air, nothing in there. That's a vacuum. Yes.
Oh, I got it.
Do you understand?
I got it.
Okay, so if you have a vacuum chamber and you put a pump and you pump out the air, that's a vacuum. That's what space is meant to be like. No air in space. You understand? Yeah?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Now the fact that there's no air in space is a problem for astronauts and the spacecraft. Okay? For the astronauts and the spacecraft. The problem is called outgassing. Okay, outgassing in British English, American English, off-gassing, in university, degassing. Okay, so in university they call it like degassing. In America they call it off-gassing. In Britain they call it outgassing. And what we mean by outgassing, we mean this. It means that the molecules that make up the aluminium, for example, of the spacecraft would outgas. It turns into gas. It begins to break down, separate, and turn into gas. That's what a vacuum does to anything that is man-made. Anything that is man-made will outgas. Okay? Do you understand?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, that's called the outgassing phenomena. Okay, degassing phenomena, off-gassing phenomena. So aluminium is what they use for the spacecraft, first and foremost, aluminium. Okay, and it's like maybe 2 millimeters, 3 millimeters thick, maybe 5 in places. Okay, the thing about the aluminium is that once it enters into the vacuum of space now, as it's supposed to be moving towards the moon, it's going through the radiation belts, but then you've got the outgassing phenomena. The aluminium begins to vaporize, separate into its molecules that make it up and turn into gas. That means the strength of the spacecraft, the structural integrity, the strength of the spacecraft is being weakened. And it will get so weak that the pressure inside the spacecraft will push the spacecraft apart. Because in a vacuum, there's no pressure pushing against the spacecraft. No pressure pushing against it. But the pressure within is trying to get out.
And if you're weakening the outer skin and the shell, you're in big trouble. And that's the outgassing phenomena. And NASA can never contend with that because aluminium is what they used. And another problem with aluminium, there's another problem with aluminium, ladies and gentlemen. When radiation passes through the aluminium, it gets a boost on the inside. So it's energized even more. It's boosted. So the astronauts are going to have a really bad time in the office when they're in that spacecraft as the radiation passes through aluminium, because aluminium doesn't protect you from radiation. And when radiation passes through, it gets a boost. It's a terrible thing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So aluminium is not what you're meant to use to go to space. It's the wrong material. Do you understand?
We got it.
Okay, so that's the obstacle, and then the last obstacle is the solar flare. And in 1971, I think it was, the sun spat. This is between the Apollo 16 mission and the Apollo 17 mission. In between those missions, the sun, recorded by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, they recorded the solar flare at 960 rems, okay? And they said of that, instantaneous death, debilitatingly, okay? 960 rems, okay? I can give it, let me break down the rems for you. If an astronaut was to be exposed to 70 rems on the way to the moon, just 70 rems, he would have nausea, vomiting, and partial sight impairment. Okay, so his sight would be partially impaired. Okay, right? If it was 100, okay, then if it's 170 rems, just 170, he would have blindness, vomit, diarrhea, and death within 60 days. Right? But out in space, you've got 250,000 rems in the belt, 2,500 rems in two belts, and then on the moon, 960 rems from the sun. So you can see that all these obstacles, NASA wasn't prepared. It's impossible to go there because NASA doesn't have the technology or the shielding to contend with that. And my last point is this. Yeah,
or for fun?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is this a real conversation or for fun?
This is a real conversation. You are learning from Jin CBR1 as to how NASA could never go to the moon. Unless you have proof that they went to the moon, please tell me. I'm listening.
In your opinion, we never go to the moon?
With my knowledge, ladies and gentlemen, I don't give you my opinion. I'm giving you the facts. They never went. It's not an opinion. This is facts, professionally facts-based. They did not go. Fact.
So why did they lie?
Why did they lie? Because they can still, because they're lying. Okay, let me put it together. They're lying that the Earth is a globe. So the best way they can establish this globe with modern technology is to pretend that they went to the moon, take a picture of Earth, which is a painting, really. Okay, and that helps to substantiate that we are a globe, you see. And then they're making billions of dollars. They're still doing it now. Now, they were supposed to be going to the moon next year. Right, they're meant to be going to the moon next year, NASA. But the reason they can't go, apparently, is because the spacesuits and the radiation problem. So they've moved it back to 2030. So they're planning to land on the moon in 2030 because there's problems with the spacecraft, of course. The radiation shielding, they've got to work it out still. Radiation shielding, okay, and then their spacesuits is a problem. Now, why don't they use the same design as the Apollo missions and use the same shielding if they went in the 1960s? Why can't they employ the same technology? What's stopping them? You see? Can you see the problem there? They said they went 6 times. 6 times they said they went. Okay? And now they can't go now. They keep moving the dates back. They were supposed to be landing on the moon next year, 2026. Man and first black man on the moon and the first woman on the moon. That's what's supposed to happen. Now they're moving it back. Sorry, yeah.
So they're moving it back to 2030. 2030 now. Okay. So, they're going to be doing that a lot. They're going to be moving it back a lot because they want to modernize the technology that they're going to use to fool us. The technology they're going to fool us with, they're working on it to try and modernize it and trying to get it perfect so they can fool us with the technology and everybody's going to believe because we can't prove if it's real or not. Ladies and gentlemen, they're working very hard on that. That's the reason why. Because we, the flat earthers, have heavily scrutinized the Apollo missions and we're highlighting it and blowing the whistle. So, yeah, do you have any proof that they went to the moon? Please go ahead. Any proof, anything. It doesn't matter. What do you have? Do you have anything? Come on.
He's gone.
Oh, is he gone, is he? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what about you? What about you? Now that I've explained all this to you, what percentage now do you believe that NASA went to the moon? Even though you read it in the book, okay? You read it in your school book. Now that I've given you some facts about space and the equipment they're going to need, do you think NASA went to the moon now?
There's a 50-50 chance because you have explained it pretty much like nicely, but I need to research on my own. I need to find out it on my own because that's the thing I have to do.
Yeah. That's a great answer. He's got to do some more research. Okay. So now that NASA has gone to the moon, is now on hold, yeah? You're saying, wait a minute, maybe they didn't go. Let me go and check because I've given you some strong information. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
That's a positive answer. That he says, I'm going to have to check it out because, that stuff, that outgassing stuff, the radiation, debilitating death instantly. Oh, I don't like the sound of that.
The Nova ray.
Yeah. Okay, I can ask you one more question. What shape is the Earth, and how do you know?
What shape? The Earth is round.
Okay, how do you know it's round?
Because I have read in my textbook and I have seen a lot of pictures. But now you're saying that we can't go outside of the walls. So I got also a question like, now the way we are communicating with each other is through satellites, right? So if they are not able to go outside of the space, like how the satellites do, how we are communicating?
Let me explain that to you now. Yeah, let me explain that to you now. That's a mistake, you see. We don't have satellites. The communication right now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening in the YouTube, Twitter, X, Facebook, Rumble, Ruskin, thank you very much for listening. If you're listening now, the communication we're having right now, 95 to 98% of this communication is happening via fiber optic cable. Fiber optic cables is what we're using. And they are under the ocean covering...
Yeah, I know.
Okay, let me just finish, please. 700,000 miles of the seabed, okay? And every day, 10 trillion financial business transaction communications are happening via these cables every day. 10 trillion. Then you have your email system, your internet, cable TVs and stuff. And what else? What else do we have there? I think I've covered it enough for now, yeah. So that's how we communicate with our GPS as well. All this is happening through these cables, ladies and gentlemen. And then the 5% that is are cell towers, because we need the cell towers on the land. And okay, so we need those, and they don't work on a globe anyway. But flat Earth, you've got your cell towers. Then you've got your cell towers on the ocean, known as ocean buoys with cell towers. Then we're using the wind turbine. They're used to generate electricity, but they're also being used for communications. And then for some difficult times, we use the satellites. There are, on the other hand, satelloons. Balloons, helium balloons with electronic equipment attached to them, and they're out there reading the weather, etc., etc. But we do not have satellites in space because we can't go there due to the radiation problem, the cosmic ray problem, the outgassing, cold welding, and etc., etc. Go ahead. So no, we're not using satellites. Okay. Did you understand? Yeah. Did you understand? He's not responding. Come on, man. Can you not hear me? Hello?
I said I got it. I got it.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, he wasn't coming through. Can you
more interesting?
Thank you. Thank you. Can you remind me of your name, please? Sorry. My apologies.
My name is Rohit.
Rawhead on this server, yeah?
Yeah.
Your username is Rawhead, yes?
Yeah.
Thank you, Rawhead. Well, thank you for your questions. So what do you think now? The communication is not satellite, is it? Because we can't go to space, you see. It's all fiber optic cables. There are 460 of bundles of these cables. 460. That's a lot. Okay?
Christopher Columbus, when he traveled the Earth, he improved that. It's around.
Oh, are you saying Christopher Columbus? Well, no, he didn't really. And the other guy is called Magellan. Basically, you can circumnavigate the Earth on a flat surface. For example, you can go around your neighborhood where you live, right? Leave your house, go around the neighborhood on a bicycle, say hello to everybody, and come back round in a circle. That doesn't make your house a globe, does it? Sorry, your neighborhood a globe, does it? As you travel around the neighborhood in a circle. Do you understand? Circumnavigating.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, no, Columbus didn't prove the Earth was a globe. He did not do that. He brought pestilence and disease to the native Indians. That's what he brought. That's all he proved. He was a filthy git carrying bacteria. All right? Actually.
So what is your argument that the Earth is not round?
Oh, the argument is that we're not able to measure the curvature of the Earth itself. So if the Earth is an oblate spheroid of 24,901 miles circumference, the radius of which is 3,959 miles, then the Pythagorean theorem of 8 inches per mile squared formula means that I should be able to go out now and do some quantitative measurements of the curvature. When we go out and do the quantitative measurements, we are finding that the Earth is level. Because, for example, when we look at 10-mile distance, just 10 miles, and I can see my friend 10 miles away, I shouldn't be able to see my friend because the Earth's curvature would block my line of sight by 66.6 feet of curvature. But that curvature is not there because I can see my friend. That's the argument. Okay? We cannot measure the curvature of the Earth. We can see long distances. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, right. So if you want to prove me wrong, then you will have to go out into nature and measure it. For example, another one, 20 miles. Now I'm going to use my binoculars here because it's 20 miles. So I'm looking through. Oh, and I can see my friend there, 20 miles. But by rights, I shouldn't be able to see my friend in 20 miles because there should be 266 feet of curvature blocking my line of view, but I can see him there. So the further the distance there is, the more curvature there should be, but the curvature is not there. So this is the argument. Do you have proof of globe yourself? Do you have the proof of the globe? Any proof? Anything? Satellites are not going to work because they don't work at all. And Columbus didn't prove it. Any other proof? Because those weren't proofs, they were debunked.
if the Earth is not round, that means it's limited. Why you can find another nation, or I don't know.
What do you mean by limited? What do you mean? If the Earth is not round, it's limited. What is limited?
Yeah.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
Limited. That's mean.
No. You said no. Let me get this right. You said if the Earth is not round, that means the Earth is limited. How? How is it limited?
It's not round. If it's not round, that means it's flat. Or,
yeah, it's flat. That's right. Yeah, it's flat. That's correct. That's what we're saying. It's a flat Earth. It's not round. It's not spherical. No measurements.
It's flat. That means have the limit.
Yeah, you have to say that again, please.
Wait.
Yeah, please speak into your mic. Speak into your mic properly, please.
Wait.
Okay, I gotcha. Basically, if the Earth is not round, ladies and gentlemen, he's saying that that's a limit. I don't understand what he means by that. Because it's flat, yes, and when it's flat, you can see everything. When it's a globe, you're limited in what you can see. If it's a globe, it's the other way around. If the Earth is a globe, you're limited in what you can see. Actually, because if it's flat, you can just see. Okay, and again, but you are going to be limited due to the weather. Hello.
Hello. If Earth is flat, then why lunar and solar eclipse happen?
Well, the solar eclipse happen, and the solar eclipse does not prove the shape of the Earth. The solar eclipse is a separate event to the shape of the Earth. Okay? The solar eclipse is happening on a flat Earth because the Earth is flat. It's got nothing to do with the eclipse. The eclipse is a separate event. Okay?
It's flat. That means it have a border.
Yes. It would have a border.
The shadow
it would have
of
a
Earth
border.
falls
Yeah.
or moon. Then if Earth is flat, now it's Earth's shadow falls
No,
on them.
that is not true at all. That is not true at all. You haven't validated that. That's a belief. That's not a fact. Now, in order to have air pressure, and the current air pressure is 14.7 psi. Okay, 14.7 psi. That's pounds per square inch. So, in order to have this pounds per square inch, you must have a container. Yes? Do you agree or disagree? To have air pressure, you have yes or no? I asked the question.
I think we should search more on that.
If you want to have air pressure, you're going to need a container. Is that correct? Tire pressure. The tire is the container. You get air pressure in the tire. The same would be for the Earth. Okay? Currently at sea level, the air pressure is 14.7 psi. Okay? Pounds per square inch. So that would mean that we would need a container so that the molecules, the air molecules and the gas molecules are colliding amongst themselves, but also colliding with the container, building up that pressure. Okay? And that's the 14 psi on the flat Earth at sea level. Without a container, you can't have air pressure. Okay? It would go into the vacuum of space. So we must have air pressure, and we do have that. That means we've got a container. That means we will not be coming off the edge of the Earth anywhere. There would be a barrier, and that would be the barrier, the container. Do you get it now? Does that make sense?
If you that Earth is flat, you are also mean to say that sun is stationary. Sun moves. Earth is stationary.
Yes, thank you. Very clever. Yes, Earth is stationary. The sun and the moon are moving, and they're smaller than the Earth. Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You are welcome. Yeah, yeah. So the sun and the moon are moving. The Earth is stationary. Now, I say the sun is smaller than the Earth. I cannot prove that 100%. Okay, we're using logic here because obviously everybody's getting a good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and the sun is clearly above our head, moving across the sky, and it cannot light up the whole flat Earth because people are having a good night, aren't they? So it would stand logical that it would be smaller than the Earth, but again, I cannot prove that 100%.
Another question rises in mind that if Earth is flat and sun and moon are moving, then why it happens that some countries have morning and some countries have night? Why this happens?
Oh yeah, because I just explained it. Because the Earth is so big that the sun cannot shine its light across the whole Earth. Okay, it cannot do that. It's impossible for the sun to do that. So that's why why everybody has good morning, good afternoon, and then good evening. And in the next country, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Carry on.
Okay, why this happens that there is weather difference, climate difference? Why?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's very clever because the reason for the weather difference and the climate difference is due to one, the location of the countries where they've been laid out, and the position of the sun as it moves across the country through the seasons, of course. Because now we're moving into autumn here in Japan. We're just coming to the end of summer now, okay? But then in Australia, they're just getting to spring now because the sun is moving towards the Tropic of Capricorn, beginning to warm up Australia, South Africa, New Zealand. They're getting to get warmer temperatures, and our temperature is beginning to cool down now. Okay, it's starting to drop down, still getting hot, okay, but it's dropping because we're moving into autumn. Autumn in Japan is still a hot time, but the sun is moving away from us, moving towards the Tropic of Capricorn, because I'm in the tropics of Cancer. That's why. Okay? And then the way the sun heats up the air molecules and the gases determines the weather systems and how the wind flows. And that's how you get your weather, ladies and gentlemen. The cold temperatures and air flows and the warm temperatures are always fighting. A continuous battle every day of the week, all year round. And that's why we have our weather system. And what a beautiful weather system it is. Carry on.
Okay, thank you.
You are welcome. Yeah, yeah. So the gases are colliding with each other as well, you see. That all helps to keep the temperatures and the weather systems moving. And then as the sun moves away, the leaves begin to drop off the trees because we're having autumn here. So the leaves are dying off. But in Australia, the leaves are beginning to open, buds, slowly. It's their turn now, right? And then our leaves dry off. And then as the sun resides in the Tropic of Capricorn now, and they're having their summer, we're getting winter. Frigid bones. Oh, yeah. Oh, cold weather. We still get sunshine and we do feel the heat, but it's not as hot as it is in the summer because the angle of the sun is different now. It is now over the Tropic of Capricorn, so the distance has increased, which has dropped the temperature. That's why we got winter. Even though we do see the sun and we do feel it on the skin, can feel it, but it's not like summer heat because the sun is not that close. It's further away. That's the beauty of the flat Earth. So easy to understand. On the globe, on the other hand, you have a supposed 23.4 degrees tilt. And when the Earth, let's have a look. Like when the North Pole is furthest away from the sun, that's when it's the hottest. And when the South Pole is nearest to the sun, that's when it's the coldest. So the globe is a messed up thing already. The seasons don't make sense on a globe at all. Ridiculous. Yeah, and only 50% of the earth gets lit up at one time with the sun, yeah. And yet when you look at Australia, Washington, and London, England, okay? So when you have a man in Washington, right? Washington State, Washington, and then you have a man in England, right? And then you have a man in Sydney, all three of them can see the sun. It's 12 o'clock noon in Washington, 12 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock in the evening, and the sun is now finally setting, and it's 6 o'clock in the morning in Sydney. But yet, when you translate all that onto the globe, you can line up Washington and you can line up England. Australia remains in the dark because the Earth's curvature is blocking the sunlight, because only 50% can be lit up. So Australia is in the dark. There's a globe debunk right there. That 3 people can see the sun at the same time on the flat Earth, and you can't do it on a globe. See? There you are. Flat Earth truth. So, any more questions from the Globers, please? Or the visitors? Because you've gone very quiet, and I'd like to engage you still. Are you satisfied with my explanation about the moon landings and the impossibility of said event? Or events? Okay, you're not talking, you must have left. Okay, yeah. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. Kept you occupied for a while. I gave you the sources to the information. One source is NASA Really Mooned America by Ralph Renee. Ralph Renee, NASA Really Mooned America. And in that book, you will get information from an organization called NOAA, NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Someone's just come in. Welcome, whoever you are. Hello. Welcome. How can we help you? What brings you in today? Did man land on the moon? If so, how do you know? Yeah? No one wants to take that on? Did man land on the moon, and how do you know that they did? No? No one wants to take it on. Okay. No one wants to take it on. Welcome. Welcome to the server. The event is called Did Man Land on the Moon? And how do you know? Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions regarding the topic matter? Yeah? Oh, you don't have any? Okay. Let me look in the chat whilst I'm here. Very rough. Okay, so they put a few things like astronauts left some reflectors on the moon. No, they did not, because clearly they can't go there. NASA was ill prepared to go through the environment, right? With the radiation belts, which this guy doesn't seem to understand, that there are 3 radiation belts there, and if they were to go through, it would be instantaneous death, debilitating instant death. Okay, that's the first thing. Okay, then there's the outgassing phenomena, as I mentioned earlier. And then you've got the cosmic ray particles. These are particles that are traveling at the speed of light that would shred their spacecraft. Then you've got the fact that the radiation going through the intensity of the radiation, that the astronauts would be killed even quicker as the radiation goes through the aluminium, which was very thin. And NASA did not have the required 6 feet, which is 2 meters thick of shielding to contend with the cosmic ray particles. Now, we have a guy called Bill Woods who worked for NASA as the rocket propulsion engineer. Okay. And in the documentary called What Happened on the Moon, parts 1, and then What Happened on the Moon, parts 2 and 3, which looks at the radiation and the rockets. Okay. He stated that NASA did not have the 10 centimeters thick of aluminium shielding, which is what would be required to protect the astronauts in the capsule, in the space capsule. They didn't have that shielding. Okay. And the reason why was, Bill Wood said, the F-1 engines could not lift up the Saturn V rocket. So in other words, it would have been too heavy a payload for the rockets to lift off. So no, they didn't have the shielding at all. No shielding on the rockets to protect for the radiation. Okay, so there's no way they could have gone. Impossible. Okay, so they didn't have the required shielding. So that's a fantasy. They don't have it, they never will. Welcome to the server. Yeah, and the idea that laser reflectors were left on the moon, no, they never went. Hello, welcome. How can I help you?
Nothing.
Okay, well, then you're hot micing. So can you mute your mic so you don't make noise? The listeners are listening, yeah? Right. So basically it's this, ladies and gentlemen. You know, it was said that they left reflectors on the moon. They couldn't have left anything because they never went. Okay, and then the other thing is this. Let's say they did go and do that. The only way you could validate that is for you to be on the moon, right, first and foremost, and then have a guy, one of those so-called astronauts, fire the laser beam so you can see it hitting the reflector. That's the only standard you should be accepting, because that's the gold standard. That's confirmation, because you're on the moon yourself, right? And now you're seeing that laser beam hit it. Outside of that, you've got to believe it. And I don't do any believing at all. So no, they didn't go anywhere. We know that. And they're not able to send laser beams to the moon. They're lying.
Yeah, DJ, I've got a sneaking suspicion that nuke button's going to come down sooner than later. Welcome. Or not. Or run away. That's your fault, Jin.
No, it's not my fault, mate. I'm very welcoming, and I thought I gave them a good explanation. I gave the sources so they could know exactly where it's coming from. And if they wanted material,
to the one that just left, he didn't know.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't seem to want to wait for it. It's not a leaflet.
Brother Killian, welcome.
Yeah, welcome,
Yo,
Killian.
brothers, what's happening? Jen,
What's up?
What's happening? I see Sporadics off mute as well. What up? What up? Happy Saturday, y'all.
Happy Saturday to you as well. I was just wondering about Sporadic. I haven't heard from him for a little while. He spoke a little bit. He was driving yesterday, and then I don't know what happened. I think he's been quite busy, I think. Yeah. But he's done some good work in the last month. Did some excellent work last month, and the month before that as well. So yeah, it's amazing. So the event is the moon landings. Did man land on the moon? Yes or no? And how do you know? That's the event. I've given my best spill of knowledge. Of course, it's going to happen again in a minute if someone comes in. We'll have to say it all over again. I don't mind. I enjoy it. It's nice when you've got the knowledge. Okay, well, whilst we're waiting for them to come in, we can explain more as to why it's impossible to go to the moon, okay? Or why NASA wasn't prepared. For example, if you go to the Apollo detectives, right, these are the ones that are scrutinizing the moon landing hoax. You've got Scott Henderson. I think he's a Canadian. He could be an American or a Canadian, but he's a North American anyway. Right, Scott Henderson, he's the expert when it comes to like photographic anomalies and the vacuum of space. Then you've got what's his name? Marcus Allen. He's good. Yeah, he's got a magazine called Nexus, CEO, and he's an expert as well on the photographic anomalies. Right. Then there's Robert J. Williams, another expert on photography and general space stuff. And then there's Randy Walsh. And then there's Gerard White, another couple of experts there. Okay, and they scrutinize this moon landings like a forensic approach to it. Now, they subjected some of the film that was supposedly taken to the space to a vacuum chamber. I think it was 10 to the minus 3 torr. Could be 4 torr, but I think it was 3 torr. 10 to the minus 3 torr, okay? That was it, yeah. 10 to the minus 3 torr for 4 hours only. Now, I was desperately hoping that they would do a 24-hour, because that, for me, would really send home the message. I think 4 hours is a short time, but in that short period, the film was damaged, by the way. Okay? And what they did was they put the film in the canister, in the vacuum chamber, right? And then they had one where they put the film in the camera as well and put it in the vacuum chamber, okay? 4 hours. And then they took pictures with the film. And then, of course, they developed the pictures. And what you found was that the colors had merged in with each other. So instead of having green leaves on the trees, they were brown, like the color of autumn, right? But when you see the original picture, you see that it's green and it's a blue sky. Sky's a bit pinkish, and then the trees were brown, including the road. So the film was damaged, and that's just 4 hours at 10 to the minus 3 torr. It said that on the moon's surface, the lunar surface, 10 to the minus 11 torr on the lit up side, and then on the far side, what we call sometimes the dark side, it's 10 to the minus 12 torr. Okay, right. So how did NASA transport that film from Earth with all that torr value going on? In order to protect it from the radiation, it had to be in minus 200 degrees Fahrenheit ice box. It's got to be at that temperature to protect the film from the radiation. Now, when you put film at that kind of frigid temperature, the film becomes brittle. It was shattered like glass. So they could never have done that. And carry the container and keep it chilled whilst going to space. Go ahead.
They could have done it, Jen. They would have had to have it in the icebox, right? Then fly through their bullshit radiation belts. Then when they get on the other side, take it out of the icebox, let it get back to room temperature, use it. Then when finished, put it back on ice, wait till it gets to the correct temperature, and then be on their merry way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a big ask. That's a massive ask you're asking there. Because the radiation would have killed it anyway. Killed the film in the first place. Would have totally rendered the film useless. The radiation alone. All right? It would have been shot to pieces with the radiation. And then you've got this outgassing phenomena going on whilst they're transporting it in the vacuum of space. And remember, the 12 values are much magnitudes of order much higher. So this outgassing would happen very quickly, and the camera, the Hasselblad camera, would be outgassing in the hands of the astronauts, gloved hands, that is. Okay, so no, they didn't protect it at all. There's no way they could have gone, ladies and gentlemen. Impossible. Too many natural phenomena would have destroyed the mission. Because there's too many. And NASA didn't have the shielding required. The outgassing is a massive problem. Massive. The films would have just been destroyed. Outgassing plus radiation, plus frigid cold. Impossible. And then you've got to wait for the temperature to rise so you can use your film. Nah, impossible, mate. Sorry. Yeah, not possible, ladies and gentlemen. NASA never landed on the moon. And then the spacesuits didn't offer the astronauts any protection. Okay, no protection from the radiation. Zero. So if the sun were to spit out 960 rems of instantaneous debilitating death levels of radiation, they would have been very dead indeed in their spacesuit. The spacesuit would have expanded and exploded anyway. And then the astronaut himself would have expanded and died in his suit. So it's just impossible. No way could they be on the lunar surface. If they were to be on the lunar surface, the spacesuit would have to be like a spacecraft of its own right, because the astronaut has to be in a pressure much the same as Earth, 14.7 psi or a little bit higher. This is Scott Henderson speaking. I'm quoting Scott Henderson from the Apollo mission. Apollo detectives. That's what he said. You know, and if you have a suit that is solid, then the problem is mobility now. How do you walk around when you're in a solid suit? Yeah. Too many problems to surmount. NASA could never have gone. Hence, the moon landings were a hoax. Hence, the Earth isn't a globe. Hence, you're on a flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen. There you are. And the other oddity about it all as well is that Neil Armstrong doesn't mention the word Earth on the lunar surface. Doesn't utter the words, look at how beautiful the Earth looks. Take a picture of the Earth, Neil. Buzz, can you get me in somehow? None of that conversation is in the transcript. What's not in the transcript as well is the transition from one radiation belt to the next. So as you're approaching the radiation belt, there should be conversation about that. Okay, you're getting close to the radiation belt now. Okay, and then there'll be a countdown as they enter that radiation belt. Okay, that's crucial, because you've got to make sure that your astronauts are faring well going through that belt. Okay, and then all the while they're traveling through,
periodically, as minutes go by, you're going to be checking on their well-being as they're going through. And then as you're approaching the end of the first belt, there's going to be a countdown as you transition out. And then there's going to be a gap of a few 100 miles or so, and then you're going to meet the next radiation belt. And again, the same procedure would happen. The countdown and the continuous monitoring of how they are, the conversation, and then the exiting. None of this is in the transcript. You have a look. And there's a clue right there. You know, a radiation belt that contains 2,500 rems, which is instant death. Okay, you know, you want to make sure that your astronauts are okay. Yeah. NASA would have you believe that they went through the thinnest parts of the radiation belts. No, they did not. That would require more fuel and more time spent in space, which they don't have. That's a premium. When the Saturn V rocket took off, okay, and you witnessed the first stage being jettisoned, that's 80% of the fuel. In just over 2 minutes, you've lost 80% of fuel. And you've still got stage 2 to jettison. And then, you know, come on, ladies and gentlemen, you know, yeah, they didn't have it. Impossible. And if you're wondering, because I did mention the film called The Shining. In The Shining, the point that I mentioned about the fuel is hit upon in the movie, right? It's mentioned in the movie, and by this I mean they're driving. What's his name? Jack Nicholson, his wife, and the kid Danny. They're all driving in the car in a Volkswagen Beetle on their way to this Outlook Hotel. Okay, and when they get to the Outlook Hotel, there's a scene that shows you the luggage. When you look at the luggage, and then you look at the Volkswagen Beetle, that luggage could never fit that car. The car couldn't have carried all that luggage because you've only got the boot at the nose boot, and then that's it because the engine's back in the car. So you got the hood, you lift the hood up, and that's just the luggage compartment down a little bit. Not much room in a Volkswagen Beetle. And then you've got 3 passengers, and then you've got a little bit of space for the 4th passenger. You can use that space. So there's no way that the luggage could fit the car. The same thing, that the rocket couldn't carry the fuel to get it to the moon. That's the point I'm making here. And that point was made in the movie called The Shining. Great movie, you got to watch it. And then you need to watch The Shining Code 2.0, because that's the explanation to all the scenes in the movie. Because, you know, those messages are buried deep, but no, they're obvious. So you need that help. Yeah, I accidentally found that because I watched The Shining the first time when it came out, and I was about 18, going to be 19 that year, yeah. And we came out, me and friends came out, and we said that was the worst film we've ever seen. Crap, The Shining, what a crap movie. We didn't know it was Stanley Kubrick's confession vehicle. I was 18. My intellect wasn't up that level at all to be picking up messages in movies. No, I wasn't that intellectual at all. Not me. So it was whilst I was doing the moon landing hoax, 2006. I started in 2001. So 2006, I'm 5 years into the research. I accidentally stumbled across this Shining 2.0, Shining Code 2.0. I bought Shining Code 2.0, and the thumbnail, I recognized the actor, you see. I said, yeah, now I remember this film. It was a crap film. Oh, let me watch it again. I thought, you know, as an adult, I might appreciate it more, I thought. And it turned out to be the explanation to the movie of The Shining and all the scenes. So I watched it and I thought, wow, Stanley Kubrick took part in hoaxing the moon landings. Wow, what a discovery. Wow. So I got on the phone, started phoning my friends up in London, the ones that I went to see the movie. They said, one of them said, so what? I said, yeah, but Stanley Kubrick hoaxed the moon landings. Yeah, so what? They didn't care.
a couple of them were like interested, okay, but it wasn't full interest. You know, we had a little bit of catch-up news. You know, the topic soon changed. That's what I meant. We soon changed into topic because I hadn't spoken to them for a while. Junior in Japan, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. I'm trying to hit them with the fact that the moon landings were a hoax and Stanley Kubrick took part in doing that, right? And two of them were just totally dismissing it. So what? That's like, nah, they weren't even interested. And they didn't even remember going to the movie to go and see it. So I thought, wow, they've given up living here. What's going on? What's happened to my friends, man? They don't seem to be interested. I was feeling a bit down because that was a little bit of a shock. Okay, I mean, we said it was the worst film we've ever seen. We were ripped off. We went to McDonald's complaining about it. McDonald's was next door to the cinema, the Hampstead Odeon. Right, we went to the next door there. Went to the McDonald's complaining. Right, and then that reminds you, we were teenagers. Okay, this is now 2006. That was 1980 something. So, okay, a few years had gone by. But they'd forgotten it, but I remember it like yesterday. So I was a little bit downhearted that they seemed to have given up living, I felt. Didn't seem to be important. Whereas for me, finding out that Stanley Kubrick hoaxed the moon landings just made it more realistically that it was a hoax. There you are, this director, he took part. There you are. So I learned a lot. That was a shock. My friends had given up living. They don't seem to be realizing that there's so many lies being told. You see, and then that's 2006, and then we keep on going. I'm doing the research. Still researching it. 2014, flat Earth videos. Oh, that's stupid. I'm saying the Earth's not flat. What idiots posting that? And then it just kept coming to the point where I thought my wife's computer had been hacked. What's going on? And then, of course, we get to Boxing Day of 2015, and I'd run out of actual moon landing hoax material. That's why I clicked on the thing. And I clicked on it thinking it was ridiculous what I'm about to do here. What could I possibly learn from these flat earthers? What the hell are they telling me? How stupid am I being here? You know, what ridiculous, stupid thing is this? What could I possibly learn as I'm clicking? And then I'm watching, and my whole body position is changing. You know, I'm getting like, what's going on here? I'm beginning to sink in the seat here now. Everything that I'm listening to makes perfect sense. I've lived what they said. What they have said, I have lived. Wow. And then I had that epiphany where your brain just rewinds. And of course, I'm looking for curvature, aren't I? You know, rewinding the brain, looking, and there's nothing there. In fact, at the end, it was embarrassment. And that's how I'm a flat earther now. There you go. Yes. A rude awakening, an embarrassing awakening. Okay, because I was the one that was the fool, you see. There you are. And that's the truth. This is how we know now that they couldn't have gone to the moon. Thanks to the experts out there in vacuum knowledge and big technology, which I've now learnt myself. And they subjected some of the equipment to the vacuum, and it does outgasses and that. Wow. Outgassing is a real problem. Really is. In fact, outgassing is happening even in 14.7 psi at sea level, but it's dramatically slowed down. Dramatically. It's when you remove the air that is accelerated to magnitudes of order so fast that things do start to go wrong pretty quick. I saw one experiment. They exposed they exposed a mobile phone into a vacuum chamber. 10 to the minus 3 torr was the achieved target, right? That was their target they were trying to achieve. But because this guy had so many other things in the vacuum chamber that was outgassing, he could only get it to 10 to the minus 1 torr, okay? So 10 to the minus 1 torr, for just under 24 hours, the mobile phone exploded in the chamber. Okay? The mobile phone exploded. The battery exploded in the vacuum chamber of 10 to the minus 1 torr. Okay? Now, if he was able to pull it down to 10 to the minus 3 torr, it would have exploded sooner than 24 hours. And that's a modern day mobile phone. Okay?
So we know that the vacuum is a very dangerous place to go to. Very dangerous indeed. There's no way you could survive it. Impossible. You will die. And NASA's equipment wouldn't protect you. The equipment, NASA and the equipment, you're all going to die in that spacecraft. You're not going to get there. You're not coming back to Earth. But you can't go there anyway, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, rockets do not operate in the space, and the rocket is not floating as it's moving towards the moon. That's all from the movies. That's where we're getting that idea from. That the rocket is up there, and it's moving, silently through space, using its thrusters. It's crap. Absolute junk, ladies and gentlemen. Things do not float in space. What goes up will certainly come back down. Yeah. Newton's law of motion there, where a body in motion keeps in motion unless acted upon by another force, is crap. Absolute nonsense. The only thing that I know that keeps moving and keeps on moving, sun, moon, wind. To be fair, that's it. Nothing else moves and keeps moving. Nothing. Or maybe the ocean. Maybe the ocean as well. Let's give the ocean that keeps moving, doesn't it? Yeah. Because the winds are moving the ocean, you see. Okay. But the idea that a rocket would go up into space and keep moving, how? Because it needs air to propel itself off of. Okay, so there's no air up there, so it can't propel itself off of the air. There's no air there. All right, so if the fuel is coming out, it's just coming out into nothing. No forward motion. It can't even be there anyway. It would just, for me, it's going to drop. Because the point they're trying to make here is that the rocket goes up, gets to the Kármán line, and suddenly you're floating. Really? No. No, not possible. And remember, a speed of 18,000 miles per hour, Mark 24 or thereabouts, keep on going. Yeah, that's a lot. No, it's not possible. It's just not possible. We never went. I just can't get over the rocket going up into space and then the capsule just moving in space. I feel it's just going to drop down. Yeah, back to Earth, mate. That's what happens. The rocket is taking that parabolic arc back into the ocean. There's no going to space. Doesn't happen. And if there are no takers to the conversation, I shall stop right there. So remember, aluminium is the worst material to use as a spacecraft body's shell to go to space with. Because if the radiation is there where they say it is, and the radiation goes through that aluminium, it intensifies on the inside where the occupants are. Okay? A very bad day in the office will be experienced because the radiation is getting a boost in its intensity. Let me check. I'm getting a lot of noise here. So the intensity of the radiation is boosted. That's the last thing you want. So radiation, aluminium offers no protection. Unless, according to Bill Woods, it's like 10 centimeters thick. That's 4.5 inches. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just 4.5 inches roughly, or 4 inches, something like 4 inches thereabouts of aluminium. That's quite thick, isn't it? 4 inches. That's quite thick. But then, if you can imagine that
to cover the whole of the capsule. That's a massive weight. And then it said that the Saturn V rocket wouldn't be able to lift off. It would be too heavy. And remember, the rocket, 95% of the rocket is fuel, by the way. That's according to Don Pettit, NASA astronaut, in his documentary called The Tyranny of the Rocket Equation. It's on the YouTube. You can find it, still there. The Tyranny of the Rocket Equation. And you have Don Pettit talking to the youngsters, the young generation, about NASA and the rockets and the problem with the fuel. Because you've got to reduce the payload in order for this rocket to be working. It's not going to space anyway. I know that. But this is what he's teaching the youth, obviously misinforming them. But yeah, 95% of the fuel, and the rocket is fuel. That leaves 5% of payload. That's human beings and equipment. Ah, right. That makes up the 5%. Right. So there's no way they could have gone. Impossible. And you're losing 80% of your fuel in the first stage. Source, Scott Henderson, Apollo Detectives. Yeah, you said that when a rocket takes off, it uses up 80% of the fuel. That's Saturn V rocket anyway. Wow, that's a loss, isn't it? That's a massive loss. In 2 minutes. Just over 2 minutes. So yes, going to the moon is no cheap feat, ladies and gents. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. Welcome to the server. If you have any questions related to the moon landing and did man land on the moon? If so, how do you know? Please, ask your questions or anything, any topic matter for that matter now, related to the shape of the Earth, that is. Flat Earth, globe Earth, yeah. If you've got any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. We are here to answer all your questions. Welcome, and please ask your question now. No questions? That is a surprise. No questions, no challenges. Really? Okay. If somebody asks me, did NASA go to the moon? No, they didn't, because you can't go to the toilet in the spacecraft properly. Any attempt to go to the toilet could render you life. You could end your life. Yeah. There's the showstopper right there. Having to go for a number 2 poo. Number 2 poo is what shuts down the moon landing completely. Okay, and the ISS as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the problem. The call of nature. Yeah. You've got to get rid of your suit. That's a 45-minute ordeal. Getting out of your suit. 45 minutes. And the funny thing is the video that I got that from, which is only 6 minutes long, has been taken down. Yeah. It's been taken down because it was so revealing. Right? Having to go to the toilet requires you removing your suit. That's a 6-minute ordeal. a 45-minute ordeal, okay, to remove the suit. And then you've got to use the plastic bag that NASA has employed you to use with the very sticky adhesive, the Gorilla adhesive. So you peel off the protective seal, peel that off, and then you've got that sticky, and then you have to attach that to your buttocks. Okay, the only problem is that your genitals are hanging out. NASA didn't consider the fact that you need to cover your genitals as well, because when you exert much stomach force to push out this poo now, it might be coming out quite easily, but you sometimes accidentally urinate. Right? Now, the methodology there is very unhygienic in a situation where hygiene has to be 100 times better than any hospital, because your life depends on it. And yet you've got your genitals hanging out of the bag whilst you're trying to stick this thing on your bum yourself. You're going to need assistance. You're in 0G, so you're asking for Buzz. Can you give us a hand? I've got to do a number 2 here, mate. Come on. Give us a hand, you know. Can you give us a hand here? Come on, quick. It's all happening. And now if it's a diarrhea type thing, that's liquid poo. And you know how liquid tends to want to get out of the bag and float everywhere. Can you see the problem?
Oh,
very bad idea. Sorry,
okay,
go ahead.
They eat special kind of food, so it can come out without gravitational pull.
You see, the thing you don't seem to understand is that when you're in 0G, your stomach is going to be loose. So your stomach is going to be either wanting to throw up, and you're trying to suppress it. And then when you suppress it long enough, it might come out the other side as a liquid poo. You're not going to be very well, I'm afraid. You know, I know about these things because I've been on these roller coaster rides and fair rides and that, and you know, your stomach does get under pressure now and again. So if you're talking about that kind of feeling for 8 days, okay, you cannot just say what you said then, it's all over. No, you're talking 8 days of this feeling of a loose stomach.
Okay, so you say that if a person is upside down, can he poop?
He might be able to poop upside down, yeah, but this is on Earth here, you have a downward vector, but in space, you have 0G. You're floating around. Your stomach is not being held in the correct position. It's moving around your stomach. 0G, remember?
There are muscles inside of our body that helps us to clear all of our waste inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's here on Earth. You're in 0G now, ladies and gentlemen, right? You go in the centrifugal force. Look, when they do the vomit, let me give you a proper example. When they do the vomit comet ride, that costs about $25,000. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to go on one of these vomit comet rides, it might be a little bit cheaper, maybe $15,000. Okay, now the Russian plane, it's called a vomit comet. It noses upwards first, climbs up to altitude, and then suddenly noses down. Now that nosing down feeling, nosing down the plane suddenly, the occupants, the passengers in there are floating. They're getting that feeling of 0G weightlessness, okay? At the end of the ride, a few of them chuck up and throw up, okay, during the ride, ladies and gentlemen. That's why it's called the vomit comet. So you've got that feeling for 8 days. Don't tell me about the muscles. The muscles are okay here on Earth, but subject it to a 0G for 8 days, no way, mate. You're vomiting and you're doing diarrhea. Doesn't matter what food you're eating out of pouches. And the point is this: the plastic bag is attached to your buttocks, but your genitals are hanging out. And you know, when you go to the toilet and you do a poo, sometimes you accidentally urinate because it's not under your control. Yes? Thank you. Don't argue with me. I know how the human body works. Okay. That'd be my brother calling. So I do have to stop. Sorry about that, guys.
No, that's all good, Jin. Family first, mate. Nice to see Adam's in here. I like the update to your picture too, mate. Welcome. For our Glober friends in there, if you have any queries, comments, concerns, or proofs of curvature, please feel free to put them out there. Hey, Revan21, what do you think the Earth is? A ball flying through space or planar with topography?
Repeat it, please.
What do you think you live on? A ball or is it planar?
Yes, ball.
Why do you
I
think
think
that, my
the
friend?
Earth is ball, not flat.
Why do you think it's a ball?
Because the scientific.
Because the science, something.
Hey, other thing. It's called height above the average surface level. Like how far you can see with your height.
I looked the moon, and moon is circle. I think Earth is circle.
Oh, so if you go to a walk in the forest and you look at a tree, does that mean you're a tree? I guess some of these chaps aren't ready for that level yet. That's all good.
Uh, Hey, I've got a video that actually proves that Earth, he jumped from the sky and the Earth looks like fair.
Oh, which video? Show us, show us.
Yes, that's the pleasure.
How do I join that? There we go. Watch join activity.
Here.
No, I don't think rock climbing's going to do it, mate.
Yeah, he's gonna jump from this space. And you can see he's landing.
I've got advertisement on mine. Oh, here we go.
See, the Earth is here.
Right. Earth is sphere. So let's
You can
just
see that
pause that there.
It's not
That's
in a
a
studio.
bit of a wide angle
not-
lens there, mate. Maybe even hey, it's flat there though.
Oh, where?
Yeah. Press the pause button. Go back inside. Press the pause button.
Okay. So where is it's flat? It's C. You see, it's here.
See there? Has curve. Go back when it was inside.
Okay. Wait, it's working. Okay, I need to.
There we go.
This.
Flat there.
Oh, but you can see.
Ah, there we go. So must be just a camera trick. That was easy.
No.
Nice try though. Very good try. But that one just camera. That's all. Flat there. See, clear as bell.
See here. See, it's
So what you've got to do now is you've got contradicting statements. So one of them says curved, one of them says flat. They can't
It
be
could
both.
be seen like
So
that. It
you
could be
have to
like-
question the camera. And we know wide angle cameras and fisheye lenses cause curvature. They can make something straight look bent.
And you see, it says 100,028
That doesn't mean anything.
thousand.
The reason it doesn't mean anything is because the camera on the inside, that one, is at the same elevation. So one camera showing not curved, other camera showing is curved. They are contradicting each other. You can't have that.
No, it
So
could
let's
be
look
seen
at the
like that.
reason.
And you see here, and he'll jump, and then you see.
So you're just going to absolutely bypass the fact that the camera shows flat ground.
Camera doesn't show flat ground. It
The
just-
one inside does. That
just seeing
one
that
showing
from the
flat.
inside.
Okay, I agree with you. It's showing from the inside, but it's showing no curvature.
It shows see the curvature.
No curvature. Inside, no curvature.
Because there is light in the spaceship.
That's not because there's light in the spaceship. That's because there's no curvature.
You'll see when he'll jump.
Yeah, what you're showing us can be done with a camera. Go and look up wide angle lens. Go and look up fisheye lens and have a look.
It's not the lens, you see.
Well, it must be the lens because the only difference They're at the same height. 2 camera, 2 different lens. 2 different observations. One, no curvature. The other one, curvature. So the only difference there is either the camera or the lens.
It's not a lens because if it was lens, you would see the spaceship like bend, spaceship bend too.
Ah, no, that's where you're mistaken. When you have something very close to wide-angle lens, it doesn't have much bending. Long way away gets more bending. So it's to do with the distance from the lens.
He'll jump and then you'll see.
And he's going to pretend he didn't hear me because he's so interested in the jump, and then the camera will pan backwards and you can see Planet Mexico.
So he was in the space and people were...
No, he wasn't.
See, you'll see now, he is gonna come from with parachute.
That's awesome. So you are going to just basically and openly sidestep the fact that there was a camera at the same elevation as your camera showing flat ground.
See that astronaut is jump from the space.
Okay, this is like trying to discuss something with a 2-year-old.